The maids were heatedly discussing among themselves the extremely unusual behavior of Mr. Ern. The warriors, however, found Mr. Ern's zeal excessive, since he was still too young. But none of them guessed the real reasons for Ern's behavior. First looking out the window, then Ern closed his eyes tightly. A few moments later, opening them, Ern promised himself that he would not allow what had happened recently to happen again. The protagonist swore that such a failure would not befall him either in this or in a new life. Ern's story began in a different time and place, when the protagonist was 33 years old. Shadows flickered in the windows of an unremarkable house. Inside the house, behind thick curtains and blind doors, someone was actively torturing a young man. The Ern of that time was from a wealthy family that had land under its own management. Among the members of his family, a prominent person was his grandfather Rabahan, a war hero. Also standing out was Father Rabadan, who was a knight of heroic rank, and only Ern himself was a pale shadow against the backdrop of such majestic relatives. Later, the protagonist was mocked and treated as an unworthy person, who had lost all the former greatness of the Stilgadra family. But no matter how much it hurt the hero to hear all this, these gossips and accusations turned out to be the absolute truth. Ultimately, all of Ern's efforts were interrupted by his murder by mercenaries sent by the envious Kuntz. It was not enough for Kuntz to kill and simply humiliate the protagonist. He took possession of the most important thing, Ern's book of transactions. As soon as Kuntz opened the blank pages of the book, Ern tried to force him not to meddle in other people's things. In response, the hero received only a blow to the solar plexus. In his mind, the protagonist remembered that the Dimensional Deals book was not just some trinket. If Ern had been smarter and more agile at the right moment, he would have been able to use the book to raise his family from its knees. While trying to reason with Kuntz, the protagonist suddenly saw something fall out of the book. Ern suddenly fell silent and looked closer. On the floor in front of the protagonist lay the bookmark of wishes, one of the trinkets that Ern had managed to barter for. However, now, no longer hoping for anything, Ern understood that even with the bookmark of desires, he had been deceived once again. As soon as the hero began to reflect on himself, one of Kuntz's henchmen forced a potion down his throat. Forced to sip the potion, the protagonist was surprised to discover that it was medicinal. Kuntz's henchman made it clear to Ern that the master asked him to play with the protagonist and prolong his torment. Taking a knife with a thin blade from the table, the assistant described what had happened as the last gift from Kuntz. In helpless rage, Ern clenched his teeth and tried to break free from his bonds. Then, sharply, Ern laughed, as if prophesying the death of his family. Kuntz's henchman was shocked by Ern's behavior, but ultimately, he blamed it all on the young count's insanity. Subsequently, the torturer's knife pierced the body a couple of times. There was a sob and the protagonist began coughing up blood. The torturer did not let Ern die every time, at the most critical moment, pouring a healing potion into his mouth. Now, under torture, the protagonist had no choice but to suffer and blame himself for everything. At the same time, a pile of empty vials of healing potions was growing in the room. Nevertheless, despite the pain, Ern did not give up the idea of at least somehow correcting his situation. He hoped for a miraculous power that could turn everything back. There was a random sigh and the protagonist's eyelids dropped. In the midst of the thundering darkness of infinity, something suddenly began to sparkle. That same useless bookmark was getting closer and closer to Ern's gaze. Finding himself on death's doorstep, asking only for correction and a second chance, Ern managed to fulfill a certain secret condition that was embedded in the bookmark. However, confirmation was required from the protagonist himself, but he was already silent. And then the system began to look for a solution on its own, finding 3 of the protagonist's previous desires at once. Having not found any significant differences in 3 of them, the system decided to implement them all. The bookmark turned into a bright point, then flared up with rays of light rushing somewhere. After a few moments, Ern quickly opened his eyelids. Jumping out of bed, the protagonist began to cough. Not understanding anything, Ern began to look around. Only now did the protagonist realize that in front of him was the view from the window that Ern had always seen before. Ern immediately started sweating, because the protagonist remembered that literally a second ago, he was killed by a mercenary. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a certain Isel asked Ern for forgiveness for disturbing her. A young maid entered the room, whom the protagonist immediately recognized, because she had looked after Ern 10 years ago. Next, Ern looked around the bedroom and the furniture, finding the entire arrangement of the room terribly familiar. After slightly startling Isel with the question, Ern realized that he was inside his 16-year-old body. Then, out of happiness, the protagonist clung to the maid, hugging her tightly. However, even after a fleeting act of joy, the protagonist still could not believe that he had met Isel. Ern thanked Isel, thanked her for everything and all those future years that the maid supported the protagonist. The maid perked up, not understanding anything. She thought that the young count was trying to harass her. Then, falling to her knees, Isel began to beg Ern for forgiveness, believing that she had somehow offended the young master. Ern hastened to calm the maid down, explaining that she had misinterpreted everything. Right there, the protagonist remembered how he once treated Isel in a very biased and even rude manner. Trying to come to his senses and changing his tone of voice, Ern learned from the maid that the chief was waiting for him. Having decided to do so, Ern turned around, now in his thoughts, trying to remember where the protagonist's sword had gone. The young master's behavior again stunned the maid. Seeing Isel's look and reaction, Ern jokingly suggested that maybe he shouldn't go to the meeting. While slowly dressing, Ern thought about the fact that, somehow, he'd been given a second chance. Now, proudly bearing his last name, Ern has made every effort to change the future. Having dressed and taken everything he needed with him, the protagonist was ready to begin. At that very moment, Isel tried to find out about Ern's condition again, to which the protagonist smiled and complained only about the disappearance of his steel muscles. The action then moved to the Steel Guard training grounds. Arriving there, Ern saw the knights for whom the protagonist's family was so famous. Ern quickly counted about 10 knights. The protagonist chuckled, because before he never valued knights, considering them sweaty old men. One of them, a knight of the first rank named Raphael, noticed Ern. The protagonist hastened to apologize to the captain for his delay. The captain was not particularly angry with Ern, because he remembered the young master's promise. After which, Raphael assigned the protagonist a very intensive and long course of training. To his surprise, the noble youth had no desire to shirk. Raphael found Ern's behavior quite unusual that day. Whenever Ern started training, before the onset of fatigue, he convinced himself that he had no right to delay. Despite the years turning back, the most important thing the protagonist saw was a change in himself. From now on, Ern knew that his fate was in his own hands. Motivated by the knowledge of the future, Ern tried to become better at literally everything. As soon as he finished running, Ern immediately began practicing fencing. Thoughts about legacy and protecting the family did not allow the protagonist to lower his sword. Having fulfilled the condition of 1,000 swings and thrusts of the sword, Ern's body fell backwards. Breathing heavily, Ern noted that for the first time in all his years of life, the protagonist completed the training to the end. Suddenly, a system window appeared before Ern's eyes, notifying him of the user's discovery. Next, the system offered the protagonist to make a deal between dimensions. Ern jerked in fright, which attracted the captain's attention. Ern tried to explain to Raphael the window hanging before his eyes, but the knight had seen nothing of the sort. In the end, in order not to attract unnecessary attention to himself by pointing his finger into the void, Ern agreed that he was simply tired. Having no explanation for what he saw, the protagonist decided to tempt fate. Having accepted the offer, an image of a book appeared before the hero's eyes. At the same time, Raphael was shaking Ern, trying to bring him to his senses. Without waiting for the protagonist, Raphael reached out to pick him up and deliver him to the healer. Suddenly, Ern left him. Ern responded by stating that his condition was better than ever before. Raphael took a couple of steps back, deciding that the stubborn and determined blood of his ancestors had come to play in the young master. But then, Ern's own voice was heard, asking if the training was over. Having received approval and a bow, Ern went to the estate. One of the employees met the young gentleman and offered him something to eat after training. Almost immediately, the employee was surprised out loud, because he clearly saw how one of Ern's eyes changed color. After hearing the details from the employee about his eye, from which a blue flame emanated, Ern believed that the Book of Deals was located there. Smiling, Ern reduced everything to a new display of the mana counter. Afterwards, the protagonist hurried to his chambers. Already there, Ern began to feel his eye. His breathing quickened as Ern began to doubt his death and return to the past. On the other hand, the protagonist was glad that the butler accepted Ern's arguments. Unwittingly, a new notification popped up before Ern's eyes. The protagonist was offered to continue using his previous account, but Ern, to his surprise, did not see a cancel button anywhere. Having no choice, the protagonist agreed. Immediately after this, a transaction was launched across dimensions. An ephemeral book opened before Ern, showing the transactions currently in progress. The protagonist looked closely, assessing the extent of the bargaining, finding it to be quite unfair. But at that moment, Ern noticed something unusual. Despite the complete lack of transactions, the protagonist's account somehow had 10 coins. At first, Ern thought that the system had connected the protagonist's future and current accounts, but he quickly rejected this idea. In the end, Ern decided not to study the book, but to try it out. A week had passed since then, when Ern showed up with a challenge to a sparring match with Raphael himself. The knight actually considered these words a joke, but Ern stubbornly insisted on his own. Resigned, Raphael ordered another knight to keep the protagonist company. Ern smiled resentfully, because Raphael was pushing Fry, a knight of the insignificant 6th rank, onto the protagonist. As he approached, Fry was about to become worried, but the protagonist had already taken an attacking stance. The knight managed to dodge in time as the young gentleman's blow passed very close to his head. Subsequently, Fry was forced to go on the defensive. The knight was amazed, because he was the one who was going to be gentler with Ern, and not now withstand his hurricane onslaught. The other knights paused in their training and stood in a crowd, watching as the young master pressed Fry with all his might. Fry himself, meanwhile, could not believe that he was actively giving up his fighting position. The duel continued until Raphael noticed that one of the sides had started using mana. Almost immediately after this, a blinding explosion followed. From the cloud of flame, Fry flew out. Raphael himself was frightened, believing that something irreparable had happened to Ern. However, the protagonist himself appeared next, expecting recognition of the victory. Overcoming his fatigue, Fry raised his head to Ern. The knight did not understand his defeat, because he resorted to magic. The protagonist was not interested in such words. He was only concerned with the recognition of victory. Immediately after this, the confused voices of the knights followed. The protagonist was awarded the victory, and a little later, he looked at a chest filled with gold. From now on, Ern expected to make only successful deals that would not turn into fraud. Next, he opened the Mother in the System window. The exchange system with the local trades instantly appeared. Having studied the menu, the most important thing for him at the moment, Ern found the exchange. Ephemeral scales appeared, into which gold coins began to pour. To his surprise, Ern found the amount of coins he received sufficient. Confirming the deal, the protagonist estimated his profit at as much as 30 coins, when he expected a much smaller number. Finally, the protagonist understood what the main rule of interdimensional transactions was. Due to the difference in prices of goods in different dimensions, Ern found that the best way to make money was to buy at a lower cost and sell at a higher cost. Meanwhile, the protagonist understood that he should be more careful, since other players on the exchange would definitely react to price changes. Now, Ern faced the task of not only increasing his level, but also finding the very product that could allow all this. By chance, Ern's eye was caught by a request on the exchange. Someone was selling mana stones, which the protagonist needed at the moment. Ern then hurried to contact the seller. During the correspondence, Ern noticed something strange for some reason. The name of his interlocutor began to glow red. Unable to find an explanation for this phenomenon, Ern decided to simply click on the name icon. To the protagonist's delight, information about the character was revealed before his eyes. Deciding to take full advantage of the new feature, Ern first began to study the price of the product. The merchant assured the protagonist that the price for the goods was the most reasonable and even lower than all the others on the market. Following this, a window appeared in front of Ern with information about comparing prices of goods from similar merchants. Suddenly, it became clear to Ern that the merchant was simply trying to sell his goods at inflated prices. The protagonist laughed, telling the merchant that he was just an ordinary swindler. After all, Ern began to blackmail the merchant by telling the entire exchange about his dealings. Ern chuckled contentedly, hoping that the merchant understood the complexity of the situation. Their correspondence suddenly came to a standstill, and Ern decided to add fuel to the fire with threats. Ultimately, the protagonist managed to bend the merchant to his will. He, becoming suddenly polite, began to complain to Ern about the financial problems that had befallen the merchant's mines. A new window immediately popped up with information about the merchant, from which Ern learned that he was a rich man and used slave labor. Thus, the protagonist learned of another act of lies and manipulation on the part of the merchant. At one point during these negotiations, the merchant, out of fear of being exposed, offered Ern a deal for only half price. After thinking for half a minute, Ern finally decided to make a deal. Then, in confirmation, the protagonist put his hand on the book. Instantly, the purchased mana stones were placed into Ern's inventory. Suddenly, Ern was surprised to discover that despite the deal that had been made, the protagonist himself had spent far fewer coins than had been agreed upon. Apparently, no one noticed the trick, and therefore Ern himself did not inform the merchant about what happened. However, after a couple of seconds, the merchant still saw that the number of coins received was lower than agreed upon, to which Ern simply left the correspondence. As soon as Ern left the correspondence, a system window appeared, notifying the protagonist about the received cashback. Ern threw up his hands in shock since such a prerogative was only available to VIP clients. Later, the protagonist took one of the purchased mana stones in his hand, deciding to try it out. Squeezing his palm, Ern felt mana begin to flow through his body, thus ruling out the possibility of counterfeit goods. Several days had passed since then, and Ern had been completely immersed in studying the family mana technique. At first, mastering the technique was given to the protagonist with great difficulty, but through hard work and endless training, Ern achieved results. The previously purchased mana stones also contributed to the success of this business. Thus, having finally mastered the Breath of Steel, Ern was able to defeat the knight. However, despite the protagonist's obvious victory over Fry, the other knights were in no hurry to believe what they saw. In response to the voices of ill-wishers and gossip, Ern only smiled, promising to give a worthy rebuff. Deciding to once again demonstrate his strength, Ern challenged another knight, Michael, to a duel. Michael was frightened out loud, either by Ern's strength or by the possibility of not being able to control his own skills. Meanwhile, a female voice was heard, which found the current situation interesting. The knights greeted Karen, who was Ern's sister, in chorus. Raphael tried to explain the situation to the young lady, but she interrupted the knight. Karen had a good idea of Raphael's concerns about mana, so she suggested a sword fight. When Ern and Michael met each other, Raphael assessed the latter only as a 5th-rank swordsman. Having assessed the knight's size and training, Raphael came to the conclusion that Ern simply had no chance. Soon the fight began, and Ern almost immediately began to push back Michael. The hero's powerful and sweeping blows followed, pushing the knight back time after time. Looking at what was happening, Raphael almost choked, because just recently Ern did not represent anything worthwhile. Meanwhile, continuing the duel, Ern pulled the knight's sword aside, punching him in the chest. Having flown away, the knight fell to the ground, creating a curtain of dust above himself. Everyone present began to whisper among themselves because of what they saw. But eventually, their demeanor changed to one of joyful cheers due to Ern's victory. Confident, the protagonist looked in their direction. Then a gentle hand touched the young master's forehead. Coming closer, Karen congratulated her brother on his success. Afterwards, the girl stepped back, and Ern admired the beauty and sophistication of his sister. The protagonist remembered how his father always openly regretted that Karen was born a woman and not a man. Even though Karen couldn't master the Breath of Steel due to the limitations of her gender, her talent was visible to everyone with the naked eye. Now, the sister stroked Ern on the head, praising him in every possible way for the efforts on which the protagonist spent a lot of time and achieved results. Karen then began to apologize to Ern for previously underestimating and judging the protagonist. Ern himself didn't know what to answer, but he acutely felt how his conscience was beginning to gnaw at him. Only now did the protagonist realize that all his efforts were actually aimed at gaining approval from his sister. Of all his other brothers and sisters, Ern saw only in Karen the very one who had the most offensive virtue and insight. Trying not to show it, in his thoughts, the protagonist was wildly happy that Karen had noticed his success. Swiftly, the joy left Ern's face. Now he was asking his sister for forgiveness for something that the protagonist had no other choice. After all, now, even though everything was going well and smoothly, the protagonist was sure that in the future, such a happy life could suddenly end. Some time passed since then. A certain day arrived, and then an evening with a meal. The protagonist's entire family gathered around a long, festive table. The head of the Rabadon family, before drinking the wine, smelled it and concluded how divine the drink was. Karen's voice was heard, announcing her personal involvement in order to please her father with wine. By chance, their conversation touched on Ern himself, who was soon to leave for the academy. The protagonist himself noticed that a lot of attention was focused on his person and attributed this fact to Karen's work. Then the father spoke again, celebrating Ern's victory over the knights. Having decided to win more of his father's attention, Ern reduced all his bravado about himself to self-discipline and study. Rabadon was publicly surprised, even though Ern himself was only 6th rank. Immediately, the voice of the elder brother Kieran was heard, that he did not find anything unique in Ern's duel with the knights, because they did not even use magic. To back up his words, Kieran turned to Karen for confirmation. Karen entered into a conversation with Kieran, in every way defending the protagonist, whose exploits and growth of skill were still ahead. Their conversation was interrupted by the voice of the father, who ended up praising Ern. Then, getting up from the table, Rabadon put Kieran in his place, reminding him that in his elder brother's years, their grandfather was already an outstanding warrior. Following this, the father suddenly extended his hand to Ern. Still, having made up his mind, the protagonist shook his parent's hand. However, this handshake was not simple but magical. Feeling the exchange of mana, Ern thought that something like a test was happening now. Abruptly made it his mission not to show off his skills ahead of time, even though he dreamed of pleasing his father. Reborn chuckled. He noted that the protagonist had noticeably grown up and now no longer gave the impression of being a good-for-nothing. Be that as it may, Reborn blessed for his exploits outside the walls of their estate. Later, the father admitted that he had paid too little attention to his youngest son. As a gift before entered the academy, Reborn offered to fulfill the protagonist's wish. Ern's eyes sparkled with hope because he finally succeeded. Excitedly running his fingers through his hair, began to confirm his father's words about the gift. Then, almost immediately, he renounced his previous words, considering them to be overly impudent. However, Reborn was ready to listen to any request had. The protagonist started from afar, doubting in every way his request, which his father might consider too global. The father admired Ern's mastery of manipulation, even deciding to give him an oath. By swearing an oath on mana, Reborn gave his word that he would fulfill Ern's wish to the best of his ability and strength. Afterwards, the moment came for the protagonist to speak. Began hesitantly again. A couple of minutes had passed since that moment, and now, walking along the corridors of the estate, Kieran was indignant at his father that the protagonist's desire would violate the family foundations. Raising his voice, Kieran reminded Reborn that no one except the head of the family was allowed to visit the treasury. After much lamentation from Kieran, Reborn finally answered him, reminding him that he had previously entered the treasury, but with his father. Kieran rightly pointed out that the case then was different, to which Reborn reminded his eldest son of the oath of Manhwa. Kieran could not find a way to dissuade his father from breaking his oath, which is why he was sent away by Reborn. Himself was glad that his arrogant older brother finally got what he deserved. Left behind the heroes, Kieran had no choice but to gnash his teeth as his younger brother managed to outpace his older brother. A couple of minutes later, turning the key in the door, Reborn strictly ordered Erna not to try to get inside the treasury. Also, his father allowed to take any item from the outer treasury, but only once. At the same time, in his thoughts, the protagonist was happy that something so necessary would fall into his hands again. Walking along the shelves, looked for the true book of dimensional deals. Looking around, remembered that before his previous death, there were only 3 traders: he, his grandfather, and his father. In fact, with the help of his special eye, as well as this book, expected to make phenomenal trade deals. Looking at the shelves, the protagonist felt that what he was looking for was somewhere close. Plans included not only finding the book, but also its subsequent destruction after receiving all the necessary information, so that it would not fall into anyone else's hands. Some time passed, and the protagonist returned to his father. Noticing something in his son's hands, Reborn became genuinely interested. He looked at the hero figurine in hands with surprise. The figurine was dedicated to grandfather, the hero of Navarro, which is now, on average, valued at 1,000 at the moment. Suspecting something, but not being absolutely sure, the father wondered if had come to the treasury only for the gold. Tensed up. It seemed to him that his father had discovered the plan of his youngest son. Swallowing his saliva, the protagonist managed to gather his courage. After turning the figurine over in his hands, called it a valuable financial investment that would allow his youngest son to buy ammunition and even stones with mana. The father's face changed. He called his youngest son's idea not the best waste of time. But here, himself put in his word, believing that a person's path lies not only through training. Did not dispute his father's words if he was truly gifted with mastering the path of a swordsman. On the other hand, the protagonist sincerely believed that there were other methods of achieving life goals. Reborn didn't answer, only looking again at the statuette in his son's hands. Then sighing, he scratched the back of his head, saying that was not easy to understand. Although nervous, the protagonist managed a smile in response. Then, the events moved a little into the past, into the treasury, when Ern's gaze stopped on something. Stopping at the next shelf, noted with displeasure that the Book of Dimensional Transactions was not there. Frantically, the protagonist began to examine the nearest shelves. He rummaged among the books, practically throwing them onto the floor. At some point, even began rummaging through chests and barrels filled with gold. However, he did not find the book anywhere. Next, the protagonist decided to stop his impulsive search and think carefully. The first idea that came to Ern's mind was that he had simply missed the book. Ern's second idea, more gloomy, was that now someone is already using the book. Finally, began to think seriously. Remembering his past life and when exactly the book fell into the hands of the previous protagonist, hoped that now, it really was not being used by anyone. Later, after all the conversations with his father, while in his room, pondered the disappointing outcome of his search. Later, having decided to follow the already outlined plan, Earn called the system and made a deal with the statuette. The statuette was sold, and the protagonist himself, thanks to the privileges, received a lot of extra coins. At the end of the deal, Earn was once again presented with a notification about the protagonist's VIP status. Sighing, Earn decided to take advantage of this unique, albeit undeserved, chance. Confidently, Earn touched his finger to the dialogue menu. The protagonist became tense, since at first, nothing phenomenal happened. Then Earn's eyes widened in surprise. A new notification from the system has arrived, notifying the protagonist about the maximum increase in various statuses when trading on the exchange. Earn's breath was taken away by such great privileges, as well as the automatically given maximum merchant level. Earn suddenly remembered that during the first deal, the protagonist received much more gold than he should have. All the details of the deal of that time came to his mind, which is why Earn concluded that now, initially starting with literally 10 coins, he had a small fortune at his disposal. After which, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted, to then explode with screams and laughter of joy. The protagonist could not find words to describe his luck, which would have allowed him to literally move mountains. Having calmed down, Earn concluded that everything was going as it should in its own way. Whatever happened in the future, the protagonist clearly felt that he was ready for battle. Summoning the ephemeral scales, Earn placed the statuette on them. Just like the first time, the protagonist hoped to hit the jackpot with his privileges. Then a notification from the system popped up, setting the price for the statuette at 150 exchange coins. Urgently removing the figurine from the scales, Earn indignantly shouted that they were trying to cheat him out of 400 gold pieces. Having calmed down again, having no other choice, the protagonist began to formalize the deal. However, feeling incredibly comfortable, Earn suddenly fell onto the bed. In essence, nothing prevented the protagonist from making deals even while lying down, because all this was possible thanks to Earn's eye. Then rising, Earn remembered the book, concluding that it had been before his eyes all this time. The clever thought that the sought-after book of dimensional transactions and the ephemeral book before Earn's eyes were one and the same came to the protagonist. Earn found this phenomenon useful, as it allowed him to walk without glasses. The protagonist could only admire how quickly trading operations were carried out with the help of the book. Next, the protagonist thought about the next product. As if by Earn's command, an offer to sell monastones popped up on the exchange. The protagonist's eye caught this sentence. Earn chuckled contentedly and pointed his finger at the system window. In another place, a monostone seller was outraged by the beginning of a correspondence where the protagonist called him a fraud. Almost immediately, the arrogance disappeared from the seller's face. Both characters happily recognized each other from a deal they had once made. The characters' correspondence touched on the price of the previous deal, to which the seller stated that it was a small concession. No matter how much the seller tried to dodge, Earn was serious and began to blackmail him. While the seller came to the conclusion that reputation was more important than small losses, Earn himself wondered why the rich man was so petty. With a heavy sigh, the salesman started talking to Earn about the quantity of goods required. Later, the characters agreed on the number of monastones that the protagonist would like to acquire. Having completed the transaction, as expected, Earn received a certain percentage of cashback. Later, the protagonist placed his own listing for the sale of monastones. Having set the mode for automatic transactions, Earn stretched and yawned. While the protagonist wanted to take a nap, at the same time, in the room of the cellar hearthstone, bedlam reigned. The merchant was angry because once again, Earn paid much less money than was agreed upon. A couple of hours had passed since then, and it was morning when Earn discovered a ton of messages in his system. Upon opening the correspondence, the protagonist encountered messages from Hearthstone that were quite aggressive in tone. Reading tons of written threats, Earn only smirked, because, as it seemed to him, a man from another dimension could not do anything to the protagonist. As a result, it was Earn who began to hurl insults at Hearthstone. The merchant fell silent, somehow hearing Earn's curses directed at him through the system. As it turns out, the protagonist learned this manner of speech in his past life, when he encountered a lewd merchant from another dimension. Hearthstone himself, hearing very unusual curses addressed to him, felt more disgust than any other emotion. Unable to bear the torrents of unrelated stupidity any longer, Hearthstone ended the correspondence. Further, reading through Hearthstone's previous messages, Earn discovered that the seller's indignation was mainly caused by the fact that the protagonist was selling the product at a lower price. Earn tried to make another deal, but Hearthstone flatly rejected any further cooperation. No matter how much Earn tried to persuade Hearthstone later, he stood his ground. Having decided to take the path of flattery, Earn began to hint to Hearthstone in every possible way about big earnings, as well as the outstanding status of a merchant in society. Ultimately, Hearthstone was taken in by the protagonist's words. The flattery worked, and now Hearthstone asked Earn the market price. After assessing his coin supply and the bonuses from his privileges, Earn decided that he could afford to spend much more. The protagonist then started talking about the quantity of goods, also reminding Hearthstone that he had bragged about the mines. Next, their conversation turned to the exact number of mana stones that Hearthstone currently had. A little later, a new lot appeared from the protagonist's side for the sale of mana stones at a new price. Following this, Hearthstone again became particularly angry, because Earn, in addition to selling the goods at a low price, also did not take into account the commission. In part, the protagonist agreed with Hearthstone's claims. After all, for Earn as a VIP, even a price reduction of 25% was still a benefit. An equally important plus in this whole story was that Earn also found it possible to easily manipulate the time restrictions on the sale of goods. Subsequently, the protagonist got rid of the annoying communication with Hearthstone. Next, Earn's gaze fell on a couple of purchased mana stones. The protagonist came to the conclusion that it was time to absorb magic. Earn settled down on the carpet and began to absorb the magic. The protagonist was aware of his weaknesses, and the fact that he would never become a true hero. But in any case, Earn could not leave his situation unchanged. Closing his eyes, Earn mentally touched upon the distant future, for which the protagonist had to prepare at all costs. A little later, Earn splashed water on his face to cheer himself up. Looking at his own reflection in the mirror, the protagonist clearly decided that the time for calculations had come. Then, with all his might, as if to confirm his thought, Earn hit the floor with his fist. Then, by calling the exchange, the protagonist lowered the price of mana stones, which provoked an immediate sell-off. Suddenly, tears began to flow down Earn's cheek. After all, now, without even wasting years of his life as before, in just 8 days, the protagonist was already making major deals. Earn recalled that in another life, in order to master all of Stilgard, the protagonist had to spend a whole year. However, now the situation around Earn was developing as well as possible. By completing the trades, Earn received the first level, thus entering the first level channels. Similar marks appeared in the book itself. With a sigh, Earn acknowledged that what was required had finally happened. Following this, Earn gave the command to move to System 1. A split second flashed by and the hero found himself in front of a burning parchment. Once here, Earn could proudly tell himself that now, everything was just beginning. Instantly, notifications appeared that Earn was receiving a special skill for better assimilation of pumping. Earn made it clear that once he found himself in System 1, even as an errand boy, he could already become a knight. Next, a local chat window popped up before Earn's eyes, where the local inhabitants were having rather strange and out-of-touch conversations. Right there, Earn thought about the privileges that were urgently given to him upon reaching this place. Having decided to find out everything, the protagonist activated the Eye of Insight. Unexpectedly, nowhere and on no issue did the eye give Earn any information. Earn began to rub the bridge of his nose in disappointment, blaming the people responsible for the Eye of Insight's non-functioning state. Eventually, Earn decided to try to figure things out himself. Not even a minute had passed before the system was already notifying the protagonist of a certain event. By clicking the button, Earn was bombarded with hundreds of thousands of offers to buy and sell. Having recovered from the initial shock, Earn for some reason found everything he saw strange. Having studied the prices and offers again, the protagonist found that even taking into account the privileges and discounts, buying the goods there would still be expensive. At that very moment, the system notified Earn that a message had been received. After opening the letter and reading it, Earn was approached by an unknown person, calling the protagonist a traitor, and also giving him coupons and corresponding codes. Earn thought that he had received a letter from the support service, which was also trying to sell him some cheap stuff. After clicking on the links in the letter, several gift items opened up before Earn. Studying the features of the objects, the protagonist found them literally impossibly profitable. At that very second, the skill that Earn had previously acquired, which absorbed information, worked. As soon as the absorption effect ceased, Earn felt a strange satiety. Afterwards, the protagonist exclaimed with delight. As it turned out, if in the outside world mana was used as fuel for martial arts, then within the system, the internal energy of a person came into play. After comparing the two methods, Earn found the second one to be more effective. Afterwards, Earn touched the apparently absorbed special technique of the combat sword. Using internal energy, activating meridians and mana, Earn transformed the skill into a more refined state. At some point, the protagonist closed his eyes even tighter than before. Suddenly, with a surge of power flowing in all directions, Earn would definitely wake up. Afterwards, the protagonist began to breathe deeply because he managed to master the entire technique at once. Afterwards, Ern wondered if there were any limits to this spatial trade. Ern believed that he should be more careful so as not to waste his money on various consumer goods. Later, the plot moved on to some other merchant. Sitting in the cave, the merchant tried to convince people to buy his goods using kind words. The one who was in contact with the merchant did not particularly like formalities, trying to communicate with him on an equal footing. The merchant hissed in displeasure at the course of this dialogue. Afterwards, upon opening the character window, the merchant learned that he had been in correspondence with Ern himself. The merchant considered Ern to be another small fry from the lower system, although he didn't think of complaining, because the merchant lived at the expense of such characters. He then began to actively discuss with Ern the martial arts techniques that the protagonist planned to learn. Being on the other side of the correspondence, Ern himself had already guessed that he was talking with Yoya himself, the great swindler. Ern knew a lot about Hyoja, especially how the con man liked to sell ordinary scrolls at very inflated prices. Basically, the swindler's choice fell on people like Ern, who were weaklings in life. Through sweet talk, Hyoja gained the victim's trust and easily deceived him. Ern himself was amused by the swindler's attempts to foist things on the protagonist under the pretext of becoming the strongest in the world. Yoya actively used his charisma, in addition to goods, trying to sell Erna also advice for money. The protagonist agreed, although in fact his words were false. Following this, the events moved to a certain town, where they loudly tried to call the leader. The voice of Hunt, the leader of the sect, was heard. He checked with his people to see if they had really managed to find the scoundrel. However, as it turned out, the sales manager found one busy salesperson. On the other side of the system, Ern was actively communicating with Hunt's man. In a twisting tone, the protagonist spoke of one of Hunt's enemies, whom he proposed to hand over. Hunt himself was in no hurry to believe empty words, considering Ern a fraud. Then, Ern staged a performance in which Hunt's enemy would simply run away. Hunt's patience was wearing thin, as he had no sympathy for those who tried to make fun of him. Ernu didn't care about the bullying, and responded by suggesting that Hunt look into the information about the protagonist. Calling up a dialogue box, Hunt said out loud that Ern was from the lower system. Ern confirmed this, also giving Hunt a hint about how the protagonist might know about the secret technique from the cult's books. Hunt was silent for a couple of seconds. He later realized that the man Hunt hated had shared this information with Ern himself. Ern again confirmed the sect leader's assumptions. The protagonist spat out the tea he had previously filled his mouth, as he immediately received a large sum of money from Hunt. While Ern was unsure how to react, Hunt tried to convince the protagonist that he was no longer able to give. In fact, the protagonist was simply trying to get back the 20 coins he spent on Hyoja. Ern hoped that Yoja himself would never find out how 20 coins turned into a tragedy for the swindler. Subsequently, Ern carefully read the messages from Hunt, who offered much more money if the fraudster was caught. The protagonist felt like he could once again grab the bird of fortune by the tail. Even though Ern could have let the swindler go, he ended up handing over all the information he had about Hyoj to the sect leader. However, the main reason why Ern came to System 1 was Leon, the seller of martial arts scrolls. The hero could not deny himself the pleasure of dealing with him. Ern clearly remembered that it was Leon who forced the protagonist to fork out money and plunge the family into oblivion. Now the protagonist planned to get even. Ern gave himself the task of returning to Leon the shame and pain that the protagonist went through in another life. So, on this note, the communication between the two characters began. Ern, using the name Hyoji, tried to gain Leon's trust. Leon himself, meanwhile, was studying possible information about Erna. Afterwards, Leon openly informed Ern that only complete losers buy anything from Yoi. Leon clutched his head in disappointment when he learned from the protagonist that their mutual swindler friend was still deceiving people. Ern even tried to compare Leon to Hyoju, which only caused the former's disapproval and irritation. Hastening to apologize, Ern expressed a desire to get acquainted with Leon's assortment. After hearing about the sword technique from Ern, Leon almost immediately found a suitable product. In the system, a textbook on the plum blossom technique appeared in front of the protagonist. Even the protagonist, without really wanting to, was forced to acknowledge the quality of the book. Next, Ern began to compare Leon's price in this book with the market price, finding that the latter was trying to sell his goods with a markup of 20 coins. After remaining silent for a while, Ern finally agreed to make a deal with Leon. Leon was genuinely happy with the deal, now wondering about the protagonist's method of earning money. In response, Ern revealed that the business of the protagonist, Leon and Hyoi, is very close. Leon pretended to be flattered, but in reality he believed that he had managed to fool another loser. Afterwards, having decided not to let Ern out of his net, Leon even offered to become friends. Sticking to his plan, Ern readily accepted the friend request. Later, he already had a buyer in mind for his book, which he planned to sell at an adequate market price. For now, Ern allowed Leon to laugh and rejoice at the supposed acquisition of another victim. Suddenly, the protagonist was interrupted from his plans for revenge by knocks at the door. Ern gave permission and Izel entered the room. As soon as Izel finished her bow and looked up, she screamed in fear. Ern was initially surprised by the maid's strange behavior. Then, cursing under his breath, the protagonist realized that the maid had somehow managed to see Ern's thirst for revenge. Ern tried to change the emotion on his face in an instant and laughed loudly. Getting out of bed, the protagonist told the maid that he felt great and did not need anything. The shirt that the protagonist was wearing was pulled down, revealing the young man's muscular body to Izel. Even though she clearly didn't want to, the maid noticed this. Blushing slightly, Izel noted to herself that Ern had made quite a bit of progress in the last few days. The protagonist also noticed Izel's flushed cheeks, even though he didn't understand the maid's behavior at the moment. Suddenly, a revelation came to Ern, because Izel saw him as a man for the first time. Again, the voice of Izel and Ern was heard, giving her word to satisfy any request. Slightly fearfully, the maid reminded Ern about some business with his older brother Kieran. The protagonist suddenly came to his senses. Only now, Ern remembered how he had argued about something with his older brother, the hateful gaze of which had long been directed towards the protagonist. In the morning, at the training ground, the brothers met. Ern was the first to notice Kieran. The protagonist informed him that he had never seen his older brother in such a place before, as Kieran despised training with knights. Ern, openly mockingly, said that he saw Kieran training shyly in a corner, away from everyone. In response, the older brother barked at the protagonist. Ern was quick to turn his previous words into a joke, now inquiring about Kieran's visit. Gritting his teeth, the older brother decided on something. Then, with a cry of teaching a lesson, Kieran lunged at Ern. The protagonist never expected such actions from his brother. Having reacted, Ern managed to dodge the first blows. Sometimes dodging, sometimes deflecting the blows, the protagonist did not allow Kieran to inflict damage on himself. Still, Ern had no idea why Kieran was so angry at his little brother. Unable to catch up with Ern, Kieran became even more furious. Raising his fist again, Kieran asked Ern not to consider himself the best, just because the protagonist had caught his father's attention. Kieran clenched his fist and began to accumulate energy in it. Afterwards, he performed a jumping attack on Ern. Then, Kieran intended to make another attack and break through the protagonist's defense. However, the onslaught was stopped by Ern's own counterattack. Now, breathing heavily, Kieran tried to comprehend where his younger brother got such great strength from. Believing that he had simply slowed down, Kieran warned Ern that he would no longer restrain himself. Following this, Kieran activated Aura, a second-tier mana technique. Still determined not to reveal his true powers, Ern tried to reason with his brother, but he didn't want to hear anything. Next, Kieran began to attack the protagonist with all the force inherent in him. Having no other choice, Ern put his hands in front of him in a defensive pose. Then similarly, he jumped out to meet Kieran. As a result, two destructive forces collided. Feeling a lot of resistance, Kieran couldn't understand what had happened. The wave from the clash of forces threw the older brother back. Ern himself, meanwhile, calmly stopped in place. A fight between two brothers ended with a crater being created in the middle of the field. Ern raised his head silently. He immediately began to hear Kieran's distressed cry, that he did not understand the presence of such powers in his younger brother. At these words, Ern only smirked. After this, Ern straightened up and turned to Kieran, believing that his older brother had gone too far. Kieran, struggling to get up, began to voice the theory that Ern had simply taken possession of some power from the treasury. Only at this moment in time did it dawn on Ern what the reason was for Kieran's aggressive attitude towards him. However, Kieran himself did not want to have a constructive conversation and resorted to shouting and accusations. The protagonist froze in place when it became clear from Kieran's words that no one else had entered the treasury except his father and Ern. It began to dawn on Ern that perhaps no one actually knew about the existence of the Book of Dimensional Transactions. All these arguments of Ern and the book and the levels of the treasury, interrupted Izel. Coming to his senses, Ern smiled sharply, letting the maid know that an act of military coordination had simply occurred between the brothers. However, Izel did not calm down. It was important for her to know that the young master was not injured. Immediately after this, the maid came to her senses, because in her eyes, the recent boy had already managed to grow into a man. Ern once again politely declined, preferring to simply take a pill from the medicine cabinet. Meanwhile, Ern was glad that his older brother had restrained himself to some extent, and had not unleashed all his skill on the protagonist. Afterwards, Izel stopped her questions and attempts to help, leaving Ern alone with himself. From that moment on, Ern made it his mission to get into the inner treasury before the protagonist was sent to the academy. Ern thought that now was the best time to initiate some kind of incident. At the same time, Kieran could not recover from his defeat to his younger brother. Completely morally broken, he complained about what had happened to his second sister, Darren. Darn was in no hurry to calm her brother, believing that he had disgraced himself considerably. The response was a slam of a fist on the table and a shout from Kieran that Ern had clearly cheated. Darren attributed Kieran's dissatisfaction to underestimating his opponent. In part, Darren blamed Kieran himself for what had happened, since he had been throwing barbs at Ern for many years. Darren didn't really trust Kieran's opinion that Ern had hidden his true powers, which was what he used to win. Unlike the second sister, Kieran himself did not see Erna as a cunning fox, but rather as a furious tiger. After which, the elder brother came to the conclusion that Ern's secret must be revealed. Darren smiled and asked to leave these concerns to herself. Changing her tone, Darren vowed that she would get to the bottom of Ern's deepest secrets. At the same time, passions were boiling in the chat of Monostone traders due to the protagonist's actions on the exchange. Their active complaints to each other and panic moods were urgently interrupted by Hearthstone. Having stopped the pointless bickering, Hearthstone reminded all the chat participants that their common enemy was Ern. Then, he suggested that everyone think through a plan to eliminate the protagonist. The next day came, as the protagonist discovered that the prices for mana stones had suddenly begun to fall. This event happened much faster than Ern expected. As Ern added 2 more sugar cubes to his tea, it became clear that a destructive price-cutting competition had begun. However, this was not a problem for the protagonist, because he, one way or another, received his profit as a VIP. Next, Ern called up his inventory, coming to the conclusion that he should also work on upgrading it so that the items stored there would not be damaged. Following this, after studying the stock exchange, Ern came to the decision to sell the medium mana stones, while keeping the others for himself. Estimating the profit at just 1 coin, Ern found it not too bad. Be that as it may, now the protagonist could no longer influence anything. Ern had other concerns, which is why he went to System 1 again. Ern left the piece of cake cut but not even tasted. The protagonist's thirst for revenge against Leon flared up again. Initially, Ern contacted another salesman, Librarian Cineber. Looking through the catalog of various sword fighting techniques, Ern noted that the prices there were impressively high. Having studied the list in full, Ern found the offer there insufficient for himself. Somewhat surprising the librarian, Ern wanted to look at something more expensive and powerful. A new list of goods opened up before Ern, the prices of which were even more shocking. On the other hand, Ern understood that he could not meet any other prices from the Monopoly sect Thousand Swords. After thinking about it, Ern wanted to check something. Sen listened attentively. A little later, the protagonist came into contact with Leon again. Leon happily greeted Ern, showing him the goods he had obtained on the protagonist's order. Perhaps sincerely, Ern was surprised and thanked Leon for the work done so quickly. Leon accepted the thanks, at the same time mentioning his team, and now counted on further cooperation. Smiling slyly, Ern of course didn't mind. Next, mentioning one of his knights, Ern began to tell Leon that the protagonist's master was looking for special martial arts books. Leon assured Ern that he would provide any assistance in the search. Ern continued his theme, hinting that he wanted to give his master something big, not a lot of little things. Not really understanding, Leon decided to clarify. While deciphering, Ern started talking about the Thousand Swords sect's unique skill. Although quite worried about getting caught, Leon assured that he could handle everything. At that very moment, one part of Ern's plan was fulfilled, because Leon was caught in the trick. Despite this, Leon demanded an advance payment from Ern. Leon's eyes widened as 200 coins were credited to his account. Now, all Leon had to do was avoid being seen by the librarian with the stolen book. Several hours passed, and Ern had already contacted the librarian personally. The protagonist was interested in the consequences if someone were to sell the cult's books without permission. In response, Sen burst out laughing, calling such a person crazy. Sen began to explain that the thief would suffer a fate far worse than death. Their conversation ended there, and the protagonist marked the end of the first step. While thinking about paying for the stolen book, Ern stretched and decided to take a walk. After leaving the estate, the protagonist went out into the garden. Soon, Ern found a bench in the shade of the trees, on which he sat down. Upon opening the system, Ern saw that his supply of medium mana stones was running low. The protagonist contacted the seller from the Zero system, but for some reason, he interrupted their dialogue on a rude note. Ern froze, not understanding what had happened. One by one, the other traders refused to carry out the deal with Ern, considering him a fraud. For the first time, the protagonist encountered unexpected difficulties in his work. Ern was distracted from money matters by female voices coming from somewhere nearby. Looking closer, Ern noticed Darren yelling at Izel. The protagonist hid, watching the scene from the side. Unexpectedly, Darren gave the maid a resounding slap in the face. Ern was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his seat. His gaze first froze on Izel's face, which was red from the slap. Then the protagonist looked at his sister Darren. It just so happened that the Stilgard family had 2 daughters, and both of them were complete opposites of each other. Darren, who was feared by all the teachers and maids, was now extracting information about Erna from Isel. Tears began to flow from Izel's eyes from the slap she received. The maid knew nothing about the young master, which Darren replied. Darren was not satisfied with this answer, and she was about to swung for another slap when the protagonist's voice stopped her. Imitating Darren's own speech, the younger brother asked his sister to leave. Darren's expression immediately changed, now greeting Ern tenderly. The protagonist did not fall for the sweet talk, and now he wanted to know the motives for Darren's attack on Izel. Darren did not share Ern's excessive concern for the servants, considering Izel to be nothing more than trash. Next, Darren urged Ern not to interfere, because she taught the maid good manners. Having said this, Darren swung at Izel again. The maid was terrified of another slap. A wave of air hit Izel in the face, and she was already preparing to endure another beating. However, nothing followed, and the maid opened her eyes. Intercepting Darren's hand, Ern addressed any complaints about his maid personally to himself. Not expecting anything like this, Darren began to try to pull her hand away. However, all her efforts were in vain. Then, with a wide swing of his hand, Ern pushed Darren aside. The older sister predictably became furious, accusing Ern of valuing the maid more than his own sister. However, Ern did not give in to Darren's hysteria, ordering her to apologize to the stranger's maid. Izel froze in place, because she didn't expect that the young master would dare to stand up for her. Suddenly, Darren let out a loud sob. Next, she began to slap herself on the cheeks. At some point, Darren stopped and suggested to Ern that they find out who their common father would prefer if he saw his daughter with similar wounds on her face. Darren began to threaten Ern that she would lie to their father about the attack of the younger brother on the older sister. However, the protagonist was not scared, only saying that Darren continued to surprise him. Ern approached and leaned towards his older sister's ear. The protagonist whispered something in Darren's ear, after which she stated that she was not involved in anything. In response, Ern chuckled mysteriously. Then, the protagonist himself suggested looking at the reaction of their common father after such information. Darren had no choice but to puff angrily. Finally giving in, the older sister admitted her guilt. Darren then gave her word that something like this would not happen again. After listening to his older sister, Ern turned his attention to Izel. She thanked the protagonist, after which she burst into tears. Seeing more tears on Izel's cheeks from heavy resentment, Ern clenched his fists tightly. Ern made it clear, sternly and at the top of his voice, that no one would dare touch his people. While Izel and Ern were distracted by each other, Darren looked at this suspicious connection with a searching gaze. However, all this did not answer Darren's question about how Ern managed to learn the girl's hidden secrets. Darren was suddenly shocked. She thought that they had passed on information to the protagonist. Several days have passed since then, and Hearthstone, as before, has tried to unite market participants in the fight against Ern. Hearthstone was already getting a headache from the constant reports that Ern was still managing to sell mana stones. But then, Hearthstone's attention was drawn to the stone seller from the chat. Hearthstone wasn't sure he'd seen this guy and his alliance against Ern before. Opening the character description, Hearthstone saw information about an experienced merchant, but for some reason too familiar. Hearthstone agreed with the stone seller that sometimes quick deals were profitable. He, in turn, played along with Hearthstone and their common goal of attacking Ern. Subsequently, Hearthstone decided to listen to the stone seller's idea. The mysterious seller offered 2 options. The first option, in the form of a buyout of all goods, was rejected by Hearthstone. Therefore, I immediately received the second option, which consisted of an even greater reduction in prices. At the same time, Ern was lying in bed, sweating as the system reported another price reduction for mana stones. Yawning, Ern announced that now the war for price reduction would begin. A little later, having achieved no result, Hearthstone blamed the stone seller for the fact that his plan did not work. However, the stone seller did not guarantee the result, only promising to create obstacles in Ern's trade. Hearthstone grabbed his head, because all the measures taken earlier did not stop Ern from selling the mana stones. The stone seller took the criticism in his direction, because the predictions did not really work out. Hearthstone was taken aback when the stone seller added to his earlier words that nothing would work if everyone played along with Ern. Hearthstone loudly rejected such ideas. Then the stone seller asked again to trust him. The mysterious character assured him that he had an ace up his sleeve to defeat Ern. The stone seller then described the overall situation as a slow loss of ground on Ern's part. Hearthstone did not express much faith, as he saw no signs of such a move. The stone seller reminded Hearthstone that the agreement was that Ern was to lose 2 coins a day. Hearthstone was about to protest again when suddenly it dawned on him. Now Hearthstone himself began to believe that Ern was at the limit of his capabilities. Be that as it may, this did not answer Hearthstone's question as to why the protagonist continued to take risks. There was a pause, which was broken by the voice of the stone seller, who voiced Ern's plans to take over the entire market for selling mana stones. Hearthstone exhaled heavily, considering such a thing simply impossible. The stone seller, on the other hand, described the implementation of Ern's plans through the creation of his own union. The stone seller called the union of Hearthstone itself a similar idea. After all, in the future, nothing could stop Hearthstone from becoming a monopolist in the sale of mana stones. Hearthstone could only read the messages in a state of shock, since he himself had never planned this far ahead. Afterwards, having absorbed the ideas voiced by the stone seller, Hearthstone bit his finger with relish. Leaning back in his chair, Hearthstone concluded with a satisfied voice that this was exactly what he had been trying to achieve. The stone seller himself was grinning contentedly at this time. Ern, who was the mysterious salesman, tried to continue to put destructive ideas into Hearthstone's head. After all, the protagonist, through his abilities, saw right through Hearthstone. In fact, Ern had long expected the formation of such an alliance, the idea of which he voiced to Hearthstone. By using privileges and abilities that can change information about a character, the protagonist easily gained Hearthstone's trust. From that very moment, formally, Ern became the leader of the trading multi-union. As a rule, those who could not live without instant profit participated in the bloody profit artificially arranged by Ern. And also, with rare exceptions, true madmen. They planned to begin their great campaign with a harsh lesson for Ern. The members of the union planned to wait for the right moment and then launch a massive attack. At this time, Hearthstone himself was thinking about very predictable things related to the removal of Ern from the game and the capture of the mana stone market. Hearthstone planned to destroy all other competitors through the union. Ern was willing to help Hearthstone achieve such plans. In addition, the protagonist predicted a split within the union, which would inevitably result in a third party to the conflict. In Ern's ideas, a third party would definitely hire someone to fight the Hearthstone alliance. The protagonist, again, saw himself as this person. Following this, the events of the story moved to Darren's room. The older sister, freaking out, couldn't comprehend how such an important secret could have fallen into Ern's hands. After all, back then, her younger brother clearly spoke of Damien's firm. Then there was a knock on the door, to which Darren responded with a scream that she could not be disturbed. But from behind the door, a voice that was painfully familiar to Darren was heard. Darren hurried to the door and opened it, meeting Ern on the threshold. Ern smiled slyly and suggested that his sister discuss something important. Obviously worried, Darren asked her brother again. This time, clearly, Ern said the name of Damien's company. Without further ado, Darren pulled the protagonist inside her room. The Damien company itself was a stable and respected supplier of various things for the home. Ern remembered that in a past life through the firm, Darren manipulated the protagonist. Sitting down at the table, Ern explained to his sister how he learned of her connection with the firm. Darren tried to justify herself, to get evidence from Ern. But the protagonist himself did not come to her for the sake of clarifying the relationship. Ern suddenly started talking about how, as the youngest child in the family, he clearly would not be able to receive an inheritance. The protagonist believed that he would be able to succeed in the swordsman profession, but he did not know what plans his sister might have for her life. Darren was nervous and wanted Ern to get straight to the point. The protagonist agreed, asking directly that he was the first to contact the company. With a heavy sigh, the sister informed Ern that the company had reached that one first. Afterwards, the sister shared with the protagonist the news that she would have to pay the company. Despite everything he heard, Ern considered Darren's words to be false, due to the status of the company itself. After finishing her story, Darren let out a disgruntled cry, believing that Ern was now happy. The protagonist just smiled. After all, he didn't come to his sister for this reason. Next, putting his hand to his forehead, Ern said that he and Darren were extremely similar. The sister became alarmed. She understood less and less the essence of Ern's intentions. Unexpectedly, the protagonist offered cooperation. Darren asked him again in surprise. Waiting for an answer, Ern stared at his sister. A couple of hours have passed since that conversation. Ern left his sister's room, and the characters agreed on something among themselves. As the protagonist left, he realized that most of their conversation consisted of false arguments. But at this point in time, Ern found it much better than nothing at all. For the sake of the future, for the sake of revealing secrets, Ern forced himself to cooperate with Darren. As soon as the hero remembered Hearthstone, his eye lit up. A system window appeared, where a notification about the message was visible. Upon opening the letter, Ern's account received about 800 coins from the Mountain Bamboo sect, who apparently captured Hyoj. Also, in addition to gold, a gift from the sect in the form of life pills was added to the hero's inventory. Taking the box of pills in his hands, Ern looked at them with interest. A little later, Hearthstone, following the idea of the stone seller, reduced the price of goods. As Ern had expected, the idea that had been put into Hearthstone's head was not to everyone's liking. Now, the leader of the union tried to downplay his own losses. Taking advantage of his own abilities, Ern once again began changing personal information and buying up the union's mana stones at a reduced price. Doing some calculations in his head, Ern estimated a profit of 3 coins per transaction. Afterwards, Ern called up his inventory, which was already half full, meaning that the protagonist had little time left to achieve his goal. This was followed by a conversation between the stone seller and Hearthstone, where the former convinced the leader of the union that the affairs of the competitors were going from bad to worse, actively provoking Hearthstone to lower the price. Each time, Ern felt like mountains of mana stones were raining down on him. Night gradually fell and the scene moved to the Damien Firm building. At some point, a man in a robe appeared near the entrance to the building. The security guard stopped the man, not allowing him to go further. A scarred man instructed the security guard to bring the manager. The guard was surprised, but did not rush to carry out someone's instructions. The man in the robe introduced himself as Yulaf, asking the security guard to tell him to the manager. Another guard came out and instantly recognized Yulaf, politely asking him to come inside. With all courtesy, informing that Yulaf had been expected for a long time, the guard led the man in the robe behind him. Soon, they arrived at the room where Darren and Damien himself were. As soon as he saw him, Damien began to greet Yulaf enthusiastically. Seeing a man like Yulaf, Darren was frightened by his appearance, believing that she might have been deliberately lured into a trap. Unbeknownst to Darren, Yulaf was also looking sideways at the girl. Immediately, Ern's words surfaced in the older sister's thoughts about how Yulaf, as the most ordinary merchant of mana stones, could be trusted. Next, Damien took the floor, noting the quality of the mana stone that Yulaf had previously provided. However, the company's manager doubted that the other products also corresponded to the given example. In response to this, Yulaf reached into the inside pocket of his clothes. Having taken it out, Yulaf threw the bag on the table. It opened up, revealing a number of mana stones inside it. Following this, the action rolled back several hours. Ern had thought everything through in advance, preparing a mask for the change of identity. As for the voice, the protagonist planned to change it with a special pill. Next, Ern opened the system window, deciding to study something. Looking through the various numerical values, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he only had 5 voice-changing pills in stock. In this regard, Ern had no choice but to complete the entire transaction in 30 minutes. Returning to the present, Ern, as Yulaf, watched as Damien admired the quality of the mana stones. Afterwards, when Damien found out the price for the mana stones, he laughed awkwardly and offered to knock 10 coins off the price. Hearing this counter-proposal, Yulaf made a displeased face. Then, standing up abruptly, Yulaf began to suggest that Darren leave the meeting. Demonstratively, Yulaf informed those around him that he would not bargain with those who did not understand anything about things. Darren didn't answer, allowing Yulaf to approach. At some point, having understood the meaning of the verbal game, Darren began to play along with Yulaf, indirectly accusing Damien of not knowing how to deal with nobles. Turning around, the characters loudly discussed among themselves that they would visit another company. As Ern expected, Damien couldn't take it anymore and called for everyone to stop. Smiling ingratiatingly, Damien nevertheless agreed to the original price of 100 coins. Yulaf stopped. Then, turning around, he raised the price to 120 coins. When Damien asked again, Yulaf announced the new price again, but in a more rude manner. Quickly, Damien began to consider Yulaf's new price offer, but now, being sure that he himself would not receive any profit, Damien tried to lower the price, but Yulaf reacted sharply to this attempt. Yulaf reminded Damien that their conversation was a negotiation that was based on the market price. Damien wanted to say something in response, but he couldn't find the words right away. Changing his demeanor, Damien burst out laughing, promising to consider Yulaf's new proposal. Eventually, seeing the man in the robe losing his patience, Damien gave in. At this moment, Ern's plan worked better than ever. Only Darren remained in the dark, for whom arguing over the difference of tens of coins was something of a novelty. Looking at Yulaf again, Darren now found him more cunning than frightening. Suddenly, Damien responded, complaining a little about his profit from the upcoming deal. Yulaf took Damien's words as a joke when he moaned about an income of 10 coins. Damien didn't take Yulaf's words seriously, believing that with this situation, he wouldn't even be able to cover his labor costs. Almost immediately, a new bag fell onto the table in front of Damien. Damien began to wonder about the things in the bag. Julaf beat him to it by naming the number 300 units. Later, Julaf considered his offer more than generous because now Damien could cover the expenses that he was so worried about. Damien himself froze, trying to push away the thought in his head that such an opportunity only came once in a lifetime. In fact, Damien was well aware of the value of mana stones, which were an extremely scarce commodity. Their price could be anything. It was not subject to regulation, because of which Damien was quite ready to take the risk of ruin. In the end, Damien threw up his hands and agreed. Next, Damien began to praise Julaf in every way, as an outstanding merchant with a rather interesting deal. Damien continued to fawn, pretending to regret not having met Julaf earlier. Julaf reduced Damien's words to an insulting comparison, as if the man in the robe could be a rogue. Damien laughed in response, trying his best to calm Julaf's violent temper. Next, Damien, purely out of curiosity, wanted to know a little more about Julaf. Julaf sighed heavily, realizing that the time for his disguise was steadily coming to an end. Then, with a certain amount of hope, he looked at Darren. However, it seemed that the girl did not understand the hint in Julaf's gaze, as if she was expecting details about his personal life. Ultimately, Julaf had no choice but to announce that his identity must remain a secret. As soon as he finished speaking, Julaf noticed how those around him were staring at him. It dawned on Ern, in the guise of Julaf, that the 30 minutes allotted for the voice change had already passed. Trying to somehow smooth out the situation, Julaf began to cough. Unnoticed, Julaf pulled a voice-altering pill from his bosom. Still feigning a cough, he quietly dropped the pill into his mouth. The pill immediately began to work, causing a prolonged wheeze to come from Julaf's mouth. With even greater surprise, those around him stared at the man in the robe. Covering his mouth with his hand, Julaf explained that what everyone saw was the consequences of the illness that the merchant was fighting. Thinking that the man in the robe was not feeling well, Damien immediately stood up, wanting to quickly complete the deal. Ern himself, in the guise of Julaf, breathed a sigh of relief, since he had managed to avoid unnecessary questions. However, Darren only intensified her gaze at the man in the robe. After some time, the action moved to the street. Having left the premises of the company, Darren and Julaf were finally left alone. Suddenly, slightly quickening her pace, Darren began to shower Julaf with various questions, in particular concerning Ern. Julaf tried to explain to the girl that she shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs, but Darren insisted on her own. Darren took the floor, hinting to Julaf that he owed the deal that had taken place solely to the girl. Afterwards, she proudly called herself the guarantee that led to the deal with Julaf. Ern, in the guise of Julaf, was completely confused by his older sister's self-confidence. Following this, Darren informed Julaf that in the event of any problems, all the blame would be placed on the girl. Also, Darren could not close her eyes to Julaf's strange behavior during the negotiations. The girl openly doubted the veracity of Julaf's identity, and even his name. Ern, in the guise of Julaf, said nothing in response, silently noting the insight that Darren possessed. However, the girl herself did not calm down, believing that she had fallen into her younger brother's trap. These words left Julaf stunned. Having barely comprehended them, Julaf grinned, after which he burst out laughing. Wiping tears from his eyes due to boisterous laughter, Julaf openly told Darren that no one would burn a fortune for the sake of a girl. Somewhat disconcertingly, Julaf made it clear to Darren that he was not a criminal who could steal the mana stones. However, no matter how hard Julaf tried, Darren didn't really believe in the purity of the conscience of the man in the robe. Suddenly, Julaf's hand fell on Darren's gun. Rubbing her hair in a quiet voice, Julaf indicated that he was aware of the Stilgard family feuds. Not being able to tolerate this treatment for too long, Darren demanded that Julaf remove his hands. However, Julaf did not give in to the threats, now starting to talk about family. As if to instruct, Julaf asked Darren to get along with her loved ones, who had always been her best friends and allies. For a second or two, Ern, in the image of Julaf, remembered himself, who in a past life lost absolutely all his loved ones. After finishing speaking, Julaf asked Darren to wait for him in the carriage. As he left, he let the girl know that he would send her compensation through Ern. Darren had no choice but to stare in confusion at the back of the man in the robe as he walked away. The mysterious stranger left too many unanswered questions for the girl. Sometime later, it was late evening. In his room, Ern was thinking about the results of the deal with Damien. After which, Ern called the system's warehouse, which was practically bursting with various goods and other items. Ern was pleased with himself, because after the deal was completed, he became incredibly rich. Suddenly, a moment came to his mind when, in the guise of Olaf, Ern tried to reason with Darren to value and rely more on her family. Memories of his past unsuccessful life suddenly came to Ern. Having quickly driven them away, Ern turned his thoughts to disguise himself as Olaf. Overall, Ern found it quite ironic how different his current life was from his past. Now all the hatred and resentment that Ern once felt towards his older brothers and sisters had evaporated. However, all these thoughts were not at all what the protagonist should have been focusing on. Having let go of the past, Ern concentrated on Leon, whom he wanted to take revenge on. After all this, history gave a brief background on the fact that in different dimensions and worlds, different currencies were in use. But in all of them, one way or another, gold was valued above all else. Thus, Ern manipulated the gold, improving his cash balance. At some point, Ern noted with satisfaction that the preparation was complete. Suddenly, the system notified Ern about the arrival of a message. The protagonist's eyes widened when he realized that the message came from Leon himself. Ern had already reached for the dialogue box to open and read the message. But he quickly pulled his finger back, deciding not to show that he was in a desperate situation. Determined to prepare himself and look natural, Ern began to take deep breaths in and out. Later, the protagonist counted to 3. After which, I again reached for the system's dialogue menu. Entering the correspondence, Ern greeted Leon. Leon also began to play the role of a happy salesman who couldn't wait to meet Ern. Afterwards, Leon began to play out a pitiful scene, that at the mention of the sect of poisons, Ern's new order, everyone immediately turned away from the first one. Ern quickly realized that Leon was trying to trick him by making it difficult to obtain the goods. Playing along, Ern thanked Leon for his efforts. He in turn displayed the obtained book on poison techniques in the system window. Ern understood that the book he obtained would unlock his mastery of the forbidden technique of combat and cultivation. Ern couldn't help but be glad that Leon had finally gotten what he was looking for. After which, openly thanking Leon, Ern mentioned that his master, Raphael, would be happy. Leon was pleased with the response, and therefore asked Erna to convey something to his master Raphael. Ern was alarmed, unexpectedly, changing the timbre of his voice. Leon declared that the previously set price for the equipment was excessively low. Starting his thoughts from afar, Leon eventually came to the conclusion that the book's value was estimated at least 5,000 gold. Ern tensed, finally understanding what Leon wanted from him. Without showing it, Ern realized that Leon was thus cheating his customers out of amounts much greater than those agreed upon for the goods. Ern remembered very well how in his past life, Leon had actively deceived him. Then, under the pretext of his expertise and the possibility of saving human lives, Leon forced Ern to trust him. Words like these had a strong effect on Ern from the past. Little by little, Leon's beautiful words turned into manipulative threads. Through them, like a doll, Leon twisted Ern around in every possible way. Now, in the present, it was painful for the protagonist to realize how he had once so easily fallen for a lie. Gathering his strength and exhaling, Ern decided to clarify Leon's final price for the book. Taking pity and giving a small discount, Leon named the sum of 4,000 coins. Even though the price was sky high, Ern had no choice but to make a deal. Having decided to lower his price a little more, Ernu suddenly remembered that he had previously given Leon a deposit of 200 coins. However, Leon was not a timid person and assumed that Ern was conducting trade deals in System 1 for the first time. Thus, Leon reduced Ern's previous advance payment to the purchase of the required book. Ern held back a laugh, trying again to settle on a much smaller amount. Realizing that the negotiations were dragging on, Leon suggested that Ern take a different route, since after all, the money supposedly belonged to Raphael. Ern decided to temporarily suspend negotiations, first discussing all the nuances with his supposed master. Having stopped corresponding, Ern continued to be amazed at the extent of Leon's meanness. After which, having called up the balance and counted, it became clear to the protagonist that in any case, he would be short 25 coins. However, no matter what schemes came to Ern's mind, he didn't have much of a choice. Next, Ern began to think about his loss. Ultimately, Ern smiled and considered these problems to be worthless, because in the future it would still pay off. Then, after contacting Leon again, Ern made it clear that he agreed to the terms of the deal. Leon himself was glad to receive this kind of answer. A couple of seconds later, the system displayed an exchange menu in front of the protagonist. Ern clenched his fists in agitation, but soon all worries left the protagonist. With a slight movement of his hand, Ern directed his finger to the dialogue box button. Clearly understanding what would happen next, Ern accepted the deal. In essence, Leon was now trapped. The trade was completed, and the trap was snapped shut. Ern couldn't help but be glad that his precious trap was now activated. Following this, the system notified Earn about the transfer of money and that the protagonist's account had become negative. Be that as it may, Earn was beginning to taste the sweet taste of impending revenge. Now, as never before, Earn felt his spiritual uplift and incredible physical abilities. Unexpectedly, a couple more messages came from Leon, who asked Earn to convey his gratitude to Yahello. Earn even replied that Leon was overly happy with the deal that had been made. Leon confirmed the protagonist's words because it wasn't every day that he managed to hit the jackpot. The protagonist responded again, somewhat humorously suggesting how long Leon's euphoria would last. Leon's expression changed because he didn't understand at all what Earn was leading to. Unexpectedly, Earn called Leon a fraud. Alarmed by such an accusation, Leon did not find what to quickly answer the protagonist. However, Earn continued his speech, this time asking if the librarian knew about Leon's dealings. After the last message, Leon suddenly stood up from his chair. He couldn't figure out how Earn had found out anything about Leon's dealings. Pulling himself together, Leon began to play the fool, pretending that he didn't understand who and what the protagonist was talking about. Earn sighed in response and urged Leon not to embarrass himself. Suddenly, Earn saw that the librarian Sen was online, wanting to invite him to a conversation. The protagonist began to pretend that he had started writing to Sen about Leon's dealings. Earn's trick worked, and Leon admitted that he had been posing as someone else. From now on, Leon felt like he had lost all control over the situation. Calling up Earn's character window as quickly as possible, Leon was horrified to learn that he was from System 0. However, it remained a mystery to Leon how the brat protagonist could have found out anything. Now all he could do was wait for further messages from Earn. Finally, Earn's conditions came, where first of all, the protagonist threatened Leon with consequences if he stumbled. Leon was overcome with trepidation when he heard about the possible reprisals from the sect. Unexpectedly, after going over the word enemy in his head again, Leon came up with an idea. Adjusting his glasses, Leon noticed a flaw in Earn's plan, because under such conditions, he too would become an enemy of the sect. However, Earn agreed with Leon's words, as if transferring all the threats back to the swindler. Earn chuckled and reminded Leon that the cult would hardly be able to travel across dimensions. Leona began to sweat again as the swindler tried to intimidate Earn into stopping trading. Be that as it may, Earn saw no problem for himself, expecting to receive forgiveness for the banal return of the book. Leon opened his mouth in panic, without any counter-arguments. After which, the protagonist urged Leon to behave politely, threatening him to become the #1 target for the cult. Hearing about the lifelong torture, the fraudster almost had a heart attack. Meanwhile, Earn considered Leon brave, since the rogue dared to steal the sacred book of higher skills. Continuing in the same spirit, Earn masterfully played on Leon's sense of fear. Having finished for the time being, the protagonist assumed that Leon was most likely already trembling with fear. After a short pause, the protagonist wanted to know if Leon really wanted to live. Frantically, Leon answered positively. After all this, Earn immediately gave Leon a whole series of demands, failure to comply with which would result in the fraudster being handed over to the sect. Earn then added that the rules were effective from the moment they were sent. At the same time, Earn reminded that it is necessary to address the protagonist exclusively formally at every opportunity. Eventually, Earn announced a certain time for gathering. Leon didn't quite understand what the protagonist wanted to achieve when Earn reminded him of the rules again. Almost immediately, most of the money that Earn had given Leon for the book was returned to his account. Leon hastened to justify himself by saying that the entire remaining amount was absorbed by the commission. Leon's words about the commission enlightened the protagonist. Earn immediately figured it out, asking for the remainder of the pair of council coins back, otherwise threatening Leon to contact the librarian. A second later, the system informed Earn that a couple hundred more coins had arrived. Looking at the balance again, Earn was amazed, because he not only got his money back, but even increased it. The protagonist could only hope that no one would find out about the loophole in the system with privileges and cashback. Ultimately, Earn came to the conclusion that he should act more carefully so as not to lose these benefits. However, the protagonist decided to leave all other questions on this case for later. Following this, Earn returned to the chat with Leon, now demanding the return of the deposit of 200 coins. Leon tried to keep at least such crumbs for himself. In despair, the fraudster revealed that he had spent a lot of money on bribing security guards and other things. Leon's whining only lasted for a couple of seconds before Earn flared up. Quite frightened, the swindler backed down. Having barely received the rest of his once-spent money, Earn suggested that Leon now move on to other fighting techniques. In an instant, Earn's balance began to be replenished with more transactions from Leon. Now in a good mood, the protagonist decided to take a little pity on the swindler. As his next task, Ern demanded another 215 coins from Leon. Leon was in a panic because Ern asked the scammer for the last amount on his balance. With horror, Leon realized that Ern was most likely a VIP. Hearing Leon's screams and sobs, Ern, for his part, raised his index finger. Then, putting his finger to his lips, Ern hissed. Leon was still wondering why the VIP was doing this to him. With a trembling voice, Leon wanted to know what exactly the protagonist wanted from him. To this, Ern let Leon know that he was returning an old debt. After which, Ern informed Leon that he did not understand the seriousness of the situation. A commanding voice was heard, informing Leon that the questions in this situation were not being asked by a fraudster. Leon swallowed hard, gathering his strength. Stuttering, Leon made it clear to the protagonist that he no longer had any money in his account. However, Ern did not want to hear lies, knowing full well that the swindler had amassed a considerable fortune over the years of his deception. After a short pause, Leon admitted that he spent all his savings on booze, whores, and other pranks. Ern sighed heavily and reminded that in addition to money, Leon also had martial arts. Having understood what was being discussed, Leon admitted that the fraudster had a whole bunch of books of this format. Even here, Leon planned to dodge, not just share, but also sell some of the books secretly, thereby ensuring his life for some period of time. Suddenly, Ern's bored voice was heard, and, as it turned out, he was not talking about books at all. Leon asked Ern again when it came to the point that the protagonist wanted to obtain the martial arts themselves. Meticulously, Ern began to explain to Leon about the techniques of combat, swordsmanship, and other auxiliary skills that the swindler possessed. All these long lists sounded like a sentence to Leon. After all, Ern wanted to get them all. Holding his breath and then exhaling loudly, Leon almost burst into a scream because the protagonist practically wanted to achieve his death. The protagonist himself had nothing of the sort in mind, but he immediately reminded us of the sect and the librarian. Afterwards, Ern announced to Leon an exchange in the form of martial arts for life itself. In fact, Ernu had always been curious as to whether the beings from System 1 actually took their martial arts with them when they died. When the system notified the protagonist about the enlightenment process, Ern knew for sure that this whole story was a fabrication. Soon, Ern wondered why there were no basics among the skills and abilities. But by that time, Leon, either from fatigue or from grief, had practically smashed his forehead into the table. Suddenly, Leon woke up. Later, Ern even began to criticize Leon, whose some of the techniques he had passed on were completely underdeveloped. Unable to find a proper answer, the swindler began to shout. Following this, Leon burst into tears, asking Ern to let him go, because the swindler had now lost absolutely everything he had previously owned. Ern didn't want to hear any whining, and asked Leon not to make a mountain out of a molehill. Having called up the character window, Ern decided to double-check Leon's words. Seeing Leon's skill values and balance, Ern initially flinched. Then the protagonist burst out laughing. Ern became convinced that, in reality, Leon had lost absolutely everything. Ultimately, Ern decided to leave Leon alone for the time being, allowing him to do what the con man always did. In a panic, Leon asked Ern again, believing that he wanted to take the fraudster's life. Ern was quick to let Leon know that he simply wanted to manage it. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself, although he dreamed of revenge on Leon, considered the mere taking of life insufficient. Ern planned that first of all, Leon must experience all the suffering and hardships. In his mind, Ern was ready to condemn Leon to an endless series of torments. Afterwards, having decided to end the session, Ern advised Leon to always stay in touch and check his email. Leon tried to persuade Ern to wait. However, after this was said, the protagonist simply cut off the connection. Finally, Ern exhaled calmly. Stretching, he raised his hands up. Following this, he screamed with unprecedented joy at his victory. Ern couldn't believe that the scoundrel Leon had finally ended up in the protagonist's hands. Next, I decided to study in more detail the techniques provided by the fraudster. The system menu opened, and with complete pleasure, Ern pressed the absorb button. Some time passed, and the dawn of a new day arrived. Some were racing at full speed along mountain and forest paths. The landscapes flashed past, and the wind whistled in my ears. Using the Thousand Sages legwork skill, Ern accelerated to speeds he had never seen before. As Ern continued running, he noted that the skill was exactly as described, with both pros and cons. Afterwards, Ern sped up. Having reached the cliff, the protagonist began to climb it on the run, finally making a jump. Afterwards, Ern soared high in the air, revealing the beauty of the world around him. The protagonist was in complete ecstasy, feeling like a bird. At some point in time, Ern lightly touched the ground. After landing, Ern began to think about the moments of absorbing skills, believing that at that moment, he would die. Ern noted that without the special privilege of absorbing skills, his brain would probably simply explode. Then, having mastered the body techniques, Ern grabbed the hilt of the sword. Leaving behind a trail of water blades due to his special technique, Ern pulled out his sword. Next, the protagonist began to strike and lunge with his sword. At some point, Ern gathered all the power of the mastered technique into the sword. The air around the sword began to flow, and the blade of the weapon began to glow. Ern was ready to take the shot. With a swing, Ern released a shockwave, which was the secret technique of the Stillguard family. The shockwave Ern caused spread across the surrounding area. Looking at this, the protagonist himself was shocked by the power he now possessed. After all, now, having mastered this technique, Ern began to look more and more like his legendary grandfather, whose devastating blows were capable of crushing entire armies and cutting down forests. In the end, even the protagonist himself was stunned by the power that was at Ern's disposal. Looking up, Ern noticed how the rest of the landscape was frozen by the shockwave of the sword. Ern couldn't believe that with the skill he had mastered, he could now compete in strength with the greatest knight of the country. Although, the protagonist was still somewhat upset, because at this point in time, it was unlikely that anyone would take him seriously because of his appearance. Ern came to his senses in an instant. He realized that the acquired skills and mastered abilities, in any case, make the protagonist a formidable opponent, whose strength will only be underestimated. Ern grinned slyly and suddenly thought about how and on whom he could test his new skills. A little later, while in a meditative posture, Ern used the Heavenly Saint technique. Then I practiced my new sword technique. Afterwards, I used the acceleration of my legs again. Finishing his run, Ern slammed into the ground with all his might, using the primordial destruction skill. Next, it was the turn of the golden wheel skill. In one go, Ern used and combined all 5 martial arts at once. But then, the protagonist realized that he had previously used only physical force. But what about Ern's mana? Suddenly thinking that the protagonist stood out too much after using martial arts, Ern decided to leave further demonstration of his powers for another time. However, Ern promised himself that such restrictions would be temporary. In order to not attract too much attention for now, Ern decided to concentrate on cultivating the mana heart internally. Following this, Ern realized that the protagonist would have to train twice as much under such conditions. Meanwhile, a thought crept into Ern's head. Taking a deep breath, he decided to try something. Closing his eyes, the protagonist began to recite the mantra. The darkness of his closed eyelids was suddenly dispelled by a solar flare, revealing thousands of paths, millions of trials and errors before Ern. Suddenly, Ern felt his palm touched by the silver aura. A couple of hours have passed since then, and events have moved to the possessions of the Stillguard family. Returning to his native land, Ern actively reflected on what he had managed to achieve. The protagonist was genuinely delighted, because just one single attempt had produced such a stunning effect. But then someone called out to Ern. Running up, one of the servants was glad that he had managed to find the protagonist, who had disappeared without a trace since the morning. After which, the servant reported that the Lord himself was looking for Erna. As it turned out, they were talking about Ern's father, and the servant strongly advised the protagonist to hurry to meet him. Ern could only guess what his father wanted from him so early in the morning. A couple of minutes passed from that moment, and now the protagonist was lightly knocking on the door. Rabadon's voice was heard, giving permission to enter. Ern opened the door slightly and entered the room. The protagonist stood up when he saw the overseer himself standing next to his father. Ern found Kaloi to be a very useful man, even if he was not a warrior. Ern remembered very well that in the hierarchy of the Stillguard family, Raphael and Kaloi played the role of irreplaceable working hands. However, Ern had only met Kal a couple of times in his entire past life, so he had no idea what to expect from him. Then, the father's voice was heard, trying to figure out where Ern had been since early morning. Partially telling the truth, the protagonist let his father know that he was training away from everyone. Unexpectedly, Rabadon let his youngest son know that he was proud of his aspirations. Now, looking at his father, a slight shudder ran through Ern's body. The protagonist clearly felt how much power emanated from Rabadon. It was as if an insurmountable wall had appeared before Ern, a bar in the form of his father's achievements, which the protagonist doubted he would ever be able to cross. In his mind, Ern looked up at the barrier, which was scary to even imagine. After all, there, at the very top of this barrier, sat Rabadon himself. Ern cast aside his fear and grinned, for after all, he himself was no longer that once weak boy. From the world of fantasy, Erna was pulled by the voice of Kaloi, who found the appearance of the protagonist unexpected. Next, Rabadon spoke up, finding Ern's super early training excessive. Having decided to at least answer something, Ern called his chosen path somewhat different from the others. Father shook his head, letting Ern know that chasing 2 hares was not an easy task. Later, Ramadan elaborated his thought, outlining the paths of the sword and trade. Then, Ern's father called his behavior surprising, having previously believed that out of their entire family, only Darren had a talent for trading. Erna broke out in a cold sweat from what he heard, because Ramadan knew the secret of his eldest daughter. Following this, Ramadan turned to Ern himself and the secret that the protagonist was hiding. After thinking for a moment, Ern compared his situation to a nail sticking out of his pocket, which would be better hidden. Ramadan sighed, but agreed with the words of his youngest son. Suddenly, Ramadan announced that the time for praise was over. Looking sternly at Ern, the father asked if the protagonist knew about his miscalculation. Without hesitation, the protagonist replied that he used the family name for trading. The father confirmed Ern's words, immediately making it clear that the protagonist had offended the influence of the shop, which was already under the protection of the still guards. Ern was taken aback, not even suspecting who they were talking about. But before Ern could find out anything, Ramadan informed his youngest son that he would meet with Yulaf personally. Noticing that Ern had become strangely quiet, Ramadan asked if his youngest son could contact Yulaf. Ern agreed, deciding to play along while the protagonist was still on the family's lands. Father considered Ern's answer satisfactory, and then started talking about the Night Academy. Ern hastened to answer his father that he had already completed all the preparations and was ready to leave. Then, Ramadan asked if he could do anything for his youngest son. In essence, Ern had requests for his father, but he could not voice them. And so, having burst out laughing, he drew Ramadan's attention to himself as an extreme manifestation of concern. With a satisfied chuckle, the father let Ern go about his business. Awkwardly, the protagonist hurried to leave the office. As soon as he closed the door behind him, Ern let out a relaxed breath. However, immediately after this, a panic attack seized the protagonist. In this state, Ern did not even hear the door to his father's office creak behind him. Kaloi appeared behind the protagonist. In a soft voice, Kaloi invited Ern to chat. For the first time, Ern found himself in a situation where the warden himself initiated the conversation with him. Seeing no tragedy in the idle chatter, Ern agreed. Choosing his words carefully, Kaloi inquired about Ern's knowledge of Darren and her connection to Damien's firm. Quickly running the warden's words through his head, Ern realized that things had taken a serious turn. The protagonist understood that if her father called Darren to the carpet, she would not be able to avoid answering either. In this situation, Ern answered the warden evasively, reducing everything to the fact that he did not expect such indulgences towards Darren from his father. Kaloi was quick to correct Ern's opinion of Ramadan, stating that he highly valued his eldest daughter's talents. Meanwhile, Kaloi noted that despite Ramadan's instructions, the overseer did not hope that Darren would understand the depth of his mistakes. Ern thought about it. In his thoughts, the protagonist came to the conclusion that from this moment in time, Darren's weak point had evaporated. But then, Kaloi continued his questions to Ern regarding the company. The protagonist pretended that he simply guessed. Shocked by what he heard, the warden asked Ern again. The protagonist made his previous words more concrete by simply luring Darren into a trap at a large company. Kaloi was clearly not pleased with such revelations from Ern. As a result, the characters decided that they should not discuss this topic any further. With a bow from the warden, Ern went about his business. As Ern walked through the corridors of the estate, he felt himself becoming increasingly irritated by the close attention being paid to him. The protagonist convinced himself that before he left the estate and went to the academy, Ern had an obligation to do something for his family. Ultimately, the best option now Ern saw was contribution. A little later, having called up the partner market table, the protagonist was in a stupor due to the insane rise in prices. As Ern mentally calculated the prices, he actively compared them to training a knight. However, Ern did not equate the costs with the skills, which took much longer to master. The protagonist was well aware that only by spending a whole year on training could he achieve the effect of cultivation. Then, as an example, Ern cited Leon, who, for the sake of the cultivation effect, even though he was a person from a different system, spent about 50 years. Estimating prices, Ern decided to rummage through the market offers and find the most profitable option. Quite quickly, the protagonist found a ton of offers with a wide variety of prices. However, one of them attracted Ern's particular attention. A merchant named Huang asked to buy her goods, citing the family's dire situation. Ultimately, considering this option to be the cheapest, the protagonist decided to settle on it. If Ern had had time, he could have spent it on buying potions and fermented grains, but he didn't have it. As a result, having received the goods, Ern was faced with a difficult dilemma about what to do next. After which, the protagonist assumed a meditation pose and closed his eyelids. Ern's thoughts were directed towards the bottle of essence. At some point, a wind cover appeared around the protagonist. The airflow increased, lifting light objects in Ern's room. Suddenly, the essence began to leave the bubble. Under the influence of the wind currents, she was drawn straight towards the protagonist. After a couple of minutes, the airflow around Ern weakened. Gradually, the protagonist emerged from his state of meditation. Then Ern's breathing was heard. After which, opening his eyes, Ern felt as if in a couple of minutes he had passed through himself as many as 60 years of cultivation. Although this was not a success for System 1, for Ern himself it was quite an achievement. Suddenly, a system notification window popped up in front of Ern. As it turned out, it was an achievement, notifying Ern that the cultivation task had been completed. Almost immediately after this, the system notified Ern of the next task, which concerned sales. After which, Ern began to compare his old self and his new self, believing that now the protagonist has achieved unprecedented heights. Deciding to put off questions of the future again, Ern chose to focus on pressing issues. Ern recognized some of the items he found as familiar items from a partner store. Searching further, the protagonist suddenly opened his mouth in shock. Before Ern's eyes, two disgusting bugs, Yin and Yang, appeared. After studying the information, the protagonist learned details about the parasites through which it would be possible to control the target. Wanting to know more, Ern pressed the button to contact the seller. After this, Ern expressed a desire to talk to the seller. The seller, under the pseudonym Bloody Demon, made it clear to Ern that he was trying to buy not an object, but living organisms. Ern was quite surprised, because the category for beetles was different, even though he agreed with the seller's arguments. Subsequently, the protagonist asked the seller to tell him the details. With all due care, the seller began to tell about the parasites that lived in the victim and caused certain symptoms. Then, when the seller mentioned the condition of the competitor, who would be under the influence of parasites, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ern didn't know how to react to this behavior. Suddenly, the seller supplemented his previous words with a revelation that was terrifying, for the victim parasites had taken control. Describing the symptoms, the seller mentioned the loss of all hope and rapid heartbeat. From the seller's words, one got the impression that the parasites completely changed the behavior and appearance of any person in whatever body they settled. Each time, revealing more and more details, the seller burst into laughter, which put Ern in an awkward position. Having decided to find out who the protagonist was talking to, Ern summoned the Eye of Insight. From the information he received, Ern had a picture of a salesman who was an evil god, mired in cruelty, deception, and dark magic. The seller himself, meanwhile, finished his presentation. Ern agreed with the quality of the goods, while also considering the blood demon a very reliable partner. But then the seller continued his speech about parasites, and did not recommend that Ern use them on family members. To the protagonist's logical question about the reasons, the seller named side effects. Next, the seller began to tell Ern about the customers with their complaints, because they tried to solve love affairs with the help of parasites. In this regard, the seller once again clarified for Ern that it is practically impossible to remove the parasites. It is worth noting that Ern was not frightened by what he learned, but on the contrary, he rejoiced. After which, the protagonist began to think about who to slip the parasites to. Ern's opinion fell on the knight Jevis. Finding him on the training field, Ern approached the knight. Seeing the noble gentleman next to him, the knight bowed to Ern. The protagonist remembered very well that after the training sessions that Captain Raphael had organized, all the other knights were exhausted, practically falling off their feet. Ern noted with a smile on his face that among the others, only Havis was still standing firmly on his feet. After which, the protagonist handed the knight a cup, offering him a drink and refreshment. The knight thanked Ern, accepted the cup, but in his thoughts he was surprised at what had happened, because before Havis had never communicated with the young master. On the other hand, Havis thought that this was a good chance for the Lord's son to prove himself. Turning his gaze to the drink, Havis saw a cloudy substance in front of him. The knight stood rooted to the spot, unsure if he should drink from the cup. In any case, the knight had a premonition that he would feel unwell after drinking. Then the knight turned his gaze to Ern, who was surely beaming with hope. Havis was at a crossroads, ready to give up, and at the same time not having the right to do so. Ultimately, not expecting any trickery from the protagonist, Ern drained the cup. The disgusting taste of the drink immediately left an imprint on the knight's tongue. Ern's voice sounded, asking the knight about the taste. Trying to make the friendliest face possible, the knight thanked Ern for his concern. Next, at Ern's request, the knight returns the cup to the protagonist's hands. Looking inside the cup, Ern confirmed that the knight had indeed drunk the entire drink. Then the voice of Havis himself was heard, thanking Ern for taking care of him. The protagonist even asked again whether the knight was really honest. Havis's eyes darted from side to side and hesitantly confirmed what he had said earlier. Hearing this, as a return gesture, Ern began to ask the knight for a favor. Havis was surprised that the young master wanted something from an ordinary knight. Having driven out of his mind the idea that Ern could do without the disgusting booze, the knight was not averse to listening to the protagonist's request. Ern scratched the back of his head and suggested that they step away first. Havis looked genuinely puzzled. Sometime later, the action moved to the forest outside the Stilgard estate. There, Havis marveled at the protagonist's desire to create an aura. Subsequently, Ern asked Havis himself to demonstrate how this was done in principle. The protagonist was so convincing that he was literally burning with impatience. The knight found Ern's stubbornness endearing, but he would have remained a child. After asking Ern to take a few steps back, the knight prepared to demonstrate his aura. The knight drew his sword and pointed its blade towards the ground. Afterwards, Havis closed his eyes. A couple of seconds later, the knight opened his eyelids again. Steam flared around Havis and his sword began to glow. Streams of air rushed towards Ern, causing the protagonist to even cover himself with his hand. This was something Ern expected to see from a true knight. Even though Havis's powers were weaker than those of Ern and his brother, the protagonist still found something in him. However, the protagonist didn't have to worry about an aura on the level of Havis. Ern grinned slyly, symbolizing another advance in some plan of his own. Continuing to act out the scene, Ern let out a childish exclamation of delight. Havis was flattered, even though he himself considered his aura level to be unremarkable. But then, Havis suddenly changed his tone to a more serious one. When asked why he was chosen, Ern complained about his youngest age among the other knights. Unexpectedly, Ern began to count the years that the knight had spent mastering the aura. The protagonist reduced his monologue to the pride that the knight probably felt when he achieved the next level of strength. Havis chuckled in response, saying that for such things, it was not necessary to choose the forest. Ern didn't respond to this, but simply fell silent. Havis also stopped laughing, considering his words unflattering to the teenager, who was probably suffering from age-related changes. Involuntarily, the clapping of hands was heard. Knight Havis froze. Ern was trying to convey something, but the knight did not understand the hint. To elaborate, Ern said that Havis had finally caught the protagonist. The knight did not know what to answer, assuming that the young master would definitely be replaced. Havis noted that overnight, all was calm and Ern's cheerful behavior disappeared somewhere. Ern continued to talk some nonsense, accusing the knight of something. Then, Ern added to his words, touching on the personality of Havis. The knight still looked at the protagonist with a puzzled expression. Deciding to change his approach, Ern inquired about the weather in the south. A strange thought entered the knight's head. Havis suggested that Ern might be an imperial spy. Doubting, the knight remained silent for another minute. Then he smiled, turning everything Ern had said earlier into some kind of stupid joke. The protagonist himself sighed, not understanding why all those who had been exposed began to behave in the same way. Right after this, Ern clarified that he is not some kind of maniac or a fool. Taking him by surprise, Ern called out the knight's true name, which sounded like Harvis. Upon hearing this, it was immediately clear to Harvis that the mission had failed. Ern continued his theme, not understanding why Harvis was still denying it. The knight was unsure of his next steps, fearing that he might fall into a trap. Having chosen the path of lies, Harvis did not agree with the accusations against him, asking Ern for proof. Having caught up with Ern, Harvis wondered why the protagonist hadn't told the captain or the lord himself about his suspicions. Behind all this, Ern again tried to get a confession from Harvis. However, Harvis stood his ground, making it clear that if it were true, Ern would not have been able to leave the forest. The protagonist stared at the knight, wondering out loud if Harvis's words were a threat. Harvis narrowed his eyes in response, stating that he was simply warning Ern about his reckless actions. Ern smirked, confirming that he was indeed the only one who knew about the knight's true identity. The protagonist specifically noted that the men were now alone in the forest. Following this, Ern would have rightly asked defiantly whether he could really be killed. Harvis remained silent, trying not to fall for the tricks of the young master, who was most likely simply being imprudent. And yet, Harvis could not leave everything as it was, because Ern, even without solid evidence, knew the knight's true name. Considering this reason sufficient, Harvis jumped up and rushed towards Ern. Drawing his sword as he walked, the knight swung it. Almost immediately, Harvis stopped. Despite all his speed and professionalism when he swung his sword, Ernu, who stood in front of him, had disappeared somewhere. With a degree of horror, the knight had to admit that the protagonist had simply disappeared without a trace. Immediately, the knight began to look around, being completely sure that he had struck Ern with a blow. Too late, a special feeling gave the knight an impulse regarding the approaching threat. At that moment, behind Harvest, Ern was approaching at speed. The knight somehow managed to turn around. With a quick swing of his sword, Harvest parried the protagonist's initial attack. For a second or two, the characters' gazes crossed. The hero's swords crossed again, and this time the knight managed to stay on his feet with the last of his strength. Speechless from the attack he had sustained with his last strength, Harvest looked up at Ern. In amazement, Harvest could clearly see an aura swirling around Ern. Then, involuntarily, the knight's gaze fell on his sword, which turned out to be split. Ern's voice was heard, grinning at the training of Harvest, who somehow managed to become a spy. Meanwhile, Harvest, looking at Ern, was well aware of the presence of many strong warriors in the estate. However, whatever one might say, he did not expect to receive such a strong rebuff from a 16-year-old boy. The thought entered Harvest's head that the powers of his ancestors might have awakened in Erna. Suddenly, the knight threw away his split sword. Harvest stood up and took a stance, his fists outstretched. To his amazement, Ern thought he was being challenged to a fist fight. Unexpectedly, the protagonist threw out his sword in response. Harvest, breathing heavily, prepared to give his last fight. Ern's next action was to perform a gesture calling the knight to attack. In his mind, Harvest convinced himself that by getting rid of the sword, Ern had also lost the power of his aura. After which, letting out an attacking cry, the knight ran towards Ern. In turn, the protagonist sighed wearily. Ern's next move was to prepare the Fist of Destruction. At the same time, Harvest was inexorably approaching the protagonist. At a certain point in time, the characters caught up. Very soon, their fists will meet in a decisive battle. A few moments later, a flash of light covered the area where the battle between Ern and Harvest was taking place. It swept across the area like a terrifying wave. A few seconds later, in the midst of the developing steam and dust, someone was visible. A light breeze blew, revealing Ern's image. Still holding his fist out, the protagonist stood in front of the furrows he had created in the ground with his own power. At the end of it, the spy Harvest was visible with his head hanging down. Almost immediately after this, Harvest woke up and began coughing up blood. It was hard. He turned his gaze to Ern. Unable to believe his defeat, Harvest watched as Ern slowly approached him. The spy tried to answer the protagonist, but only a wheeze came out of his throat. Getting even closer to the spy, Ern urged Harvest not to resist. But from now on, in the protagonist's words, Harvest heard threats, not youthful inclinations. No matter how you looked at it, Harvest clearly felt a great difference in strength. Sensing his end, Harvest wanted to know something. Finally, the spy wanted to find out who had given himself up to Erna. Unexpectedly, the protagonist began to speak about how the spy did not at all understand the situation he found himself in. In a commanding voice, Ern made it clear that it was not the spy who would be asking questions in this situation. Standing opposite Harvest, the first thing the protagonist wanted to know was why the Empire was paying such close attention to the Stillguard's holdings. When Ern asked the first question, he wanted to know what the Empire was looking for. But Harvest, leaning his back against the stone behind him, remained silent. Ern was amazed at the dedication of the spy who remained stubbornly silent. However, in his thoughts, Ern was thinking about the skills that Harvest possessed. In Ern's opinion, in addition to his obvious knightly skills, Harvest was clearly a high-ranking spy. Deciding to change his interrogation tactics, Ern called Harvest's silence a bad sign. The protagonist began to put pressure on Harvest, calling him a replaceable tool. The spy responded by saying that he didn't really care. After which, Harvest suggested that Ern should resort to torture and still achieve nothing. Ern was quick to dismiss such proposals as disgusting. Ern then laughed and described the spy's torture as a waste of time. Immediately after this, Ern took a bottle out of his pocket and shook it specially in front of Harvest. The spy took a closer look and saw a larva inside the bottle. Harvest, not understanding anything, glanced from Ern to the bottle. Continuing to intimidate the spy, Ern revealed the true name of the yin and yang beetles. Ern then introduced the larva in the bottle as yin, and the one that was already inside Harvest as yang. After these explanations, the spy remembered the scene when Ern gave him a cup with a terrible-tasting brew. Almost immediately, the spy felt sick. The protagonist urged Harvest not to try too hard, because the larva was probably already in the spy's brain. Harvest cast a look of horror at the protagonist. Following this, Ern began to explain the principle of operation of the larvae, which lived in an inseparable mental tandem. Harvey felt mortally threatened but tried not to show it. Pulling himself together, the spy told Ern that he did not believe it, because he had never heard of such creatures. Called to action, Ern ostentatiously pulled out a needle. Harvest looked questioningly at Ern and what would happen next. Suddenly, the protagonist stuck a needle into a bottle containing a larva. Immediately after this, the needle pierced the larva, causing it to squeak in pain. Instantly, an impulse went off in the spy's head. The impulse turned into unbearable pain, from which Harvest began to scream. Acted strictly on the advice of the seller, who once explained to the protagonist the principle of operation of the larvae. To influence the victim, the first step the seller advised was to lightly poke the larva. The second step, the seller suggested throwing the larva into the water. Then, the seller described the victim's new sensations as frostbite and lack of air. The third step in torturing the victim, the seller insisted on the action of fire, which would simply be next to the larva. With a completely crazy look, the seller informed the protagonist in detail about the emotions that the larva would transfer to its victim. The seller had other steps as proposals, but he assured that the previous efforts would also bear fruit. Now, looking at how the spy was suffering, found the seller to be a very honest man. Later, at some point, unable to withstand the torture, Harvest fully confessed that he worked as a spy for the Empire. Having received the initial answers, wanted to know why Harvest had shown up in the Stilgard family. After initially hesitating, Harvest made it clear that the Empire was wary of a new Rabahan. Ern's memory immediately flashed back to historical references about how the Empire had gone to war against the rest of the world. During long but losing battles, only one single person was found who was able to resist the military machine of the Empire. Subsequently, the son of this hero acquired no less legendary status, but his rank of skill was already much lower. The memories ended, and now didn't really believe the spy's words that the Empire was afraid of the new Rabahan. In part, Harvest agreed with Afterwards, having started talking about ranks, the spy made it clear that the birth of a new hero in the Stilgard family was only a matter of time. In this way, the spy explained the Empire's interest. Immediately after hearing this, was struck by the extraordinary thought that the whole matter was rooted in the blood of the Stilgard family. Continued to interrogate the spy, deciding to find out if the Emperor had predicted this course of events. However, Harvest, for some reason, remained silent and hung his head. Having assessed the spy's behavior as a certain sign, decided to find out Harvest's own opinion about everything in general. Raising his head, the spy shared his observations regarding Kirin, who, thanks to his successes, looked most like a new hero. Afraid of his own conclusions, Harvest apprehensively assumed what might happen if Kirin reached the level of her father or grandfather. Suddenly, the spy was interrupted by who stated that such a thing was impossible. Harvest would be glad to think the same, noting the ever-weakening strength of future generations of Stilgards. Immediately, Harvest corrected himself. Looking at the spy's former confidence in his conclusions quickly melted away. In the protagonist, Harvest found the most inherited skills and traits of the famous Rebahan. However, himself considered the spy's conclusions to be absolutely incorrect. In fact, all of power came from using martial arts books and potions. However, this did not stop the Empire from spying on the protagonist's family. Unexpectedly, remembered his past life. After all, back then, all the troubles in the protagonist's life began with the mysterious disappearance of his father. In that life, never managed to get to the bottom of the truth. But now, the protagonist knew for sure that the Empire was targeting his family. Never expected this turn of events. Immediately after this, the action moved to Rabadan, who suddenly began to cough. Having somehow managed to control his cough, Rabadan noted that this phenomenon began to occur more and more often. Wiping the drops of blood from his lips, Rabadan found a pattern to the attacks during training. Looking at the prints of his own blood, he came to the conclusion that he had not recovered, no matter how much rest he gave himself. Rabadan was forced to admit that he was facing a cunning enemy within himself. The first thing he thought of for some reason was the Mind Demon. Rabadan's thoughts were interrupted when Overseer Kelloy requested an audience. Pretending that nothing had happened, Rabadan allowed the warden to enter. Stepping into the light of the training grounds, Kelloy bowed to his master. Then, after apologizing, Kelloy informed Rabadan that there was something he should know. Following this, Kelloy told that the youngest of Rabadan's sons had brought the merchant Yulaf. Having received the news, Rabadana did not really understand the urgency of the overseer's visit. Not knowing how best to begin, Kelloy said that it was all about the man who came with Julaf. Rabadan became seriously interested when Kelloy mentioned the imperial spy he had found. After this conversation, the action moved to the interior of the Stilgard estate. Arriving at the courtyard, all three characters appeared before Rabadan. The other people whispered among themselves, having witnessed the frightening scene. One of those who were brought in was dead. Rabadan's attention also fell on the already lifeless body. In response, Ern's voice was heard, asking his father for forgiveness for not being able to save the spy's life. Rabadan found no crime in his son's misbehavior. When Rabadan suggested that his son go and get some treatment, Ern replied that he was completely healthy. Under such circumstances, Rabadan would not mind hearing an explanation from his son. The protagonist began his speech by introducing Julaf, the stone merchant. Julaf himself remained humbly silent. Rabadon remembered that he had heard something from the overseer about Julaf. Next, Ern took the floor, telling a story about how, after meeting with Julaf, he had a premonition of something wrong. According to Ern, he managed to identify and lure the spy into a trap. The conversation, according to Ern, did not go well, and then the spy drew his sword. Rabadon interrupted his son, trying to find out how he had identified the spy. Reaching into his bosom, Ern produced a folded letter. Following this, the protagonist handed the letter to the butler. He obligingly accepted the letter, and then handed it over to Rabadon himself. Opening the letter, Rabadon began to read it carefully. All those present froze in agonizing anticipation. Ern himself behaved similarly. After finishing reading, Rabadon raised his eyes to his son, letting him know that he believed him. Suddenly, Kieran, who was not sure about the veracity of the letter, came out in response to the scream. Rabadon's voice responded, unsure of the essence of the letter. The father of the family made it clear to the eldest of his sons that the letter was clearly encrypted in an imperial code. Still not believing it for some reason, Kieran suggested that the letter could have been an ordinary copy. But here, Rabadon's previously condescending gaze became coarser. Rabadon narrowed his eyes slightly and said that Kieran would certainly not want the letter to be delivered to the Empire. Kieran, now stuttering, reduced his previous opinion to the fact that the Empire was a problem that needed to be fixed. Then, Rabadon asked whether the reason given by Kieran was really sufficient. Again hesitantly, Kieran confirmed his previous words. Suddenly, Rabadon spoke to Kieran about the way people think. Explaining that a leader's thoughts must be deeper, Rabadon urged his eldest son not to think at the level of the crowd. By drawing parallels between the lack of rain and the coming drought, Rabadon hoped that Kieran would understand. Kieran, slightly lowering his head, agreed with everything Rabadon said. Finally, Rabadon returned his attention to Ern, praising his youngest son. While Rabadon was giving orders to call a doctor for the protagonist, Kieran was watching him from the crowd with wide eyes. With each passing second, envy grew in Kieran. Passing into anger, Kieran internally hated Ern passionately for his recent successes. A little later, already inside the Stilgard estate, Julaf believed that Ern had reacted too violently. The protagonist sighed heavily and agreed with this opinion, since he didn't expect them to be locked up. Julaf also noted that despite having only a scratch, Erna was treated with a whole range of potions. With a bit of excitement, Ern recalled how every hour a doctor came to him. Afterwards, in a bored voice, Ern said that he had no idea how long this confinement could last. Julaf was not sure that the character's situation was bad, to which Ern suggested that he look in the mirror. Seeing the dents in the mirror, Julaf pulled at the edge of his skin. At some point, Harvest pulled harder at the skin of his face and tore off his mask. Later, Ern wondered what the spy was doing under the guise of Julaf, Rabadon said. Harvest told the most mundane things, thinking that Rabadon did not care about the merchant because of the news about the spy. Next, Harvest looked at his mask, noting the superior quality of this product. Ern then spoke up, asking Harvest to be more careful with the mask. The protagonist made it clear to the spy that it would be very difficult to obtain a second such face. Harvest repeated Ern's words in confusion and looked back at the mask. The spy's hands shook, thinking that the mask was made from someone's face. Harvest let go of the mask with a cry of disgust. Ern's voice followed, once again reminding Harvest that the mask was the spy's salvation. Looking at Ern, Harvest could only guess in his mind where the boy could have gotten such exotic things. Harvest mustered his courage and finally dared to ask a question. The protagonist urged the spy not to mumble and to speak as it is. Taking a deep breath, Harvest asked why the protagonist was hiding his abilities. Ern didn't find anything good in demonstrating his powers, and he also complained about the excitement of those around him. The spy suggested that Ern not hold back and develop more openly so as not to harm himself. Following this, Harvest was still convinced that Ern was a direct descendant of Rabahan. Continuing his speech, the spy insisted that no one would be able to object to Ern if he began to openly develop his skills. After which, the two characters' gazes crossed. Immediately after the short pause, in a commanding voice, Ern ordered the spy not to be insolent. Harvest's mouth fell open in confusion. Eyeing the spy suspiciously, Ern would surely have revealed his plans to attract suspicion from the Empire. Harvest choked on air, saying that he hadn't meant anything like that. In response to this, the protagonist took out a bottle with a larva, making it clear to the spy that he was now in Ern's power. The larva inside the bottle, feeling the spy's gaze, crawled to the edge of the glass. A slight shudder ran through Harvest's body. For a moment, Ern even wondered if the spy really expected to steal a second larva one day, not wanting to be fooled any further by the naive face and deception. Harvest honestly stated that he had not meant anything like that. Immediately, remembering the task that the protagonist gave the spy, Ern reports. Having opened the envelope, the protagonist began to read. The first thing that caught Ern's eye was the words about observing the head of the Stilgard family. Next came the Erna brothers. The next fragment of text concerned the protagonist himself, who, in the opinion of the spy, was a complete nonentity. In addition, Ern also learned of the death of Gilbert, the communications manager, who had apparently been exposed. After finishing reading, Ern assessed the spy's report as normal, with a few exceptions. Ern made a disgruntled face and was somewhat upset by the spy's words in the report about his insignificance. In a panic, Harvest waved his hands, trying to convey that he had acted solely on Ern's orders and had deliberately belittled him. In response, the protagonist expressed that he found the spy's apology suspicious. At that moment, Harvest felt that Ern was simply playing with him. After all this, the protagonist began to explain to the spy the required behavior, where the lie would be beautifully hidden behind the truth. Seeming to understand, Harvest agreed to change the report, presenting the protagonist as a slightly more impressive warrior in his description. However, all this did not solve the problem of how the spy was going to transmit the information. Without thinking twice, Harvest let it be known that he had the contacts of a contact in place of the murdered Gilbert. Hearing the name Acadio from the spy, Ern imagined a very long journey to that place. Eventually, Ern let the spy go about his business. Before leaving, Harvest bowed to the protagonist. Ern watched the spy leave. Not knowing whether Harvest would be a good double agent, Ern also set himself additional tasks regarding the disclosure of the Empire's plans. However, in any case, nothing stopped Ern from getting rid of the spy with the help of larvae. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Ern's room. Immediately after this, the protagonist's father entered. Ern exclaimed, surprised by such a visit. The protagonist was about to get up, to which Rabadon asked his youngest son not to exhaust himself. Carefully choosing his words with pauses, Rabadon decided to find out whether Ern really did not have serious wounds. The protagonist smiled, confirming that he was completely healthy. Rabadon was glad to hear something like that, and now he wasn't too worried about Ern getting through the long journey. Afterwards, Rabadon clumsily tried to change the subject. However, the characters, not knowing what to say to each other, began to exchange silent glances. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself suddenly wondered whether his father had ever visited him in his past life. Having replayed the most vivid events of his past life in his memory, Ern came to the conclusion that such meetings definitely did not exist, and yet Ern could not get used to the new reality. A moment later, Rabadon suddenly sat down next to the protagonist. Erna was overcome with nervous tremors. Now the protagonist had no idea what he should do. Suddenly, Rabadon spoke about the knights. Father told Ern that the spy's secret hideout had been found. Having made it clear to his son that the spy had previously disguised himself as a merchant, Rabadon expressed the opinion that the number of guards should be increased. Ern looked at his father with satisfaction, because this version of life was strikingly different from the previous one for the better. Now aware of the Empire's activity, Rabadon thanked his son for the work he had done. Afterwards, Rabadon asked Ern himself to be much more careful. According to his father, the service Ern rendered was not as valuable as something else. Now, turning his gaze to the protagonist, Rabadon called Ern his dearest son, whose loss would be irreparable. After these words, Ern briefly remembered that the protagonist's father from his past life was a completely different, colder person. And so, now, it seemed as if Ern could not recognize his father in Rabadon. Right after that, the protagonist's memories touched on something else. Ern's memory reflected the faces of all the members of the Stilgard family who had suffered a collapse. But among them, the face of Rabadon himself was not there. In that life, Ern's father disappeared just as the protagonist was at the academy. After which, the protagonist came to the conclusion that all this time he had an incorrect idea of his father. Unexpectedly, Rabadon continued his previous speech, urging Ern to be careful in the academy. In his mind, Ern asked his father himself to be more attentive. As if reading his son's thoughts, Rabadon looked intently at Ern. The protagonist quickly looked away. Rabadon asked his son about his reaction to the conversation, to which Ern somehow justified his absent-mindedness. Then, smiling, Ern promised his father to follow all the warnings. Rabadon closed his eyes and exhaled in relaxation. Ern managed to get the upper hand over his emotions and not tell his father anything about the events of his past life, realizing that he would only seem like a madman. Mentally, Ern was preparing himself to change everything through his own efforts. Sometime later, a ray of light flashed through the slightly opened door. Rabadon allowed his youngest son to take another look at the family's wealth. Ern beamed, as he finally got the chance to visit the inner part of the treasury. Suddenly, the father's sigh was heard. surprised by the protagonist's special attraction to family secrets. Ern looked back, thinking that his father looked disappointed. On the other hand, Ern understood his father's emotions, because in his son's place, everyone else would have been rushing into the treasury with a similar desire. Perhaps, in Rabadon's opinion, worthy knights should have behaved quite differently. Then, the protagonist decided to make his request to his father more specific. The protagonist made it clear to Rabadon that he was not interested in gold at all. Unexpectedly, Ern caught himself thinking that he was lying to his father, because the protagonist already knew everything about filling the treasury from his past life. Meanwhile, Rabadon chuckled mysteriously. Then, the father accepted Ern's words. Then he decided to leave Ern alone with the treasury, and not interfere with him in any way. As soon as Rabadon left the protagonist, Ern turned his satisfied gaze to the treasury. Walking a little forward, Ern greeted her as if she were an old friend. As Ern slowly walked inside, he remembered that the outer storage was used to deal with urgent financial matters, while the inner storage was where the most valuable things were kept. Meanwhile, Ern noted that the rarity of things did not always mean a high price. Looking at something, Ern suddenly said that this thing would be an ideal offering. The protagonist's pupils reflected the royal shield, which, thanks to its magical aura, could support the fighting spirit of an entire army. However, this did not answer Ern's question regarding why Rabadon kept a shield that was relatively useless to him. Then, thinking about the king's motives, Ern came to the conclusion that in this way, the Stilgard family was considered the shield of the country. The protagonist's grandfather had already revealed similar motives, and that's why he placed the shield in the treasury. Ern admired his grandfather, who, having managed to curb his pride after winning the war, did not try to seize power in the kingdom. Then, Erna's grandfather received many awards and titles, but all of them, in the opinion of the protagonist, were nowhere near his achievements. Ern sighed heavily because in fact, the shield could not even be sold, since it was a gift from the king himself. Having gone a little further, Ern suddenly exclaimed that there were real treasures in this place after all. The protagonist's gaze fell on the pedestal with things. Ern's gaze was fixed on Dark Sky, his grandfather's faithful sword. Suddenly the protagonist thought about something. The next action Ern took was to call up the inventory. An image of a storage facility appeared in front of the protagonist, in which there was not much free space left. Ern scratched his chin, and thought that storing the sword in this kind of inventory would be disrespectful. Be that as it may, Ern decided to raise the storage level right now. Having learned the price for leveling up, the protagonist decided to spend the money. Having increased the storage level and not yet seeing any financial problems, Ern continued making improvements. Having reached the 3rd level of storage enhancement, Ern cried out in shock, because for further manipulations, he would have to spend twice as many coins. Pulling himself together, Ern decided to stop for a while, even though he had enough money. Next, the protagonist called up his vault, now observing the updated and more well-kept interior. However, Ern was not satisfied with the results, deciding to spend the money on further improvements to the storage facility in the future. Having decided to check the characteristics of the item while it was in the inventory, the protagonist took his grandfather's sword from the pedestal. Immediately after this, a system message appeared, from which followed the stunning characteristics of the sword and its description. Ern continued to examine the sword in amazement. By chance, Ern came to the conclusion that since the sword had been with Reborn since childhood, the protagonist's grandfather also participated in the dimensional trade. In any case, having satisfied his curiosity, Ern carefully put the sword back in place. For a moment, Ern beamed with happiness. But immediately after this, he came to his senses, because the protagonist got too carried away. Tearing himself away from the relic, Ern remembered that the real reason it was in the treasury was to find the true Book of Deals. Ern assured himself that such a book should go only to him, so that his loved ones would not cause trouble. If such a book really existed, Ern assured himself that he would get hold of it at any cost. After wandering around the treasury for a while, Ern quietly said that the book was not here. No matter where the protagonist looked, he could not find what he wanted. The protagonist looked through any strange and unusual places for things 2 or 3 times. At some point during the search, Ern even became resigned to the impossibility of finding the book. Suddenly, under the long strip of shelves, Ern noticed something. Diving with his hand, the protagonist eventually felt something there. As Ern pulled it out, he felt the object was quite small, after which he froze in complete surprise. In the protagonist's hands, there was an egg. Looking at it with distrust, Ern felt like the egg was definitely made of metal. Then sitting down, Ern said that what was found was not his area of expertise. Subsequently, the protagonist drove the egg back to the same place from where he pulled it out. Dusting his hands, Ern was forced to admit that the Book of Deals was clearly not in the internal storage. Further, the protagonist concluded that, obviously, the book had not fallen into other hands. Afterwards, Ern began to ponder how the protagonist's connection with the system was established in the past. There was only one explanation in Ern's head. The image of the bookmark of desires arose in his memory. Following this, Ern began to remember what he had wished for before his own death. Digging into his memories, Ern assumed that he wanted to get another chance, as well as monopolize the market. The version voiced by Ern was not bad, but it did not fit with the fact that the bookmark only granted one wish. The protagonist closed his eyes and tensed up. A couple of seconds later, Ern opened his eyes, still unable to come up with any other explanation. Not finding the book, the protagonist still decided to take something else from the treasury. Afterwards, Ern began to wander around the treasury again, looking for something interesting for himself. Thus, the protagonist returned to his grandfather's sword. Stopping near the weapon, Ern said the name of the sword. Then he waved his hands, as if driving away the greedy thought. After all, in fact, there were many other magical items in the treasury, although they no longer played a role for Ern now. The protagonist found his grandfather's notes as an analog of such items. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard from under the bookshelves. Ern looked down, puzzled. Immediately after this, a recently found egg arrived at the protagonist's feet. Upon picking up the egg, Ern found that it had no legs, meaning it couldn't just pop back into existence next to the protagonist. Almost immediately, Ern imagined that the egg might have legs after all. Ern remembered that he was not in the treasury, but in the storage of his legendary grandfather, where any strange things could easily happen. In this regard, even the egg in the protagonist's hands could have been from another dimension. Deciding to check something out, Ern wanted to put the egg into his inventory. However, the system did not provide any useful information about the ball. The protagonist suggested that the system most likely did not show information about a high-level item to the low-level Ern. Therefore, Ern came to the conclusion that he had to figure everything out. Next, Ern activated the Eye of Providence skill. Seeing the truth, Ern staggered back. The protagonist's lips trembled as he tried to articulate what he had seen. Unexpectedly, the events were transferred to Ern's past life, when he first arrived at the academy. Even then, the protagonist was made fun of, considered a disgrace to the Stilgard family. For some, Ern's departure was considered a holiday, but it was not the protagonist who was happy. As he reminisced, Ern began to draw parallels with his current life. After all, in the past, being an outcast and a disgrace, in the current continuum, Ern managed to become the true hope of the family. In the current time frame, Ern could be proud of himself. Suddenly, the protagonist was caught by Karen's sister. Coming closer, she named the figure of 4 years of Ern's future absence. Ern confirmed this, but promised to visit the family during the holidays. Afterwards, the heroes agreed to correspond from time to time. Immediately after this, Karen dumped a whole series of advice on Ern about how the protagonist should behave in the new place. The sister knew very well about Ern's ability to stand up for himself, but she was still worried about him. Next, Karen asked Ern to extend his hand. As soon as the protagonist did this, a heavy bag fell into Ern's palm. Ern began to examine the bag with surprise. Karen smiled sweetly in response, calling what Ern received a small gift. The sister called the gifted money a useful aid for any of Ern's affairs at the academy. Ern seemed to kindly refuse the gift, because in fact, the protagonist already had such a fortune that he could easily hire his own knights. Realizing in time that refusing the gift would worsen his relationship with his sister, Ern swore to her that he would use the money for a good cause. Almost immediately, Ern came to his senses, because his sister shouldn't have had money. Looking at his sister, Ern suddenly gasped. As it turned out, the ruby pendant from Karen's neck had disappeared somewhere. Some time later, a carriage drove up to the courtyard. Inside, on the seat next to it, was the bag of money that Ern had given her. Sitting opposite, Ern glanced at the bag. Assessing the sacrifice from his sister's side, Ern assumed that the pendant she sold did not belong to their mother. However, the protagonist was well aware of how valuable the pendant was to Karen. The protagonist even began to think that with his behavior, he could have exerted some pressure on his older sister. In fact, without an older woman, it was Karen who became the mistress of the Stilgard family, and therefore had to take care of those around her. Ern sighed heavily because this burden should have fallen on him, not his sister. Ern hastened to calm down, because there was no time for bitterness. Having gathered himself, the protagonist entered System 1. As soon as Ern's status changed to online, the system began to notify him. One transaction after another, in small groups of money, Leon transferred to the protagonist's balance. The protagonist hurried to contact the swindler. Ern began to remind the swindler that his time to resolve the issue was running out. However, the protagonist was not satisfied with Leon's words about him working hard. After which, Ern accused Leon of trying to deceive the protagonist. The character's conversation turned to the automatic exchange, whose role in the fraudulent schemes Ern was well aware of. Following this, as punishment, Ern began to raise interest rates. Stopping at 3%, Ern allowed the con man to say something. Leon began to tell the protagonist about finding a certain client. Suddenly, Ern interrupted the swindler's words. With all the sternness in his voice, the protagonist reminded Leon not to try to dodge. Ern then called the system, changing Leon's bet by 3% more. Immediately, Leon's sob was heard over the communication channel. After receiving the warning, Leon assured Ern that he understood everything. Having finished the conversation, Ern glanced contentedly at the agreement between dimensions, which gave the protagonist complete carte blanche for action. After all, from now on, for the protection and preservation of Leon's secrets, the swindler was obliged to serve the protagonist for as long as 1,000 years. From now on, Ern was going to completely deprive Leon of his past idle life, because the swindler would probably never be able to feel its former alluring taste again. Seeing Leon as a coin that never melts, Ern was going to milk him for eternity. Less than a minute later, Leon returned to the chat with good news. Ern was ready to take a look at what the swindler had managed to get. An image of a book flashed before the protagonist's eyes. Another martial art, but this time for women. Ern began to read the description of the book, unable to understand what the one who created this martial art had found. Immediately after this, Ern used the Eye of Providence. But even with this approach, the protagonist was unable to find anything. Without any detailed information, Ern began to doubt the value of the book and the fighting techniques there. Leon unexpectedly responded, telling Ern that he had also studied the book since, according to the protagonist, it was intended for a third-level person. Taking the swindler's words as a personal insult, Ern ordered him to shut up. Additionally, the protagonist called Leon's own internal energy the third level. Tears of despair began to flow from the swindler's eyes again. As quickly as possible, Leon pulled himself together, ready to endure. Next, the character started talking about the stability of fighting techniques. Leon began to assure Ern that the fighting technique was stable and pliable. Leon added to his previous words that he was unlikely to find anything better in the near future. However, the scammer didn't really understand the idea behind Ern's requests, who was looking for martial arts for System 0, as well as women. Ern declined to answer and continued the conversation. Afterwards, the character's speech touched on the sellers, whom Leon had managed to find and was now waiting for an answer. The protagonist asked the seller to redirect him when they responded. Leon had no objections, after which he decided to talk about interest rates again. However, the scammer did not receive any response as Ern left the chat. Now, looking at the book he had received, Ern admired his genius for sparing such a valuable Leon. Then, opening the book, Ern found the text contained there to be very literate and informative. The next second, having decided everything for himself, Ern slammed the book shut. A couple of minutes later, Ern presented the book to Karen. Ern hoped that his sister would give him a gift that would be useful to her. Ern marked his gift with a certain reason, which he could not yet talk about. Evading his sister's questions, Ern turned everything to a book, in whose words Karen would be able to find answers. Looking at his sister, the protagonist found her to be very talented, even more so than Ern himself. In his hopes for the future, Ern saw Karen as the next outstanding member of the Stilgard clan. Ern may have had many doubts in his life, but he was confident that Karen would be able to achieve great heights. Ern could easily help his sister with much more, but for now he considered the rush unnecessary. Finally, the protagonist could tell himself that everything was ready. Suddenly, Ern remembered something. Turning his head, the protagonist's eyes froze on the motley crowd of people seeing him off. Darren realized that her younger brother was staring at her. After which, Ern made a series of gestures, indicating that he would keep an eye on his sister. The protagonist finished these gestures by moving his thumb along his own throat. In response, obviously realizing everything, Darren jerked. If in his past life, Ern considered the trip to the academy to be hell, now his feelings were completely different. After all, Ern left behind good relationships with those people who, in his past life, treated the protagonist with hostility. The positive looks of the crowd, which no longer secretly mocked the unfortunate young master. Ern found the differences between his past and present selves to be colossal. After all, from now on, the protagonist was ready to go for even greater differences in the future. During this trip, Leon contacted Ern, who informed the protagonist about establishing contact with the sellers. When Leon's speech turned to some special details, Ern asked to personally connect the protagonist with the sellers. While waiting, Ern enjoyed the fact that once again everything was going according to plan. Then the protagonist tossed the egg in his hands. Next, Ern was shown the details of the discovered egg, in which the great beast was hidden. Ern looked with satisfaction at the power hidden in the egg. One of the sellers finished transmitting the information found on the egg. Ern thanked the salesman and promised to call back if he needed any other information. Before hanging up, Ern decided to find out more about the salesman Henry and gasped. As it turned out, he was from System 4 itself. Ern was struck by the thought that for Henry, being in System 1 was not typical. The protagonist thought for a long time. Soon, Ern learned that Henry was obsessed with gambling, where he spent all his money. Thinking that everything would be easy enough, Ern decided to contact Henry again. Having started the dialogue, Ern started talking about his desire to purchase the Taming Guide. Henry exclaimed in surprise. He would have remembered Ern from System 1. Ern then asked to demonstrate the subject under discussion. Henry readily agreed. The system showed the protagonist a guide to taming vicious beasts, which Ern immediately deigned to buy. Suddenly, Henry interrupted the protagonist, starting a conversation about how he couldn't sell the manual. Understanding what the merchant was getting at, Ern asked if he wanted to sell all the manuals at once. Having received the answer, Ern fell into a short-lived frustration, because for the lousy benefits, the protagonist was required to put in 2,000 coins at once. It goes without saying that Ern was not prepared to go to such expense. However, Henry stood his ground, justifying the price by the fact that the emperor himself used these books. Ern didn't really believe the seller's words, because the book was written after the emperor's rise to power. Realizing his failure, Henry fell silent. Ern then made a counter-offer, wishing to buy only a fraction of the books, but at a slightly higher price. Henry tried to appeal to Ern's common sense, lamenting the importance of buying the entire book collection. The protagonist sighed wearily. Henry himself will continue to push the line on the importance of purchasing the entire line of books. As an important argument, which Ern could not disagree with, Henry suggested looking for similar books in System 1. In any case, the protagonist couldn't allow anyone to push him around. Changing his approach, Ern now offered 100 coins more for the previous part of the book series. When Ern spoke about the copy of the book, Henry became furious. From Henry's words, it followed that using a licensed item for future resale was sheer blasphemy. Listening to Henry's speech, Ern even decided for a split second that the seller was not quite right in the head. For some reason, Ern decided to take another look at the book he wanted to buy. The protagonist scratched his head in confusion, because there was a copyright symbol on it. Knowing the harsh penalties for removing and further selling copies of licensed books, Ern hastened to apologize to Henry. The seller did not hold a grudge against the protagonist, and therefore urged Ern to be more careful in the future. Ern thought about it, admitting that the copying method wouldn't work. Eventually, Ern again wanted to buy a certain book, but now he was offering 200 more coins. Henry remained silent, because according to the protagonist, this proposal was final. After waiting for some time, Ern decided to close the chat, since Henry was not going to bargain. However, in reality, the protagonist was simply waiting to see whose patience would fail him first. A couple of minutes later, Henry contacted Ern, asking the protagonist to throw in another 50 coins on top. Ern had to remind Henry that the protagonist's last offer had already been voiced. The seller almost condescended to shout, because if some of the books from the middle of the collection disappeared, the overall price for the entire series would drop. However, at some point Henry calmed down. Frowning considerably, the seller nevertheless agreed to make a deal with Ern. Assessing his victory, Ern first of all thanked Henry's passion for gambling, which is why the seller desperately needed the money. Having received the book at his disposal, Ern decided to find out what was hidden in it. After a quick look at the information, Ern was shocked that the beast in the egg had every chance of reaching development levels up to Continental. Following this, the protagonist turned his gaze to the egg, not expecting that such a powerful creature was hidden within it. After speaking about the planetary level, a bead of sweat rolled down Ern's cheek. True to Ern's words, the egg wobbled slightly. Horrified, the protagonist moved to the edge of his seat. Several minutes passed since then, and Ern was already finishing absorbing the knowledge of the book he had purchased. Having initially assessed the knowledge he had received, Ern now understood why the Emperor was so feared. Running through his head certain lines from a book about growing creatures, the protagonist clearly understood that growing something like this in System 1 was practically impossible. Additionally, Ern learned that in order to grow Bulgasari, he would have to feed it genetic material, be it saliva or even blood. Potentially, Ern saw the beast as a formidable ally, of course, if its potential could be developed through biological materials. Then, the protagonist began to think about a similar organism from which material could be taken. Suddenly, an idea popped into Ern's head. The protagonist remembered something from his own world. Ernu came up with the idea of spirits, beasts that existed in lower-level worlds. The protagonist knew that they were actively selling them, and therefore called the market panel. The list featured a motley assortment of rare animals, which is why Ern was even at a loss when choosing. Deciding not to torment himself with a choice, the protagonist turned to the one whom it was a matter of honor to torment. Almost immediately, Ern contacted Leon, asking him about the spirits. Ern reassured the swindler, as he had no intention of forcing him to tame the spirit. Thinking that he was in no danger, Leon let out a sigh of relief. Leon then told Ern that he knew no more about spirits than anyone else. Ern then sent the file to the scammer for evaluation. After which, the protagonist started talking about the price and combat power of what was indicated in the file. Opening the file, Leon even admired the meticulousness with which Ern had collected the data. Leon named Iron Mouth, an old turtle, as a good material for cultivation. Leon believed that it would be much more difficult to cope with the blood of other options for cultivation. Having heard from the swindler about the strongest spirits, Ern asked which of them was stronger. Leon called the fire dragon the unanimous leader. The swindler assured Ern that the snake, which had been trained for thousands of years, could easily defeat any spirit. Afterwards, the protagonist began to wonder how such animals were hunted. Leon began his story by saying that hunters are incredible people. Apparently agreeing with Leon's opinion, Ern began to scratch his cheek. For the first time, Ern praised Leon for his work, but the protagonist's next words were interrupted by the swindler. Leon didn't know how best to begin. The swindler, in agitation, began to talk about the book he had bought and had spent a fair amount of money on it. Smiling, Ern voiced the swindler's possible thoughts about Leon's wallet having taken a hefty hit. Rubbing the back of his head, Leon tried to say that he had meant something slightly different. When Ern asked the price, Leon quickly named 300 coins. Leon justified such a large sum by saying that he simply did not have time to negotiate. Ern knew that Leon wasn't lying, although he had scared him just in case. The scammer also made it clear that he had no chance of success in his attempt to deceive the protagonist. Suddenly, Ern deigned to reward Leon for his honesty. In reverse, Ern reduced the interest rate for the scammer, although this did not cause Leon any particular joy. Then, Ern ended his conversation with Leon, just in case reminding him of the consequences if the swindler tried to escape. Leon humbly gave his word that such a thing would not happen. Almost immediately after leaving the chat, Ern decided to buy the blood of the fire dragon. As soon as the protagonist paid, a vial of blood materialized in his hand. Afterwards, Ern looked at the egg, not being sure that it would hatch after 10 years of waiting. And yet, having uncorked the bottle, Ern began to drip onto the egg. As soon as they touched the shell, the drops of blood turned into steam. Ern even exclaimed in surprise at such a reaction. Following this, Ern saw something amazing. After a couple drops of blood, the egg suddenly began to glow. The protagonist admired the ongoing process because after a decade, the egg still showed signs of life. At the same time, Ern began to speculate about how the egg had ended up inside the treasury. Ern chuckled thoughtfully, and could only assume that his grandfather had once bought the egg in another dimension. While Ern turned away and thought about his own business, the egg twitched again. Eventually, the protagonist noticed these shocks. Taking the egg's movements as a good omen, Ern thanked the goddess. Now Ern had no choice but to wait. Ern's carriage and its escort continued on its way. Long hours passed, during which not a sound was heard from the carriage. After all, there the protagonist plunged into deep meditation. At some point, Ern's ears began to hear rustling and even crackling sounds. The egg's movements became more active, as if it was about to split. Ern stared at the egg in surprise. At some point, the shell cracked. Ern thought with hope that now the beast would come into the world. Ern was already imagining how formidable Bulgasari must be. A beast capable of destroying even entire worlds. As soon as the egg crunched even harder and a newborn appeared from it, Ern's emotions changed. Having torn apart the upper walls of the shell, a cute little animal looked at Ern with big eyes. Even though Ern appreciated the cuteness of the beast, he was still counting on some more formidable creature. Meanwhile, the beast yawned with all its mouth. Unable to cope with the sight of such beauty, Ern no longer cared at all. A couple of minutes later, the blade lightly cut a small section of the palm. Having made a sufficiently long cut, Ern removed the blade. The beast made a puzzled sound, probably smelling blood. Ern himself took this action because Bulgasari was fed exclusively with blood. Besides, Ern understood that by letting the beast taste his blood, he would make a loyal comrade out of it. In order to keep the beast under control, not allowing it to splash out its anger on others, such a practice had to become permanent for Ern. The protagonist even admired how actively the little beast lapped up blood. An emotion of happiness overwhelmed Ern. But after a couple of minutes, the protagonist decided to stop feeding. Not wanting to die from blood loss, Ern tore the beast from his palm. Suddenly, Ern remembered that in addition to constantly feeding the beast to grow, The protagonist had to give it a name. Ern began to think about names, trying to create some kind of derivative of Bulgasari. A few seconds of thought, and a brilliant idea came to Ern's mind. Ern saw the name Sari as the ideal option for the beast. The protagonist even tried to get an assessment of the name from the beast itself, but Sari only yelped in confusion in response. After some time, Harvest pointed fearfully at the protagonist's hand. Ern just chuckled in response, making it clear that nothing terrible had happened. The protagonist explained his condition as the most ordinary boredom during the trip. Looking at his bandaged hand, the spy suddenly fell silent. After everything he had seen from Ern's side earlier, Harvest was in no hurry to take his word for it. The protagonist shook his head thoughtfully. Harvest didn't know what exactly Ern was planning, so he urged him to be careful. Afterwards, Harvest let Ern know that the stop was due to the need to give food to the people. Right there, Ern ordered Harvest to feed the protagonist as well, bringing the food to the carriage. Harvest agreed, but did not finish the sentence. Out of the corner of his eye, the spy noticed something. Turning around quickly, Harvest saw something flash in the bushes. Mechanically, the spy began to pull his sword out of its sheath. Instantly, his actions were interrupted. Ern stopped Harvest from doing anything further. Looking at the spy, the protagonist said that everything was in perfect order. Harvest didn't know what to answer, or even how to counter Ern. The next moment, the bushes rustled and the leaves there opened to the sides. From there, Sari jumped into Ern's arms. In complete bewilderment, Harvest looked at the beast, considering it to be a weasel. Ern responded, letting the spy know that the animal belonged to the protagonist. When Harvest questioned him further, Ern made it clear that their connection with the beast had been going on for a long time. Sighing, somewhat jealously, Harvest said that Ern had even begun to forget about it. Ern managed to calm the spy down by hinting that he had already been keeping a close eye on the protagonist. After which, Ern introduced the spy to his pet. Sari made a cute sound as he stared with wide eyes. A wave of cuteness washed over Harvest, who immediately wanted to pet Sari. Ern nodded approvingly, but in fact, he wanted to check what would come of all this. While saying this, the spy reached out his hand towards the little animal. As soon as he touched the animal's head, Harvest saw a displeased expression appear on its face. The spy quickly removed his hand, realizing that the cute little animal was not particularly happy with someone else's affection. Ern chuckled, letting Harvest know that was not the reaction he was supposed to get. Disappointment overwhelmed the spy. Next, in this depressed state, Harvest went to get food for the protagonist. Now, Ern had a dangerous beast in his hands, capable of becoming stronger through metal, but also requiring a lot of attention. Scratching the animal, Ern admitted that the money and blood spent were worth it. After a short period of time, Ern's journey continued. Sitting inside the carriage again, the protagonist reflected on the power of the Emperor, who could tame animals. Ern partly repeated the path of the Emperor, choosing the blood of a great dragon for his first beast. In the future, to continue the growth of the beast, Ern would need elixirs, but those were damn expensive. The protagonist almost burst into tears when, out of curiosity, the beast ate one of the rarest bamboo tablets of life. Having assessed all the possible expenses, Ern had no choice but to get back to business. There were fewer and fewer days left until the mana stone limit was reset, and therefore Ern had to choose a different product. The protagonist began to briefly imagine the various goods that could be in demand in each system. Ern clearly understood that the base price of these goods had to be high enough to make a large profit. At some point, Ern's thoughts bore fruit. A new brilliant idea came to him. Ern remembered what he had once used himself, and what everyone else was interested in: the essences of cultivation. The protagonist rushed to make the purchase. Even by reselling at the purchase price, Ern expected to make a profit through his skills. The protagonist could already imagine how he would become immeasurably rich just through resale. Meanwhile, Ern guessed that such machinations would definitely be noticed by the exchange center. Looking at the essence limit, Ern sighed heavily, because access to subsequent purchases would only open in a year. Another clever idea brought a grin to Ern's face. As it turned out, Ern had spent so much gold recently that he was able to get an achievement for himself and compensate for these expenses. After which, Ern switched to a furious purchase of elixirs. The protagonist performed all these manipulations for the sake of only one single idea to earn even more money. Steam billowed from Ern's hands as he finally finished his long series of purchases. Then the protagonist called Sari. The little animal quacked in response with interest. Following this, Ern urged the animal to open its mouth wider. After some time had passed since the feeding, Ern tried to get Sari to open her mouth. Parodying, the little animal repeated after Ern. The protagonist clearly saw that the feeding had borne fruit. In just a couple of days, the little animal changed considerably, changing the color of its fur and growing long fangs. Ern let out a sigh of relief, because Sari had reached the stage where expensive elixirs were no longer required for growth. According to Ern's cost scale, only half of all the previously accumulated coins went towards raising the animal. Suddenly, Ern took out a scroll of healing magic. Then he began to tear it to shreds. Then a magical seal appeared above the protagonist. Refreshing winds began to encircle Ern's body. Having taken a magical shower and cleansed himself, the protagonist exhaled graciously. At the same time, the protagonist remembered that he was once called the Star of the Navarro Society, even though this title did not last long for Ern. In essence, Ern owed his success in society to his appearance, which he always closely monitored. The protagonist was torn away from his self-admiration by Michael's voice. Ern looked out the carriage window in confusion. Having reached the door, the knight conveyed Harvis's words regarding Ern's need for rest. The protagonist was not in the mood for a rest, and therefore ordered to continue on his way. The protagonist then looked up at the sky, impressed that trading had taken up most of the day. Be that as it may, Ern was not averse to continuing. After several hours, the protagonist reached the city of Acadio. The procession that had accompanied Erna the entire way was now enthusiastically discussing something among themselves. Having climbed the steps, people crowded at the threshold of the luxurious house. Behind them stood Harvis and Ern, where the spy was wondering if this was all too much. Ern let the spy know that he wanted to thank his people for the hardships they had endured during the long journey. Still, insisting that people should rest, the protagonist asked Harvis to keep an eye on everything. At the same time, Ern asked the spy to take the people to wash up, so that they would not disgrace the name of the Stilgard family. When Harvis named the approximate price for such events, Ern easily threw a bag of coins into his hands. Ern also ordered that hot food be provided to the people. The spy agreed to carry out all the assigned tasks, but he ended up with much more money than was required. Ern allowed the spy to keep the rest as a token of his gratitude. Ern subsequently changed the subject to his common business with the spy. Harvis explained to the protagonist that he had left secret signs, and now all that was left was to wait. Ern, for his part, was not averse to killing time. Thus, several hours passed and night fell. Joyful cries were heard in the area of the city where the hotel was located. Ern's men were enjoying the drink and food to the fullest, while the protagonist watched other people's fun from the sidelines. Noticing the gentleman sitting to the side, the people hurried to Ern and Harvis's table. The workers began to beg Harvis in every possible way to have a drink with them. Through an inept refusal, Harvis was nevertheless pulled away from the table. Glancing slightly at Ern, the spy agreed to one glass of drink. In his eyes, the protagonist looked like a real demon who would allow the spy to drink, but for the last time in his life. This picture left Harvis speechless. After which, the spy began to more openly refuse the drink and move back to the table. In order to divert suspicion from himself, Harvis complained about the destructive effect of drink, where a person would not even notice how he drained a dozen mugs. The workers left Harvis alone, even though they invited him to join the fun at any time. The spy shook his head, ashamed that he had been forced to give up alcohol because of threats to his life. Suddenly, a passing maid accidentally collided with Harvis. After the clash, the characters rushed to apologize to each other for the inconvenience. Next, the spy hurried back to the table where Ern was sitting. Without saying a word, Harvis began to drink the water. The protagonist, who had previously been closely watching the spy, suddenly turned to him. Erna wondered if Harvis had lost something. The spy grinned in response, and to prove it, reached into his clothes. Following this, he pulled out a folded piece of paper. Some more time passed and it was already late night. While on the street, among the houses, the spy made it clear to Ern that it was necessary to learn the map. Having opened the piece of paper, which Harvis had obviously received from the maid, the spy began to decipher the text. The spy said out loud the meeting place, as well as the name Trevor, which belonged to the agent. Additionally, Harvis told Ern that he trusted Trevor, which meant there was no need to expect any trickery. The protagonist was not enthusiastic about the spy's offer to go to another agent alone. Not really keen on leaving the spies alone, Ern suggested that they go together and then hide there. Harvis didn't particularly resist Ern's idea, but he did warn him that the whole city was full of prying eyes. The protagonist fell silent, mentally agreeing with Harvis's words. Moreover, despite his warmer relationship with the spy, Ern still could not trust him. Deciding to make sure of something, Ern ordered the spy to show him a progress report. The spy flinched slightly at the demand he heard, wondering if Ern still didn't trust him. The protagonist sighed and began to explain to Harvis. Ern looked at the spy with a haughty expression, making it clear that there could be no talk of trust between them. A minute later, the protagonist was already reading Harvis's report. Looking now at the text, now at the spy, Ern concluded that Harvis had not lied. Then the spy raised his hands, inviting Ern to search himself as well. The protagonist chuckled, wondering if the spy was offended. Harvest dismissed such suggestions. The spy began to tell Ern that he valued his life and did not want to go through hell with the maggots again. In response, the protagonist looked at him intently. Finally, after returning the letter, Ern allowed the spy to go alone. The hero's glances met with a clear degree of mistrust. However, without any other consequences, Harvest took the letter from Ern's hands. Bowing, the spy promised that he would return soon. Watching Harvest leave, Ern reflected that no matter how much he trusted someone, he could never be sure of the accuracy of someone else's intentions. In connection with this, Ern called up a scroll from his inventory. Opening it with a quick movement, the protagonist tore the scroll. A magical seal was created that allowed its owner to become invisible. With each passing second, Ern's body became more and more pale. The protagonist's clothes lost their tones. The skin began to show through. All this lasted until Ern really became invisible. Raising his hand in front of him, Ern admired the scroll's effect. Later, using the skill to give his body lightness, Ern began to run across the rooftops. It would have been a fleeting shadow, the protagonist flying over the heads of the townspeople. By making long jumps, Ern traveled great distances at once, until at some point I stopped. In front of the protagonist, a view of dense urban development opened up. From there, from above, Ern secretly watched Harvest. Ern found the spy to be a master of his craft, who completely blended into the crowd, not standing out from the rest of the people. And yet, the protagonist counted several people at once who followed Harvest on his heels. Ern seemed to have changed his initial opinion of Harvey's. After all, it turned out that the pro was not a spy at all. Not much time had passed since then, after which Harvest reached a random house. Quietly approaching the door, the spy knocked on it. Almost immediately, the door of the house opened. A man came out to meet Harvest. Without saying a word, Harvest simply walked into the house. Ern was watching this whole scene practically overhead. Assessing the spy's actions, Ern concluded that he did everything as he promised. As a result, Ern decided it was time to try martial arts. By activating his extra perception skill, Ern began to hear the smallest conversations from the surrounding area. Having missed a lot of other noise, the protagonist still managed to tune into the conversation between the two agents. Inside the house, Harvest and Trevor were actively discussing each other's achievements. At some point, their conversation turned to the purpose of Harvest's visit. To the shock, the spy reported that Gilbert, the man in charge of communications, was dead. Trevor was temporarily speechless, and only on the fifth attempt did he ask how this could have happened. Harvest was reluctant to reveal details, only hinting at what kind of death the spy might have suffered. Trevor grabbed his head in frustration. Having barely come to his senses, he began to wonder how Harvest himself had managed to survive. Sighing and hanging his head, Harvest linked Gilbert's sacrifice with his own life. The others present began to feel sorry for poor Gilbert, but suddenly Henry stopped his previous worries. The second spy started talking about the rather large distance between Acadio and the capital, where the academy was located. Henry said Harvey's name rather incredulously. Others present also gave Harvest dirty looks. Very serious doubts about the veracity of Harvest's words began to affect Henry. Afterwards, Henry hung his head thoughtfully. A peculiar silence fell over the room. Harvest also remained silent for now, thinking over his future words. Ern, who was eavesdropping on this conversation through his ability, also came to the conclusion that something had gone wrong. Suddenly, Harvest's voice dropped, addressing no one in particular and asking if he was having fun. None of those present understood why the spy said this. A couple of seconds later, a chuckle came from Henry's lips. Then, laughing out loud, he asked Harvest not to get angry. Having reduced it to a ridiculous joke on his part, Henry once again openly sympathized with Gilbert's death. The conversation between the spies continued in calm tones. However, Henry wanted to know how Harvest got to this city. Harvest briefly outlined his path as a successful manipulation of one of the lesser Stillguard masters. Harvest noted that Ern was rather stupid and susceptible to outside influence. Eavesdropping secretly, Ern felt a strange pain from the belittlement directed at him. Henry accepted Harvest's explanation, but did not know why the visit had taken place. Approaching the table, Harvest put down the report he had asked to be sent to the Empire. Oddly enough, the spy did not make any other requests to Henry. With that, Harvest turned around and began to leave. Ern, who was eavesdropping on these conversations, found the life of a spy to be quite specific. Be that as it may, Ern congratulated Harvest on his success. Afterwards, the protagonist himself decided to start acting. But then, Ern was drawn to a conversation from Henry's house, where the other spies were discussing Harvest's survival after the raid on Gilbert. The protagonist stopped, deciding to listen to what they were talking about. Henry didn't really understand what the other spies were getting at, not believing in betrayal on Harvest's part. Henry refused to listen to any arguments in favor of Harvey's betrayal, complaining about the spy's loyalty. As his main argument for Harvey's honesty, Henry cited the family of the one who would be in mortal danger if the spy committed treason. And yet another spy had doubts. Henry reduced these doubts to personal hostility. Henry then growled at the doubting spy, urging him to get to work. Even if Harvey might have been a traitor, Henry believed that his fate would be decided by the highest authorities. Listening to all this, Ern chuckled thoughtfully. Looking at the back of the departing Harvey, Ern mentally said that even a spy had his secrets. The meeting of the spies ended, but the night only continued. After leaving the previous scene, Ern canceled the effect of the invisibility scroll. Evaluating the effects of the effects he had previously placed on himself, Ern was firmly convinced that they were worth the money spent. Now, walking along the night streets, the protagonist assured himself that he would use these abilities as often as possible. During this journey, some swearing reached Ern's ears. The protagonist turned towards the direction from which the sound was coming, thinking that a fight was unfolding there. Walking in that direction, Ern came across a noisy crowd in the middle of the night. Looking closer, Ern discovered two groups of people actively arguing among themselves about the importance of their masters. In shock, among the crowd that had formed, Ern clearly saw his own people. People on both sides, heated up by drinking, only inflamed the conflict. In the midst of this swearing, Ern clearly made out the mention of Marquis Albert. A feeling of spontaneous recollection overcame Ern as soon as he heard this name. One of the parties began to lose its temper. Since under the influence of alcohol, no peaceful resolution of the dispute was found. There were shouts of threats in response. In the name of the honor of their masters, people were ready to start tearing each other to pieces. At some point, having divided, the crowd moved wall to wall. But before the carnage could begin, they were all interrupted by a menacing cry. The workers stopped immediately. One of the crowd recognized the man. After all, the stately man was the captain. Erna, who also saw the captain, was overcome with nervous tremors. Closing his eyes, he remembered how his body was torn apart by pain, how the instruments of torture rattled and clanged, how blood covered the floor. It seemed that Ern had met the very man from the past who had taken everything from the protagonist. However, Ern's gaze was not directed at the captain. After all, behind him the shadow was rapidly growing. Soon, having caught up with the captain, Albert Kuntz appeared next to him. The protagonist bared his teeth, not expecting such a meeting. A veil of hatred enveloped the protagonist. His gaze was fixed exclusively on Kuntz. Burning with the heat of hatred, the hero even wondered whether he should simply kill Kuntz right now. The temptation for revenge was so great that Ern's veins even bulged from the tension. Having mastered himself and exhaled, Ern decided that Kuntz could not be killed quickly and painlessly. The protagonist assured himself that he would make Kuntz experience his own pain. At the same time, the captain approached the intoxicated and ready-to-fight crowd. Like a rock, the tall man towered over the workers. One of the people even mentally admired the captain's height. Suddenly, the captain's voice was heard, reminding them that he had asked them not to make noise. The people subordinate to him instantly sobered up. Later, they all bowed, giving their word that such a thing would not happen again. Then the captain turned his attention to Ern's people. The captain introduced himself as Derek and wanted to know who was in front of him. In a frightened voice, Ern's man introduced himself as an employee of the Still Guards. Afterwards, the man tried to explain what he and the others had forgotten in Acadio. Suddenly, the voice of Ern himself was heard, who wanted to answer for his people. Slowly, the protagonist emerged from the darkness of the alleys. Assessing Ern, Derek found him calm, but with a rather piercing gaze. Ern himself mentally recognized that Derek was clearly struck by someone else's aura. Be that as it may, the protagonist was sure that he had scared the captain. Taking a closer look at Ern, Derek realized that he was still a child, but nevertheless wondered who he was. The protagonist calmly stated his name. Then he added words about his Stillguard family. Hearing this, the captain immediately turned his gaze to Kuntz. He simply grimaced with displeasure. Then, the captain launched into the following thoughts, admitting that with the appearance of another noble person, the situation could become much more complicated. But the captain's thoughts were interrupted by Ern. Ern brought up the reason why Derek was negative towards the Stillguards in Acadio. The captain began to assure Ern that he had not meant anything like that. In response, Ern threw up his hands, saying that he simply wanted to look at the second largest city in the country. Then, the protagonist himself was interested in Albert's presence in Acadio. Derek hastened to answer that the reason was similar to Ern's own desire. Additionally, Derek apologized to Ern for the behavior of his men. However, as soon as Derek finished, Kuntz himself entered the dialogue. Kuntz saw no reason to apologize, considering the Stillguards themselves to be the source of the troubles. Dirk understood perfectly well that the conflict with the Still Guards could only end in tragedy, and therefore he hastened to calm Kunz, citing the need to return to the hotel. However, Kunz rejected Dirk's words. Dirk continued his calming tactics, offering to discuss everything in the morning. Ern spoke next, seeing no point in waiting for anything. After this, Ern decided to find out if Dirk knew the reasons for the conflict that had occurred. Kunz took the right to vote, considering such discussions unnecessary, since the title of Baron was lower than the title of Marquis. Behind Ern, the grumbling of the Stillguard men could be heard. In response to Kunz, a chuckle was heard from the protagonist. Ern picked up on Kunz's idea of titles and hierarchy. Kunz confirmed this with satisfaction, hoping that Ern had finally learned his place. After listening to Kunz's words, Ern smiled sweetly. Subsequently, waving his hand, the protagonist called Kunz's words nonsense. Kunz reacted violently to such speeches. Pointing a finger at Ern, Kunz demanded that Ern take back his words. The protagonist was not against doing so, but only on the condition that he was wrong. After which, Ern turned to one of Captain Dirk's men. The protagonist demanded that he tell him what happened. Without thinking twice, the man blamed the Still Guards for everything. These words were enough for Kunz to demand an apology from Ern on his knees. In response, Ern demanded that Kunz be patient, listen to both sides, and not be childish. Ern then turned to Michael, asking him to tell him what had happened. Choosing his words carefully, Michael explained the conflict by saying that Kunz's men had begun to mock the Stillguard family. With a hint of hatred, Ern repeated Michael's words about ridicule. Michael explained the meaning of the ridicule, which consisted of the legacy of Reborn, on which the Stillguards allegedly parasitized. Michael also apologized to Ern for the fuss he had caused, but he did not want to stand aside, being a knight of a family that was being slandered. Ern listened attentively to the end of the knight's arguments. Following this, the protagonist decided to get confirmation of Michael's words from another side. The knight on the other side hesitated, trying to smooth things over. Dirk reacted to this uncertainty by realizing that this was exactly how things had developed. As a result, Ern concluded that what he learned from Michael was true, then asking Michael to raise his head. Unexpectedly, the protagonist praised the knight for a job well done. Many present were shocked by Ern's final decision. Waving his cloak, Ern himself continued his speech. Speaking on behalf of the heir of Steelheart, the people on Kunz's side became wary. Suddenly, Ern said that he could not leave what happened unanswered. First of all, the protagonist reminded that only the Stillguard family was and will be the defenders of the country. Inspiring his knights, Ern reminded them that the Stillguards would always be at the forefront fighting for those who remembered them. A bead of sweat trickled down Dirk's face as Ern promised to spill the blood of those who mocked the Stillguards. In this regard, Ern was obliged to ask again. Surrounded by loyal knights, the protagonist wondered loudly if their family still meant nothing. Kunz's men fell silent, unsure how to react. For a second or two, Dirk even imagined that Ern was much older and wiser than his peer Kunz. One way or another, Dirk recognized the protagonist's elegant methods of standing up for himself. Now the captain knew what anger backed by the strength of family looked like. After all, now, in front of them, was the true blood of the Stillguard family. As soon as Ern finished his speech, there was another short pause. Realizing that victory was impossible, Kunz hissed through his teeth and tried to say something offensive to Ern. Dirk was about to interrupt Kunz because the situation could have turned into a tragedy. As a result, the captain gave one of his men a resounding slap in the face. No one present expected such a course of action from the captain. However, he did not stop, continuing to slap all the other knights under his command. One after another, under the weight of the blows, they fell to the ground. At some point, quite tired and breathing heavily, Dirk finished the course on teaching good manners. Sarcastically, he praised his men for smearing Kunz's name. Having barely recovered, the beaten knights began to ask forgiveness for their behavior. However, Dirk redirected their words to a completely different person. Turning around, the captain blamed everything on the knights, who had framed Kunz with their prank. They all flinched when the captain barked. After which, in chorus, the beaten knights again apologized, but this time to the titled gentleman. Watching Dirk's methods, Ern believed that he was not joking. The protagonist considered Dirk's substitution of concepts to be quite skillful when insults turned into provocations and conflict between the knights. After all, in this way, even though the captain retreated, he did not spoil the reputation of his master. Eventually, Ern decided to take a closer look at Dirk. However, the seemingly resolved dispute did not make Kunz very happy. Frowning, Kunz told everyone to go to hell and went to bed. As Kunz walked away, the protagonist's words were heard behind him. Ern accepted Kunz's apology. Kunz stopped abruptly and began to slowly turn his head. Ern's satisfied face appeared before his eyes. At some point, their hateful gazes met. However, Kunz was the first to look away, amidst displeased hissing. Puffing under his breath, he continued walking home. The captain wanted to say something, but only hung his head. Then with his knights, he joined Kunz. Suddenly, Ern noticed that his own people were not happy with the outcome of the situation. Now, Ern himself decided to carry out educational work with his own knights. At once, the knights' irritated and displeased glances were directed at Ern. Having caught many strangers' eyes on himself, the protagonist hastened to apologize himself. Since then, the night has passed, and the morning of a new day has arrived. Someone was scraping a knife across a plate of food with displeasure. Puffing out his cheeks, Kunz chewed slowly. With Ern constantly in mind, Kunz began to talk about it. Dirk told Kunz about the rumors that were circulating around Ern, but as it turned out, they were far from the truth. Kunz did not particularly agree with the captain since, apart from Ern's sharp tongue, no one saw his other skills. Next, Kunz started talking about why the captain forced the knights to apologize. Wincing, Dirk called what happened a retreat tactic, since the Stillguards still had many allies. After this, having clearly frightened Kunz, Dirk reminded him that if the situation worsened, it was possible to anger the Lord himself. Then, Kunz ordered the captain to begin surveillance of Ern, promising that one day he would make him pay for the embarrassment he had experienced. Right after that, Kunz mentioned that since that night, he had not met a single representative of the Stillguards. Dirk informed her master that Ern and his men had left early in the morning. When Kunz learned that Dirk had offered Ern a joint trip to the academy, he was perplexed by the captain's arbitrariness. However, Dirk himself thought differently, calling his main task the protection of Kunz. Kunz winced, calling the captain's efforts arrogant. Following which, Kunz threw down his cutlery, declaring that he had lost his appetite. Some time passed and night fell in the city. Snoring, Kunz sprawled out on the hotel bed. It seemed that nothing could disturb the sleep of such a noble man. But at some point, the window in Kunz's room opened. However, he himself did not notice anything. Suddenly, something hit Kunz on the cheek. He perked up and began to struggle with the invisible enemy. After which, something squeezed Kunz's cheeks hard. A little later, a hand appeared that tightly squeezed Kunz's mouth. As it turned out, Ern was looming over him. Then the protagonist put his index finger to his lips and hissed at Kunz. After a short pause, Kunz finally recognized Ern in the striker. Kunz made an effort, but was unable to move from the spot. Ern, who had fallen on him, possessed simply wild strength. Then came the voice of the protagonist himself, who admitted that he had long been thirsting for revenge. After which, Ern began to list the emotions of horror and pain that Kunz was forced to experience. When he finished, Ern asked Kunz if he knew what would happen to him next. In response, Ern heard an active mooing. Right there, Ern made it clear that he had changed his mind about many things when he burst into Ern's bedchamber. Out loud, Ern remembered how Kunz's eyes had blazed with envy. Therefore, the protagonist knew that in his new life, Kunz's behavior would not change. Ern began to retell the fate of Kunz, who would have destroyed the Stillguard family in any case. Following which, Ern concluded that that night, Kunz would have to die. The events were transported to a past life, when Ern tried to understand why Kunz hated him. The capricious Marquis laughed in response, then giving an explanation in the form of hatred from the first day the heroes met. Kunz hated not only Ern's family, the protagonist himself, but even his name. The protagonist even wondered if such things could really be helpful in capturing lands. Sighing, Kunz made it clear to Ern that he was no better than the Marquis. Kunz explained his special form of hatred as envy, since Erna, unlike the Marquis, was greeted everywhere with a smile. However now, Kunz was truly happy, because Ern was completely broken. Looking haughtily at the protagonist, Kunz called him a landless lord. Kunz called himself nothing less than the Great. Then, realizing his unconditional victory over Ern, Kunz laughed. Events returned to the present, where Ern only increased the pressure on Kunz. Unable to speak in his mind, Kunz called Ern a psychopath. The hero's crazy glances intersected, which is why Kunz believed Ern's words about the murder for the first time. In a futile attempt to avoid the horror, Kunz grabbed Ern's hand. The protagonist's grip has indeed weakened, but in fact Ern himself pulled his hand away. Instantly Kunz screamed, calling for Dirk's help. The Marquis came to his senses in an instant, because not a sound came from his mouth. Ern chuckled and explained to Kunz that he was simply affecting his pressure points. Ern made it clear to Kunz that he would not be able to speak until the protagonist himself allowed it. Next, Ern was upset that he couldn't do everything. In particular, the protagonist was upset that he couldn't just hang Kunz's face in a frame. In horror, Kunz stepped back, not understanding how the guards had not noticed Ern's entry. Suddenly, an idea came to Kunz about the next room, where Captain Dirk was. Hurriedly, Kunz began to stir. He rose and threw back the blanket. He jumped out of bed in an instant, after which he began to run to the door as quickly as possible. Kunz hoped to be saved, at least by simply opening the door. Suddenly, a knee strike interrupted Kunz's efforts. Kunz let out a heavy groan. Himself did not consider his actions to be some kind of revenge. After which, Kunz fell to the floor. Unable to utter anything, Kunz groaned pitifully. Subsequently, the Marquise began to crawl. The protagonist was quite amused by Kunz's efforts. In a split second, made 3 instant jabs. The fingers hit Kunz in the area around his neck, after which, Kunz felt like he had lost all control over his body. Approached and grabbed Kunz by the collar, asking him once again not to move. The protagonist gave his word that what the Marquis heard would not harm him. In response, a plaintive groan came from Kunz. Next, began to drag Kunz to the desk. With one movement, the protagonist sat him down, then performing further finger pokes into the area around the neck. As soon as the pain had passed, Kunz was surprised to find that he could move again. Immediately after this, placed a parchment on the table in front of Kunz. The Marquis looked angrily at the protagonist. Motioned for him to pick up the pen. Kunz had no intention of obeying, believing that would kill him as soon as he got what he wanted. Their gazes met again. Then seemed to simply wave his hand. This movement was so rapid that at first Kunz simply did not understand anything. However, then Kunz's pain began to increase. Somewhere behind the heroes, on the floor of the room, a severed hand fell. Sensing something was wrong, Kunz froze. Then he looked down. Then he turned around, stunned. In utter confusion, his gaze fell on his own hand on the floor. Ern's voice sounded again, ordering the Marquis to take the pen. Instantly, from the wild pain, Kunz fell to the floor. Continued to speak, blaming everything on Kunz himself and his unwillingness to listen. In tears, Kunz looked up at the protagonist. As an argument for cooperation, drew his sword again. The protagonist made it clear to Kunz that the next in line would be the foot itself. Only now, in even greater fear, did Kunz notice that was in possession of aura. Seeing that Kunz continued to resist, began to raise his sword. Frightened, Kunz raised his remaining hand, indicating that he would do what was required. Quickly rising from the floor, Kunz walked towards the desk. Taking the writing instrument in his remaining hand, the Marquis awaited Ern's instructions. First of all, the protagonist asked Kunz not to stain everything with blood. Made it clear to Kunz that if even one drop of blood touched the paper, the Marquis would instantly lose his head. Not feeling any better about this news, Kunz nodded. Later, began to dictate the text to Kunz. In it, for his father, Kunz appeared as a pathetic non-entity. Meanwhile, the Marquis himself was absorbed in thoughts that not everything was so terrible, because there were prostheses and servants. The most important thing at this moment in time, Kunz believed, was the need to stay alive. Afterwards, Kunz began to think about how much noise he had made when he fell. The Marquis hoped that Captain Dirac, being an experienced man, should have understood everything. However, time passed, but no one rushed to help Kunz. Continuing to write, he did not understand why nothing was happening. In a panic of hopelessness, Kunz finished writing the last sentence of the letter. Unnoticed, Kunz glanced sideways at Bustling, Kunz began to think of ways to waste time. Suddenly, leaned over to Kunz, saying that he had known the Marquis' thoughts from the very beginning. Said thoughtfully that Kunz was trying to stall for time for some reason. Kunz was stunned by what he heard. Following which, the protagonist suggested that Kunz finish the letter. Obeying, Kunz concentrated on the paper. As he wrote the letters, Kunz's hand shook considerably. Hardly had the last word been written when took the letter in his hands. With a long chuckle, the protagonist concluded that Kunz had done a good job. Now, all that was left for Kunz to do was wait for the unknown, hoping that he wouldn't die before Dirac noticed something was wrong. As soon as this thought left Kunz, grinned. Instantly, Kunz was jabbed in the throat. Clutching the place where he was hit, Kunz began to cough. Suddenly, he discovered that his voice had returned. Responded, confirming that Kunz's voice had returned. After stopping coughing, Kunz looked at with a puzzled expression. Taking a deep breath, Kunz strained his vocal cords. Next, with all his might, he called for help from Dirac. Laughter was heard, as he considered Kunz's decision to save himself to be quite insignificant. Kunz froze, not understanding why was not afraid of the arrival of the guards, who would have killed him immediately. The protagonist chuckled again and made it clear that he had foreseen many things. Then revealed that he had used the scroll of silence, which prevented sound from leaving the room. Made his words more specific by saying that, in addition to sound, even the weakest vibration could not leave the confines of the room. Realizing the complete impasse of the situation, Kunz dared to die, for which temporarily deprived him of his voice. In response, the protagonist showed a letter, which Kunz would definitely not have agreed to write of his own free will. Suddenly, Kunz felt an incredible weakness. In a split second, the Marquise fell backwards. Shaking, Kunz tried to say something about his defeat. Finished Kunz's words by saying that he lost to the Still Guards, and in particular, to the protagonist himself. Also made it clear that Kunz did not deserve either power or wealth. Taking a stance and taking the sword in both hands, associated this with Kunz's own inferiority complex. Suddenly, a cry of mercy was heard from Kunz. Grabbing by the leg, Kunz tried to sweeten him with his family's wealth. However, the thirst for revenge has already clouded the protagonist's mind. The blade of the sword began its movement on an inclined plane. And at the same time, Kunz's last cry was heard. The blade of the sword whistled past Kunz's head. Suddenly, the world in the eyes of the young Marquis turned upside down. Watched this flight in silence. A couple of seconds passed, and the head slammed onto the floor. Blood enemy just lost his head. Described what happened as the best thing that ever happened to Kunz. Next, called up the inventory. From there, the protagonist obtained bone acid. Having decided to make it look like Kunz had disappeared, began pouring acid on his body. Thus, the protagonist left the Marquis himself, Kunz's father, in the dark. A minute later, upon contact of the acid with Kunz's body, he simply dissolved without a trace. Was pleased that he had managed to pull off such a difficult task, thanks to the goods and advice of the demon seller. Afterwards, it was the turn of Kunz's things. Called up the inventory again. With a light movement, he threw Kunz's clothes in there. Next, the protagonist began to pull out the shelves of the closet. Thanks to the alibi he had arranged, was completely confident that no one would connect Kunz's disappearance with the protagonist himself. Having finished his current business, was about to leave the hotel room. Afterwards, after taking them out of his inventory, several scrolls appeared in Ern's hands at once. One by one, the protagonist applied the effects of speed, stealth, and invisibility to himself. Soon, the protagonist acquired an intangible form. The room where Kunz had previously lived now looked more like a room that had just been cleaned. Concluded that everything went great. The next moment, the protagonist disappeared, leaving only a letter on the table, where Kunz, belittling himself in every possible way, assured his father that he would not be able to lead the family as befits an heir. Several hours passed and a new day began. The procession with Ern's carriage was heading to the academy. Sari woke up and yelped pitifully. The little animal could not attract the attention of Ern, who was still sleeping. A little later, the protagonist was immersed in thoughts about the fact that the much-desired revenge had finally come true. However, something was bothering Ern. Wasn't sure he'd gotten his full revenge on Kunz after torturing him before his quick death. However, then the protagonist began to reassure himself, believing that there probably would not have been another, more convenient chance for revenge. Now, regretted more about the countless useless things he had done in his past life. And yet, feelings overwhelmed the protagonist. Trying to get away from the emotions, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Immediately after this, looked at his hands, not understanding what he was doing. When Ern's thoughts touched Kunz, the protagonist grabbed his head. Sari was shocked, watching from the side at the owner's behavior. Suddenly, mentally acknowledged that the fall of his family had not begun with Kunz, but with the disappearance of his father. Remembered that there were always hungry beasts of the great houses roaming around the Still Guards. Most of them were not formidable opponents, but united, they waited for a convenient moment to attack. In this whole story, Kunz was just a pathetic cur. Having gone too deeply into these thoughts, tried to pull himself together. After all, the protagonist still had a very long and thorny path ahead of him. Later, watched contentedly as his balance was replenished with coins due to active transactions on the exchange. At this point, the protagonist had only one thing left to do. With a few flicks of his fingers, put Kunz's magic sword up for sale. Was not too pleased that the exchange attached Kunz's name to the item's title. Almost immediately after this, the system notified about the receipt of a message. A certain buyer was ready to buy the sword that had just been put up for sale, offering a sum that was quite good for But was not sure about his readiness to sell the rare magic sword so soon, which gave its owner quite big advantages. The protagonist suddenly became thoughtful. For some reason, remembered Direk. Then Harvest's words came to mind, saying that only special knights could defeat Direk. Assessing his own strength, came to the conclusion that now he could easily deal with the first class. As the heir of the Mystic Blade, by accelerating his inner cultivation, had already made crazy progress at such a young age. Meanwhile, understood perfectly well that entering into a duel with a special knight would be unwise. At this point, the protagonist would prefer to do something to improve his situation. Unexpectedly, glanced again at the letter with the offer to buy Kunz's sword. Suddenly, the protagonist thought about using this weapon himself. Quickly dismissed the idea, figuring it would raise too much suspicion. Still, Ern settled on the idea of selling the sword. But then he stopped himself. Ern thought again, because Kunz's sword was, after all, magical. Next, the protagonist took out a sword from his inventory. Next, Ern caught Sari's attention. Smiling mysteriously, Ern decided to find out the true value of the animal. Meanwhile, the movement of Erna's procession reached the mountains. Having given Sari Kunz's sword, the little animal began to actively gnaw on it. Ern couldn't help but admire how the little animal was eating the magical weapon, worth hundreds of coins. Even though Ern was losing a ton of coins, the protagonist was counting on Sari's potential to more than compensate for it in the future. Now Ern's top priority was to raise Sari. Remembering the division levels of Bulgasari, Ern really hoped that Sari's level was at least average. Ern had barely finished thinking about all this when he was drawn to the absent sound of metal crushing. Having already completely eaten the sword, Sari licked his paws. The protagonist could only envy the animal's expensive appetite. Now, Ern began to ask Sari if the little animal could use the magic it had absorbed. However, Ern absolutely did not understand the animal's purring in response. Suddenly, Sari let out a menacing growl. Thinking that the little animal was feigning confidence, Ern couldn't wait to see examples of the use of force. Suddenly, Ern came to his senses and began to beg the animal not to use destructive magic inside the carriage. However, the timbre of Sari's purring was already increasing. Following him, the little animal began to strain with all its might. With a hint of hope on his face, Ern froze. Suddenly, the animal's eyes sparkled. Sari shouted at the top of his voice and projected magic. Seeing that the little animal had created a shield, Ern screamed at the top of his voice. However, the protagonist's joy did not last long. Ern called Sari. With a grain of hope, Ern assumed that the little animal would be able to take the form of the eaten sword. Soon, at Ern's command, the animal took the form of a sword. Immediately, the system sent congratulations to Ern in connection with Sari's maximum development. Ern's glee turned to surprise when he noticed the red tail. The protagonist looked at the tail that had appeared out of nowhere with confusion. Looking closer, Ern realized that the tail now replaced the hilt of the sword. A slight feeling of stupor pierced Ern. Sari also realized the imperfection of his form, quickly returning to his previous appearance. Staring at its tail, the little animal quacked thoughtfully. In any case, Ern praised the little animal for his efforts. Without getting angry, the protagonist suggested that Sari try to take the form of a sword again. The magic flashed, the steam dissipated, and the tailed sword was in front of Ern again. Seeing another failure, Ern began to encourage Sari that in future attempts, the transformation would definitely be successful. A long series of transformations of the animal into a sword and back began. After dozens of attempts, Ern wanted Sari to transform one last time, which would definitely be successful. The magic flashed, the steam dissipated once again, and there again, on the seat next to him, lay the tailed sword. The protagonist, seeing the futility of all attempts, temporarily lost the power of speech. Almost immediately, the emotion of disappointment was transmitted to Sari. Only now did Ern wonder if the Bulgasari he had grown was really of the highest level. After so many failures, Sari was in a depressed state. Ern, clumsily feigning joy, tried to calm the little animal, at least voicing the magic that Sari now possessed as a hope. The little animal raised its muzzle to Ern with hope. The protagonist fell silent, thinking about how else he could comfort the animal. Suddenly, an idea came to Ern's mind. The protagonist began to convince the animal that he had the highest class, and therefore the best. With these words, Ern defined Sari as the most outstanding Bulgasari. After these words and efforts from Ern, the tears gradually receded from Sari's eyes. The next moment, the little animal was already purring with happiness. Ern didn't stop proclaiming Sari as the best in the world. Finally, Ern could breathe a sigh of relief, no longer worrying about Sari falling apart. Ultimately, Ern resolutely abandoned the treasures in favor of the mysterious egg, whose cultivation did not guarantee any benefits. Looking at how the little animal was having fun, rolling around on the seat, Ern came to the conclusion that he had not made a mistake in his choice, regardless of what fate had in store for Ern in the future. The protagonist himself frankly believed that his new life was proceeding in the most comfortable way. Meanwhile, Ern believed that there was no room for complacency. Having called up the exchange menu, the protagonist immediately began to buy various goods. Having jumped over many levels and removed restrictions, Ernu now has access to the rarest elixirs for purchase and sale. Time passed, evening came, and the city of Midian was already visible on the horizon. A little later, the scene moved to a local tavern. There, sipping beer after a long journey, the knights discussed the fact that the capital was just a stone's throw away. One of the knights, now talking with Harvis, noted the genius with which Ern had calculated the route to the capital. Immediately after this, the knight became interested in where the protagonist had disappeared to. because as soon as he entered the tavern, he went to his private room. One of the knights thought that Ern was simply worried and therefore wanted to be alone. Another knight agreed with the previous speaker, reminding everyone how depressed Ern's look was. Ultimately, they all agreed that the protagonist was simply worried about continuing to attend the academy. Unexpectedly, Harvest and the other knight came to the same conclusion that Ern could not worry about such trifles. Having said this in unison, they immediately looked at each other. Both began to suspect each other of something, asking cross questions to which neither of them could really answer. Harvest cut short this petty argument with an offer of drinks. However, the spy himself already had some doubts about Ern's behavior. Gradually, the action moved to the second floor, where the guest rooms were located. There, behind solid walls and strong doors, Ern was in a state close to a nervous breakdown. Ern grinned, unable to believe that he had been unable to buy the elixirs. As it turned out, no matter how long Ern waited, the highest level elixirs still did not appear on sale. For the first time, the protagonist encountered a case that was not taken into account in the calculations. This whole situation raised a lot of questions for Ern. An additional oddity was that no matter how much Ern lowered the prices of his own elixirs, no one was eager to buy them either. Suddenly, a bright thought struck the protagonist. As soon as Ern opened his ad for selling elixirs, he was immediately faced with an avalanche of angry comments accusing the protagonist of fraud. Ern was completely confused, because the comments were clearly someone's evil intent, since the protagonist had not managed to sell a single elixir in all that time. Reflecting, Ern recalled the forces that deliberately lowered public opinion about a person, a product, or a phenomenon. Ern had no idea who he might have offended, but he was absolutely certain that the part-timers were the ones doing it. The protagonist chuckled sternly, continuing his analysis. Through providence, Ern began to discover that the negative comments were being left by people of all walks of life and social classes. In the end, Ern concluded that his suspicions were confirmed. The first thing Ern learned was that some of the comments were coming from various health centers. Temples, clinics, and even sects seemed to have launched a united attack on the protagonist. After digging deeper into the information, Ern was able to find out that they were all affiliate stores. The best elixir producers in their worlds suddenly decided to fight back against the protagonist. But in this whole story, Ern saw an important inconsistency, because the protagonist had been selling elixirs for quite a long time. A little later, the protagonist said that in this way, the monopolists had drawn a line for Ern. However, Ern doubted that such big players would act together because of some small trader. The only problem was that Ern intended to sell heavenly tier goods. Ern seemed to feel dozens of hands reaching out to crush him. Scratching his head, Ern experienced for the first time what it was like to be under pressure from powerful market players. However, Ern was not going to put up with the fact that someone was throwing mud at him. Ultimately, the protagonist accepted the challenge, now preparing to create his own muddy water and pour it on the heads of his offenders. Smiling madly, Ern muttered under his breath that the offenders had messed with the wrong person. Immediately after this, the action changed to one of the worlds, the health clinics, from where the complaint about Ern came. The manager there was furious that Ern had dared to file a complaint. He was operated on by a manager from another clinic who urged him to solve the problem, not to talk. A third leader joined their conversation, calling the attacks on Ern completely unnecessary. Some of the following agreed with everything. Others, however, believed that they had been misled by this plan. The first leader interrupted this farce, declaring that the problem should be solved, not quarreled with. Some of the leaders agreed with the previously voiced voices, proposing to make a joint decision again. The first leader took the vote again, asking everyone to play along with him in the process of resolving the issue with Ern. Clenching his fists, the first leader intended to show Ern what retribution was. Next, all the health centers, sects, and clinics entered into conversation with Ern. As soon as they entered into a dialogue with the protagonist, Ern responded with bright boasting, hinting that he might be much older than all the interlocutors. The first leader was furious at these words addressed to him, not forgetting to name his significant age. Ern sighed wearily, not seeing any reason to respect someone else's age. The first leader, like the other blade managers, unanimously condemned Ern for his blatant ignorance. All of them considered Ern to be the true embodiment of the representative of the Zero system. Ern shook his head, saying that mass attacks on him would not turn the protagonist away from interdimensional trade deals. After hearing from the protagonist, the first leader introduced a silence mode in his chat. This action was a prelude to the entry of a new character into the conversation. Seeing that there was someone higher than the leaders who had come to talk, Ern was even slightly delighted. In the voice chat of the leaders, the voice of Miam, who was the channel master, sounded. Miam asked all participants in the conversation to speak strictly to the point, refusing sarcasm and insults. After which, Mayam asked if everyone really understood it well. Following this, Mayam lifted the silence regime and all the leaders at once agreed to the rules of it. Afterwards, the first manager used his right to speak out, accusing of spreading lies. The manager assured Mayam that there was no talk of recruiting part-time workers to attack the protagonist. With a certain amount of humor, the protagonist read the explanations there. The manager also openly accused of distributing inferior quality goods. I specifically reminded that in System 1, the quality of the goods is the key to trust. In a hysterical voice, the first manager advised to focus on the quality of the product, rather than write pointless complaints. No sooner had the first manager finished his speech than attached a file of his transactions to the general chat. Then spoke up, asking to study the list, thereby learning that there were no sales of heavenly-level elixirs. In this regard, again accused the heads of clinics and health centers that the protagonist became the target of slander. However, the first manager did not give in, insisting that the document provided by could have been changed. Unexpectedly, Mayam spoke up, confirming the authenticity of the document provided by the protagonist. Feeling the loss of his position, the first leader reluctantly partially confirmed that the part-time workers could have carried out an attack on However, he did not see any evidence that they were sent by the heads of health centers and clinics. Suddenly spoke up, believing that Mayam would be able to debunk this information as well. However, Mayam could not rely on suspicion alone. Did not particularly understand Mayam's refusal to make open accusations, considering that the part-timers' affiliation with the heads of clinics and health centers was indisputable. Mayam responded again, calling Ern's proposal impossible, since no one had the right to invade the personal information of buyers. At that time, took Mayam's words as connivance, which could not help matters. Mayam didn't know what else to answer because he was just an ordinary channel moderator, and justice in general was not Mayam's job. After these words, all the heads of clinics and health centers smiled slyly. Their plan has finally entered its active phase. Meanwhile, felt as if the chat window he was sitting in front of had just been broken by Mayam's efforts. And yet, did not lose heart, since he was aware of the secret conspiracy between the managers and a certain person from the stock exchange. Unfortunately for him, the man in question turned out to be Mayam, and this made quite angry. Over the course of his long previous life, had learned a lot, including how organizations united into cartels. After all, the main area of their relationship has always been lobbying. Such relationships were ensured through alliances of partner stores and bribed channel moderators. Now, felt like an idiot, naively believing that he could achieve justice. At the same time, having received no objections to all the previously made conclusions, Mayam was going to make some kind of decision. But suddenly interrupted him. The protagonist voiced Mayam's words that there must be strong evidence for accusations. Speaking cryptically, tried to hint that he had this evidence. Mayam frowned and fell silent at this news. The first leader, on the contrary, began to actively rant, trying to convey to those around him that the protagonist was simply bluffing. Accepted the challenge, sending another file into the general chat. What the first manager saw in the file took his breath away. All the others experienced similar emotions. Even Mayam didn't understand how something like this was possible. As it turns out, saved the reports of face swaps that left negative reviews on the protagonist's channel, directly related to health centers and clinics. Suddenly, the first leader let out a cry, declaring falsification. Next, asked Mayam what he thought of the document. Mayam himself stuttered as he tried to decide on an answer. Afterwards, seeing something unexpected in the document, Mayam almost screamed. Not even a couple of seconds passed before, to amusement, Mayam entered silence mode in the chat. At the same time, Mayam was actively explaining to the other executives that the exchange report file could not be edited. To their horror, the file provided was absolutely genuine. A minute later, Mayam awkwardly agreed with about the veracity of the document. Once Mayam was forced to confirm that the executives were using part-timers, the first executive began to accuse him of not fulfilling the terms of the deal. As soon as these words were spoken, Mayam urgently entered another silence mode. The first manager again tried to find out why Mayam was not justifying the money paid, as the channel moderator deprived him of the right to vote. A similar ban affected the director of the clinic. After him, the head of the health center fell silent. Even the sect, which had hardly taken part in the discussion, was also, just in case, deprived of the right to vote. Only remained in touch, and he openly believed that Mayam had gone too far. The chat moderator shuddered as soon as he heard the protagonist's voice. After all, learned from Mayam that those who use part-timers are subject to increasing penalties. Considered this information, as well as the range of punishments, sufficient. After which, Mayam had no choice but to take the report provided by into processing. The companies and their leaders were named by name and, due to violations of the exchange rules, were deprived of the right to trade for up to 30 days. Out of the blue, the protagonist left Miam, offering to make a deal. The chat moderator looked down and didn't really understand what the protagonist wanted to achieve. Having spoken verbally, Ern gestured to show his desire to receive the coins. At this point, Ern gave the managers a choice, either a bribe or a loss of trade turnover for a month. For clinic and health center managers, the month-long restrictions looked like financial ruin. Reluctantly, they all saw only one way out, to try to appease Ern. After a short pause, Ern suggested that Mayama also remove the silence mode from the other chat participants. As soon as voice communication became available, the upset voice of the first manager reached everyone. Then he threateningly announced that the compensation Ern had demanded was unprofitable. In response, Ern spoke up, not insisting on his option, and could easily agree to a 30-day restriction on trade for the offenders. However, the first leader was not particularly inclined to dialogue, preferring to accuse Ern of endangering thousands of people who needed urgent treatment with elixirs. Smiling, Ern listened to the end of the first leader, now wanting to hear the opinions of the other participants in the discussion. The first leader expected this move, believing that the other participants in the conspiracy would not give up the common idea. However, for some unknown reason, they were not so skeptical. Seeing this reaction, the first leader seemed to be struck by an electric shock. Meanwhile, other executives were not prepared to pay blindly. First of all, they wanted to know how much money the protagonist himself wanted to receive. At this time, Ern used the Eye of Providence, but was unable to find out what expenses the leaders would incur if trade stagnated. Because of this, Ern found himself in a situation where he had to carefully consider the figure he was quoting, so that it would be accepted and the protagonist would not be considered to have sold too cheaply. Ern guessed that even if the executives accepted Ern's terms, they would still feign jubilation despite the internal pain. However, Ern himself wanted to achieve something much more. In that case, Ern started talking about some goods that he was unable to sell, but they were by no means elixirs. At the same time, the protagonist was furious, because people in the same chat with him dared to hang an undeserved label of a fraudulent seller on Ern. The protagonist continued his speech by saying that the leaders still had to be punished. Realizing the different income levels of the executives' companies, Erna was no longer interested in the previous method of handling the situation. Because of this, Ern informed everyone that 2 companies would be ordered, and with 3, the protagonist would resolve the issue. Next, Ern mentioned a company that had already actively refused to make a deal several times. As a result, the protagonist is left with only 1 more company to punish. After which, Ern announced the opening of an auction to financially resolve the situation. New requirements have put managers in a difficult situation. Ern named the company that offered the lowest price as the loser of the auction. Immediately after this, indignant cries from the leaders were heard. Some of them even tried to appeal to Ern's conscience. Even Mayam himself found himself in a difficult situation, unable to simply stop the dispute. Ultimately, having decided to play the role of observer, Mayam informed the leaders that the method of resolving the dispute was entirely at the discretion of Ern. Having received formal approval for his idea, the protagonist was also ready to begin the auction. Now, all Ern could do was wait to see who would place the first bet. Only a couple of minutes had passed, and the managers had already started to outbid each other. Ern watched with satisfaction, as with his cunning, he gradually destroyed the previously united financial cartel. The protagonist viewed the start of the trades as positive and now expected them to continue. At one point, Ern even began to encourage the leaders. Some time passed, and the ransom prices had already risen to the level of 8,000 coins. Not wanting to lose, the managers gradually raised the amounts. Ern calmly watched the exciting increase in the amount, believing that at this moment, it had even begun to cover the costs of a month's downtime in trading. But at one random moment, the amount, having almost reached 10,000 coins, stopped increasing further. After a second of inactivity, suddenly the sect monk announced an even higher amount of a couple dozen coins. Instantly, the other leaders began to accuse the monk of shamelessness. However, the monk was not ready to give in and stop his trade. Immediately after this, the leaders again began to accuse the monk of greed. They appealed to the very status of a monk, which implied a selfless life of hardship, not a pursuit of money. Suddenly, the monk gave birth to a response cry, saying that property as well as money is needed by absolutely everyone. Immediately, conflict began to escalate between the leaders. It was the first time Ern had heard such abuse, which became personal and involved sophisticated insults to dignity. Ern laughed evilly to himself, because the cartel had not just cracked, but literally shattered into small pieces. Eventually, the other leaders of the sect brought the monk of the sect to such a state that he named a figure of as much as 10,000 coins. This announcement threw the leaders into panic because the monk was literally destroying their trade. But then, in the midst of the multiple shouts, an even higher bet was heard. From now on, not wanting to lag behind the monk, arguing with each other, the other leaders also began to raise the rate. At some point in time, one of the managers, unable to bear it any longer, refused to raise the price. Then Mayam spoke up, seeing that the losing and winning sides had finally emerged. He was abruptly interrupted by the first leader, who gave a price of 12,000 coins. The protagonist did not expect that the most grumpy of the managers would also join the financial race. Miam was of a similar opinion. The other leaders froze, either from the amount named, or from the fact that their informal leader was acting on his principles. In response to questions addressed to him, the first leader explained that he had thought everything through, and had come to the only correct conclusion. Having assessed his expenses for a month's downtime, the first manager decided to simply pay off. One of the managers, apparently no longer having the necessary amount of money in reserve for the bid, began to inquire whether the Velikaya Gora Health Center could really participate in the bidding. Ern responded, not being opposed in any case, hoping to shake the maximum possible amount out of the companies. The manager tried to challenge Ern's words, but did not find the necessary arguments. After all, he himself could no longer afford to bargain, risking being left with a huge loss. The price was not raised any further, and so Ern said that the decision had been made. In connection with this, in a solemn voice, Miam announced a month-long suspension of trading activities for the two companies. Additionally, Miam reminded about a more severe punishment if the guilty companies are caught in a similar violation again. Without saying a word, the losers left the general chat. It was the turn of the remaining three companies, which began to transfer waste money to Ern. One after another, they sent huge sums to the protagonist's balance. As soon as the transaction was completed, the first manager threateningly said that he remembered Ern's name. In response, the protagonist suggested that the top manager not waste time on stupid antics, but focus on the quality of his product. By repeating the words that the first leader had once spoken to him, Ern drove him into a state of impotent rage. Following this, the other company executives left the general chat. Finally, the moment of departure came for the protagonist himself. But then, Miam suddenly wanted to talk to Ern about something. Interested, Ern stayed in the chat. Instantly, Ern thought Miam had exposed the character's abuse of his privileges. Later, Ern began to reassure himself that something like this would simply be impossible for some chat moderator. Besides, even through the eye of Providence, Ern had no way of finding out any additional information about Miyama. At the same time, Miam himself was looking through information about Ern, eventually stating that he was an excessively rich man for the elixir industry. Deciding that the conversation would be about the previously provided report, Ern decided to agree to the conversation. Next, Ern asked to be informed what the conversation would be about. After a short pause, Miam spoke about how he had been quite lenient towards the protagonist. In connection with this, the chat moderator had a direct question for Ern. Ern, nervously, asked if the report was what they were talking about. Suddenly laughing, Miam suggested that Ern was an auditor. This statement left the protagonist dumbfounded. Immediately, Miam began to justify himself in every possible way to Ern regarding his petty fraudulent conspiracies. However, Ern himself had no idea what the chat moderator was talking about. By buttering up, Miam seemed to be hinting to Ern that he shouldn't report the incident he had learned about to his superiors. With each subsequent word from Miam, more and more unclear secrets accumulated around Ern. Unexpectedly, Ern compared in his head all those titles that Miam had mistakenly attributed to the protagonist. Following this, another clever idea was born in the protagonist's head. Ern felt like he had unwittingly caught the channel's entire moderator in the lurch of manipulation. Ern leaned back against the pillow and felt like he had caught that elusive chance. After all, the first thing the protagonist managed to do was defeat an entire financial cartel. Next, pretend to be an auditor in front of the channel moderator. And all this developed against the backdrop of the protagonist's recent doubts about whether it was worth filing a complaint at all. In fact, the protagonist was still afraid that the VIP privileges he had once received for free could be taken away from him at any time. Still, Ern couldn't resist the temptation of risk. Because now, even after closing all the debts, the protagonist's balance amount now reached as much as 30,000 coins. Ern was beside himself with amazement, because in one moment, he managed to earn a year's profit for the Stilgard family. Ern stretched in satisfaction as he tasted the heady taste of easy money. Afterwards, a new thought came to Ern, to take and increase his wealth. Meanwhile, Ern's motorcade continued its journey through the mountains. As soon as the protagonist posted an advert about wanting to purchase another inner cultivation technique, he was immediately inundated with messages. However, Ern was not very happy with the way things were going. Ern regretted that before creating the ad, he did not change the system numbering in his profile to the first one. Because of this, crowds of scammers rushed to the protagonist with their offers in order to cheat him. As a result, Ern decided to search for the necessary technology on his own. At the same time, Ern tried to be careful not to squander his wealth. Also, Ern noted the not very pleasant situation with the recent restrictions, due to which the protagonist simply could not increase his combat skills. It just so happened that due to abundant leveling and absorbing other people's skills, Ern reached the saturation phase. Now, between Ern and continued development, there was an internal wall of limitations. It was not possible to overcome it quickly, and therefore, the protagonist could only climb slowly. But that was before the protagonist mastered the dimensional deals. After all, now Ern had something at his disposal that could save a lot of time. But all this only worked under one condition: if you had a lot of money. So, to begin with, Ern decided to consult with someone knowledgeable. After compiling a list of desired skills, Ern sent them to Leon for review. Leon praised the protagonist's choice, but suggested removing one technique from the list. Ern was interested in this advice. Leon addressed the issue by citing the protagonist's weakening due to the use of a special magical technique. As it turned out, Ern's development of magic could completely block the development of combat skills. Leon compared the situation itself to water, where ink fell and gradually began to spread, polluting everything around. Also, Leon did not forget to provide historical background, in connection with which, in the era of Leon's life, magic and martial arts could be developed simultaneously, if a balance was maintained. Additionally, Leon considered it unnecessary to study techniques that brought with them few benefits and many disadvantages. Leon continued to reveal to Ern the peculiarities of magical development and the skills chosen by the protagonist. After listening to the swindler, Ern concluded everything he had heard earlier. That first of all, it was necessary to develop combat skills. Considering that magical techniques were out of the question, Ern decided to close the chat window. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze stopped on the psychic technique, which allows one to extract spiritual energy from the body. Ern sighed heavily, regretting that he would not be able to develop the ability to throw lightning. As a result, Ern's choice in mastering the remaining techniques was limited. Ern considered choosing one of the two techniques. After a couple of minutes of thought, the protagonist decided to settle on the spiritual technique. The choice of protagonist even discouraged Leon. Noticing the swindler's strange surprise, Ern inquired about his behavior. Leon hastened to calm Ern down, only telling him that if he were in the protagonist's place, he would have made a completely different choice. When talking about the Northern Lights technique, Leon called it the purest essence of martial arts. Ern became interested, asking Leon to compare the heavenly cultivation technique with the one the scammer had voiced. Leon definitely considered his choice to be better. Ern's choice, Leon called it the soft power that was actively spread in the heavenly sword sect. After listening to Leon's arguments for a while, even Ern himself began to doubt his choice. After some thought, Ern decided to settle on spiritual yan, buying into the promise of providing secret records. Leon responded immediately, and he could have provided the protagonist with secret records for free, simply by copying them. Ern was momentarily speechless at what he heard. After all, now, the Northern Lights technique that Leon had previously proposed really did look more advantageous for the protagonist. Ern once again found himself at a crossroads, considering it advantageous to choose the option that would potentially bring much greater benefit. Suddenly, Erna began to have doubts about Leon, who began to try so sincerely for the sake of the protagonist. Then, the protagonist began to play his own game, starting with the message that Ern has a tough character and always goes to the end, threatening another increase in the interest rate in the secret pact of heroes. Ern began to find out why Leon was so insistent on choosing a different technique. The swindler hesitated. This uncertainty made Ern even more suspicious. Leon kept trying to collect his thoughts, but in the end, he hung his head in shame. Next, Leon moved the chat window to the side. His hands hit the floor with a loud slap. Then, bowing, Leon asked for forgiveness with all his might. Ern was somewhat shocked by the fraudster's behavior. Then, the sounds of Leon's sobbing could be heard. Ern immediately began to calm Leon down, guaranteeing that he would not kill him. However, Leon suddenly began to speak not so much about murder, but about the impossibility of continuing to live. After which, in exchange for his utmost loyalty, Leon began to ask Ern for help. Ern froze when Leon asked him to give back the heavenly cultivation technique. It just so happened that the world in which Leon lived could not imagine itself without martial arts. Salesmen, children, beggars, they all had some form of fighting skills. Each of them always had at least 2 low-level talents. And life for Leon, who had suddenly transformed from a first-class warrior into a newbie, had now become invariably difficult. Overnight, the fraudster became a defenseless victim in the middle of a jungle of predators. Sobbing, Leon reported that he no longer had any excuses and was afraid of being beaten even by his wife. Ern sighed, partly realizing the difficult situation the swindler was in. Ern could have made concessions to Leon, but in this case, he would have lost his status. Leon stopped whining and responded, saying that it was for this very reason that he had recommended an absolutely similar technique to Ern. Leon did not hide the fact that Ern would suffer some losses, but would also be able to quickly cover them. Additionally, through secret recordings, Leon ensured that the protagonist would only rise even higher. In some ways, Ern agreed with Leon, but nevertheless, he was not very eager to blindly trust him. And yet, the protagonist decided to take a risk once. And so, Ern began by saying that he had known Leon for a very long time and extremely well. The swindler could only listen to Ern in confusion. The protagonist continued his speech, stating that it was very easy for Leon to pretend to be weak in front of someone from System Zero. Next, Ern seemed to voice Leon's plans to achieve when the protagonist would weaken his attention. A feeling of confusion overwhelmed the swindler again. Ern noticed another strange behavior in Leon. Leon's distressed cry was heard, again asking for forgiveness and at the same time assuring Ern of his loyalty. Now Ern himself didn't really understand whether Leon was lying or was being honest for the first time. As a result, Ern took pity on Leon, not punishing him for his secret plans against the protagonist. However, Ern didn't know what to do regarding combat techniques. Suddenly a good idea came into the protagonist's head. Ern suddenly started talking to Leon about how, when trading, one should not stoop to emotions. Having hinted at the price for the supposed military equipment, Ern believed that Leon should start the conversation about the minimum price. After which, Ern gave Leon only one single day to formulate a worthy proposal, upon completion of which, the swindler could get his equipment back. Confused, the swindler asked again about one day. Ern linked his harsh conditions to Leon's words about loyalty, which was currently being tested. Subsequently, the events of the story moved to the residence of the Albrecht family. There, Dirk knelt before someone. Apparently, the head of the family, clearly confused by Kunz's escape, was reading the letter. In response, the captain characterized Kunz as an overly self-confident person who could take such a step. Having finished reading the letter, Marquis Dorian concluded that it was indeed written by Kunz's hand. However, Dirk himself expressed doubts, calling for not believing the words on paper. Realizing what the captain was getting at, Dorian wondered if Dirk really thought that Kunz had been threatened. For some reason, the captain remained silent, to which Dorian took this silence as confirmation. Suddenly, Dorian started talking about how Kunz was greedy and lacking in talent, and that he wouldn't run away from that. Dirk only added to the Marquis's guesses by saying that no one had noticed Kunz's disappearance. In such a situation, the Marquis could only think that Kunz had been kidnapped. Unexpectedly, the captain uttered another version of what happened, which was rooted in revenge. Hearing this, Dorian jerked in his chair. The Marquis's expression changed and he began to demand specifics from the captain. Without raising his head, Dirk suddenly hesitated to answer. Then, the captain told Dorian about the conflict between Kunz and Ern. A few minutes later, in the Marquis's office, various utensils were actively flying down and breaking. Dorian was angry that Dirk did not stop the conflict with the Stilgard family. For all this, the captain could only ask for forgiveness. However, the Marquis did not calm down, complaining that he was simply wasting money if the knights did not do their job. After which, Dorian began to smash the furniture, tipping over forms to support scrolls, turning everything upside down, while threatening to throw Dirk out of service. After the short pogrom ended, the Marquis finally stopped. Turning to the wall, Dorian sighed heavily and cursed. Afterwards, Dorian concluded that Ern, as the youngest of the Stilgards, was a surprise. Unexpectedly, Dirk concluded that Ern could be the true successor of the legendary Rabahan. Dorian responded to these words with a laugh, stating that during the war, everything depended on supplies from the Marquis's family. Therefore, Dorian attributed the main credit for preserving the country to himself. Either way, Dorian basically thought it was strange that the protagonist appeared in that city. Following this, Dorian believed that the captain had gone too far in his conclusions, since the Stilgards had no reason to take revenge on Kunz. Dirk did not contradict the gentleman's words, although he noted that the situation was critical. Be that as it may, Ern's cold gaze did not give the captain any peace. Dirk didn't want to believe it, but he felt a connection between Kunz's disappearance and Ern's behavior at that time. And so, Dirk saw compelling reasons to begin an investigation. Seeing that the situation was giving the captain no peace, the Marquis gave him the go-ahead to search for Kuntz. Meanwhile, the Marquis insisted on the absence of any aggressive measures, since the enemy was the Stillguards themselves. In response, Derek swore his life. Following this, the scene moved to the world of one of the dimensions. At full speed, someone was rushing through the streets of the night city. Leon hurried as fast as he could. As he ran, Leon kept cursing himself for the madness he had committed. In any case, Leon had nowhere to retreat, because the situation had long since become critical. Leon accidentally grabbed his heart. Having caught his breath and calmed down, the swindler continued running. Sometime later, the events returned to the protagonist's world, where he was smiling from ear to ear. Suddenly remembering something, Ern abruptly wiped the smile from his face. However, the protagonist had a hard time containing his joy, especially when in front of Ern there was a picture with a collection of secret martial art records. It turned out that Ern, without much effort, could now master the secret technique of the highest martial art from Leon's world. After all, it was thanks to this technique that the Heavenly Sword Sect achieved such great heights in the world there. In the end, Ern couldn't help but be overjoyed at his success. A minute later, Leon told the protagonist that he managed to obtain these records, literally putting his life on the line. The protagonist praised the swindler for his efforts, estimating the notes to be worth around 5,000 coins, to which the swindler, with thunder in his voice, explained that the price would have been much higher. Ern mentally agreed with Leon, because such things could not be found on the open market. Now, Ern concluded that the fraudster's earlier words about his loyalty were confirmed. In connection with this, Ern was ready to give Leon his native equipment, in exchange for receiving the new one he had obtained. The swindler agreed to everything, promising to prepare everything by the next night. Ern again appreciated Leon's efforts, asking to contact him when everything was ready. After leaving the chat, the protagonist was now smiling again, admitting that Leon had finally lost his mind from hopelessness. Meanwhile, Ern had finished some preparations. Having made a purchase of the military equipment found by Leon, the system also rewarded Ern with another achievement. Then, Ern was going to absorb the received technique, but was somewhat afraid of the consequences, since it was much more difficult than the previous one. Without making a rash move, Ern came to the conclusion that it was worth engaging in a gradual absorption. Ern, fully aware of the consequences of absorbing the technique, expected that he would be able to spend several days afterward in silence. Almost immediately after this, Ern heard the voice of one of his knights, Michael. He informed his master that soon the long campaign would be over. After some time, the white walls of the city of Thearos could be seen in the distance. Ern's motorcade was rapidly approaching there. Having made sure that the city was very close, Ern called Michael to him, giving him a number of instructions, and himself intending to visit the academy with Harvis. At the same time, Ern was ready to finish something. His finger touched the request window, canceling it. Soon, the carriage stopped at the walls of the Royal Academy. Standing in front of the entrance, Ern began to think about how he found himself in this place again. After 15 years, suddenly, the voice of the spy was heard behind Ern, who was enthusiastically assessing the appearance of the academy. As it turned out, Harvis had always wanted to visit the academy. The spy even thanked Ern for making his dream come true. In response, Ern asked the spy for a comparison with the Imperial Academy. Harvis reflected and said that the Royal Academy was not so impressive in large scale. Immediately coming to his senses, the spy began to justify his previous words in every possible way. Grimacing, Harvis idolized the Royal Academy, from which a hero once emerged and defeated the Empire. Ern advised Harvis to work on his eloquence, as he was a weak spy. Having deliberately ignored the protagonist's words, Harvis rushed off to look for the admissions committee. A short period of time has passed since then. Someone was lazily stretching at their desk. The man stopped yawning when the door to his office opened. Still looking for the reception area, Ern and Harvis arrived inside. The man responded positively, asking for letters of recommendation. Immediately, one letter was placed on the table. The man became strangely quiet when he saw the special seal on the letter. Realizing that the people in front of him were from the Stillguards, the man began to greet them in every possible way. In a hurry, the man spoke about how he immediately recognized important people from the noble house of Stillguard. Afterwards, he began to inquire about the Count and his successes in general. Ern understood perfectly well that even though his father was the strongest knight in the kingdom, Rabadon was always considered only a shadow of his more glorious ancestor. And therefore, seeing the example of his father, Ern seriously doubted that he would be able to reach even the same level. The protagonist looked away and did not respond to the man's long monologue. Realizing that he might have said too much, the man changed the subject of conversation to Ern's enrollment. Next, the man pointed in the direction of where the training ground was located. Suddenly, Harvest spoke up, reminding them that the Stilgard family had the right to do without exams. The man threw up his hands, calling the upcoming process a small test. Ern chuckled when he learned that the nobility of the family did not cancel the obligation of the exam. The man continued his topic, announcing that the Stilgards were an example for everyone, and therefore, they would easily pass any test. Ultimately, Harvey's raised questions about the very nature of the test. A little later, Instructor Circle ordered the first test, in the form of leaving an imprint on a stone. The instructor specified that Ern should not strike, but only push the stone with mana. Additionally, the instructor informed Ern that for any violations he would receive the lowest score. In response, the protagonist asked how far the stone had to be pushed to get a perfect score. The instructor took his time answering, clearly seeing that Ern was not behaving like a typical pompous noble offspring. For the first time, there was an interesting specimen in front of Circle. Then the instructor asked Ern to push the stone as far as he could. Immediately after this, the protagonist began to remember his past life, in which he knew nothing about this test. Now Ern knew that the test was built on a balance between output and mana control. Next, Ern looked at the prints in the stone, finding nothing worthy in any of them. Suddenly, Ern's gaze stopped on something. One of the prints nevertheless attracted the protagonist's attention. Unexpectedly, Ern remembered that, just like that time, he was among those entering. Erna was pulled out of his thoughts by the instructor, who was rushing him through the test. Even Harvest, looking at Ern, found him somehow agitated. But then the protagonist pressed his palm against the stone. Ern closed his eyes and let out a long breath. A couple of seconds passed and it seemed like nothing had changed. The gazes of those present were riveted on the protagonist. At the same time, Ern himself froze. The next moment, an aura appeared around the protagonist. The huge stone block cracked and moved forward a couple of dozen centimeters. Seeing this, the instructor felt a lump in his throat. After all, the trace that Ern left was not deep or blurred. Considering that it was all about the blood, the instructor, grimacing, rated the protagonist's efforts at 5 points. Ern was even surprised that he was given the highest score. The instructor then continued by stating that Ern had only received a 5 out of 10. Even Harvest himself didn't know how to react to such a rating system. A couple of minutes had passed since the first test, and already clicks were heard from wooden swords colliding with each other. Ern was subjected to another test. Defending himself with only one hand, Circle found that Ern's fencing style was also extremely strange. The instructor believed that the protagonist, without any talent, was trying to appear to be an ace in the eyes of others. Now, however, Circle believed that the future of the Stilgards was not so cloudless. After several dozen parries, the instructor announced that the test was over. Then he turned to Ern. Circle listed the tests he had conducted, coming to the general conclusion that the protagonist was middle class in everything. The exams were over, and the action moved to the courtyard of the academy. There, Harvest did not understand why Ern allowed such an assessment, because according to the plan, the protagonist was going to graduate from the academy early. Ern sighed wearily, reminding the spy of the report, according to which he had to match the forces stated in the letter. Harvest admired Ern's patience, but did not understand how long he was going to hide his powers. The protagonist was willing to maintain secrecy until he could bring down the Empire. The spy was dumbfounded by what he heard. True, the spy did not consider Ern's words to be empty chatter, since he saw hidden powers in them that corresponded to Reborn himself. Because of this, the spy had a clear idea of the possibility of the Stilgards breaking up the Empire again. Ern turned to look at Harvest, catching his gaze on him. Then he asked why the spy had such a distrustful expression on his face. The spy responded by stating that he had no secret thoughts, and understood Ern's desire for great achievements. Then, the protagonist let Harvest know that the next 2 years would be a non-stop grind. Meanwhile, Harvest himself had to spend the next 2 years of his life working for Ern in every way possible, in order to eventually earn his freedom. Having no choice, the spy still had to go through with it. Ern himself expected that Harvest would be able to bring good results from his work. Ern then handed Harvest a bag of gold, asking him to have a good rest with the other knights, and return to the Stilgard's domain. Ern also made it clear to Harvest that he was not going to waste time and shorten his studies as much as possible. After hearing this, the spy made it clear to the protagonist that the other knights would be upset if Ern did not say goodbye to them. Ern said that he was not saying goodbye forever, again asking Harvest to arrange a worthy feast for the knights before their departure. The spy had no choice but to accept the bag of gold. Then bowing, he wished Ern success, after which he began to leave the protagonist. Now, mentally, Ern was preparing himself for future events, in particular the inevitable collapse of the family in 2 years. Without further ado, the protagonist's gaze moved to the fortress tower. Looking at the Academy's coat of arms, Ern encouraged himself that he had once again embarked on the path of a cadet. The protagonist urged himself not to relax and to act to the fullest extent of his strength. Literally the next day, the training program started at the academy. One of Ern's classmates, Dmitry Tolobriman, talked about the upcoming fight against each other. The protagonist lazily listened to Dmitry, in fact, knowing absolutely everything about the internal rating battle. The protagonist remembered very well that in his past life, Ern had achieved a similar rating with great difficulty. However, Dmitry continued to pester Ern with specific details and the uniqueness of the function of the duel itself. At the same time, Ern's thoughts touched upon Dmitry himself, who was a guy with not the best memory. Despite the fact that Ern himself had no intention of communicating with Dmitry in any way, the guy, on the contrary, did not shut his mouth at all as soon as he was near the protagonist. Barely containing himself, Ern cursed himself for choosing Dmitry as his roommate. At some point in time, an instructor appeared in the classroom. Ern sighed with encouragement, hoping that the instructor would save him from the annoying chatter. Then the instructor commanded everyone to take their places. The cadets were alarmed. A second later, they sat down in the audience. The instructor made it clear to everyone that he was now responsible for the class, and the cadets had yet to get to know Sirkal. However, first of all, the instructor ordered the duel to begin. The instructor immediately outlined the strict rules of the fight. In particular, a decrease in rating in the event of elimination. After which, Sirkal asked the entire audience if they understood. The cadets responded to the instructor in chorus. Next, the instructor ordered everyone to gather on the training ground. A minute later, wooden swords cut through the air. The cadets' training swords met in a duel. In one of the duels, literally in the very first attack, someone was defeated. Loudly, Cadet Holland rejoiced at his victory. The instructor did not give any comments on this matter, only calling out the next cadets for a duel. Under Dmitry's encouragement, Ern entered the field. Seeing that the protagonist was next on the list, the instructor even felt a little sorry for him. As it turned out, Ern was up against Franz, a skilled swordsman who, with due diligence, could achieve quite a lot. Unlike Franz, according to the instructor, Ern was average in absolutely everything. The instructor even thought a little about why the offspring of the Stillguards was so standard. In any case, the instructor was preparing to witness a very pitiful sight. A minute later, the instructor was only becoming convinced of his judgment. After all, time after time, Franz's powerful attacking blows fell upon the protagonist. The instructor noted that Ern was skilled at defending himself, but was completely unable to find openings for a counterattack. With horror in his eyes, the protagonist barely withstood the blows to himself. Ern never imagined that Franz could turn out to be such a formidable opponent, but in reality, Ern was just skillfully playing his role. While continuing to defend himself, Ern briefly thought about how he could defeat Franz without arousing suspicion. At the same time, Franz himself was full of rage, since Ern still did not bend under the blows of others. After which, uttering a battle cry, Franz was about to unleash a blow on Ern that the protagonist had never seen before. It was in this action that Ern saw his moment. Dodging at the last moment, Ern allowed Franz's powerful blow to go wide. Realizing that the protagonist had dodged, Franz cast an angry glance at him. In response, Ern himself grinned. Ern then skillfully attacked Franz in the leg. Even the instructor secretly praised Ern's efforts. Afterwards, Ern looked in surprise at Franz, who fell to the ground, screaming from the pain in his knee. Immediately after this, the instructor's voice was heard proclaiming Ern the winner. Having come to his senses a little, Franz promised himself that he would still get even with Ern. Ern mentally chuckled at the expression on Franz's face, correctly suspecting his intentions for revenge. After which, Ern made a plan for himself, during which the protagonist only needed to always remain at a certain level so as not to stand out too much, but also not to be at the bottom of the rating. Then, Ern began to look out for the next pair of duelists. A minute later, at the instructor's command, Barand and Dmitry entered the field. Looking at all this from the outside, Ern already knew how the fight should end. As soon as the fight was announced, it immediately went against Dmitry. With the very first blow, the wooden sword hit him on the hand, after which, Barand hit Dmitry again, preparing to break the sword on his opponent's body for the third time. However, before the final blow was about to come, the instructor interrupted Barand. He laughed arrogantly. Once again, he began to whip Dmitry with the wooden sword. Covering himself with his hands, the boy screamed from unbearable pain. When the next round of blows came from Barand, his wooden sword was suddenly intercepted. Unexpectedly, the instructor intervened in the situation. Holding the wooden sword tightly, Circle wondered what Barand had not understood after the first order. Barand loosened his grip, explaining to the instructor that he simply hadn't heard him well. Then, Making it clear that the fight was a training one and not a death one, the instructor gave Barand his first and last warning. Barand sighed and agreed with everything. Subsequently, the instructor arrived in time for Dimitri, sending him to the hospital. Suddenly, Barand's gaze focused on someone. After all, right in front of that, Ern was standing. Deciding to show his strength once again, Barand patted the protagonist on the shoulder, urging him to relax. Then, Barand stated that for Ern, such a duel would have ended with the first blow. However, the protagonist did not react to these words in any way. As he passed by, Barand threw a few unflattering words at Ern. At that same moment, Dimitri looked in the direction of the protagonist and Barand. Ern caught his gaze. However, Dimitri, without uttering a word, turned back. Suddenly, Ern remembered his past life. Using Dimitri as an example, the protagonist saw himself as if from a past life. A certain plan of revenge matured in the protagonist's head. But this time, it would be for the humiliation that Ern experienced in his past life at the academy. And so Ern obliged himself to hit someone. Soon, the second round of fights began, where Ern clashed with Barand himself. Ern skillfully dodged Barand's sweeping blows, immediately after this preparing the sword for a counterattack. After which, several quick blows were delivered to different parts of Barand's body. From the multiple foci of pain, Barand let out a suppressed moan, then turning his pain into the fury of the next blow. But in this case too, the protagonist evaded. Ern playfully hit Barand on the butt with his sword. Holding his butt, Barand said with hatred, as if for Ern the fight was child's play. Afterwards, with renewed strength, Barand swung his sword again. This time, however, Ern counterattacked, jabbing Barand with the pommel of his wooden sword. Everyone present gasped at what they saw. Barand himself coughed heavily, then he fell to his knees. Ern even apologized to Barand for not allowing him to show off to his heart's content. The instructor was in shock, not understanding how the average Ern managed to defeat Barand. The instructor noted that the duel between Ern and Barand was more like a game than a fierce fight. The instructor had no choice but to declare the protagonist the winner. However, Barand himself refused to admit defeat, calling on Ern to continue the fight, but without cheap tricks. Following this, Barand again applied for a duel. In response, only a chuckle was heard from the instructor, making it clear that a duel could be organized no more than once a week. Barand had no choice but to curse. Next, Barand began to threaten Ern with retribution. In response, Ern shook his head in disappointment, although he was not against teaching the bully a lesson once again. Unexpectedly, Barand loudly shouted out his name, title, and surname, thereby trying to scare Ern into remembering it all. Immediately after this, a stunning laugh was heard coming from the instructor. Barand became even more incensed, believing that Sirkal was mocking his family. The instructor brushed off such accusations against him. The instructor then explained that Barand, it turned out, was trying to elevate himself at the expense of the heroic Stilgard family. Having learned who exactly Ern was, the other cadets began to loudly discuss it among themselves. Now they all understood why Barand had lost the duel. The stunned Barand even decided to personally find out from Ern whether he really was Stilgard. The protagonist cheerfully replied that no one had asked about that. A certain amount of time passed, and a new day began at the academy. When Ern woke up, the first thing he did was look at his neighbor's bed. While getting dressed, the protagonist had no idea where Dimitri could have gone at such an early hour. Ern decided to consider that the recent loss motivated Dimitri to train hard. In fact, he was much more courageous and resilient than Ern had been in his past life. However, it was time for Ern himself to move forward. As he left, Ern threw a metal shield to Sari to eat, asking him not to make noise in his absence. Having already bitten the shield, the little animal yelped approvingly. On this day, all the cadets of the academy had to compete in a mountain climbing race. Events moved to a peaceful and quiet mountain trail. The next moment, something rushed past. Ern ran along the path, activating his running ability. Suddenly, Ern felt that climbing the mountain was incredibly easy. But then, the protagonist noticed something ahead. Urgently, Ern slammed on the brakes. Stopping, Ern saw a guy who seemed to have once been his opponent in a duel. While the protagonist was remembering the man's name, the blue-haired man himself hesitantly said that he was waiting for Ern. Ern asked in return why the blue-haired man had waited for that. Clearly worried, the blue-haired guy mentioned Dimitri and that Erna should have seen something. However, the protagonist was not particularly interested in Dimitri's fate, especially not even considering him his friend. The blue-haired man was somewhat taken aback by the protagonist's revelations, but nevertheless continued, telling that Dimitri had been caught in a rockfall. Also, blue-haired told that Dimitri, for some reason, kept calling only Ern. The protagonist didn't really believe in such a tearful story. In his mind, Ern even gave the blue-haired man advice on how to create better plans for his traps. Meanwhile, Ern understood that if he ignored the blue-haired man now, in the future, he would only be bothered even more. Deciding to deal with all his enemies now, Ern asked the blue-haired man to show him the way. Immediately after this, the characters set off on a short journey. At the end of the journey, the blue-haired man called Ern an idiot, who fell for a rotten trick. Having pushed Dmitri to the ground with his foot, Barand praised the blue-haired man for his efforts. Then, the blue-haired man reminded the protagonist of his retribution. Along with this, Dmitri's groans were heard as more and more pressure was exerted on him. Ern looked down at him wearily. Next, Barand spoke up, asking about Ern's feelings, who saw how his friend was being offended. After a short pause, Ern took the floor and said he wanted to ask something himself. Ern wanted to clarify whether, after the recent defeat, Barand was really ready to stoop to such a level. However, Barand only became furious, mentioning that it was Ern's fault that he had dropped in the rankings. But most of all, Baranda was infuriated by the loss due to Ern's clever blows and the fact that the protagonist did not even try to agree to a rematch. When the characters' conversation turned to Dmitri again, Ern once again reminded them that he was not a friend of the protagonist. However, Barand thought completely differently. Ultimately, Ern understood perfectly well that the words about Dmitri were just a pretext to cover up his true motives. Ern also surprised Barand considerably by announcing that only 5 people had gathered to attack the protagonist. In his explanation, Ern cited his powers of observation. Meanwhile, Ern was very interested in whether Barand would dare to take the consequences if the attack took place. Barand showed no fear as he used his knowledge of the Stilgard family. Like many, Barand underestimated Ern, believing that he was rumored to be worthless. When the conversation turned to the source of the rumors, the protagonist recalled that one of Ern's brothers also studied at the academy. Warming his fists, Barand voiced the thoughts of his brother Ern, who was absolutely not against any action against the protagonist. Meanwhile, Ern did not understand why Barand was chatting at all. Ern then reminded Barand that he had just beaten him up yesterday. In response, Barand threatened Ern with his fist and called on everyone else to attack the protagonist. The other cadets immediately followed the call. Ern sighed wearily. Then he raised his head. Immediately after that, one after another, Ern began to strike. Literally with one hand, he humiliated the attackers in every possible way. Barand did not expect such agility. Dmitri also watched all this with his eyes and mouth wide open. Having finished with the accomplices, the protagonist turned his attention to Barand. Threatening, Ern called the place where Barand would lie down a coffin. Barand responded with a cry and a swing of his fist towards Ern. Confidently, he approached the protagonist. However, the blow was stopped by Ern's outstretched palm. All of Barand's onslaught ceased overnight. The guy desperately hid his shock because the protagonist stopped a blow full of mana with just one palm. Immediately after this, Ern grabbed Barand's fist with his palm and bent it. A pulse of terrible pain ran through his body. Then, letting go of his hand, Ern became disappointed in Barand and the amount of his mana. Next, Ern prepared his fingers for a mana-filled snap. Next, he clicked on Barand's forehead. Afterwards, with a smoking area of his forehead, Barand fell to the ground. The protagonist looked at the lifeless body of the man. Dmitri continued to watch all this, fascinated. Ern caught him looking at him. Suddenly, the protagonist addressed him by name. Right after that, Ern grinned villainously and made it clear that the boy hadn't seen anything. After this event, some time passed and Ern's life at the academy became completely simple. The only problem was that Ern saw a level of teaching that was not at all in keeping with the protagonist's rank. Sometimes, Ern even thought about going to the upper class, but immediately abandoned this idea, since the difference was insignificant. First of all, the protagonist intended to graduate from the academy as quickly as possible, and to do this, he needed to return the chi energy. Unbeknownst to those around him, the protagonist began to manipulate the system to absorb new skills. To Ern's delight, the process was completed fairly quickly. But as for the capital itself, where the academy was located, this place was known for its fusion of light and darkness. And at this moment in time, Ern had to be on the side of darkness in order to get what he wanted. In order to gain guaranteed freedom, the protagonist would have to get his hands on a certain person in any case. After a long wait, Ern finally saw his goal. Someone in a white cloak was walking through the city streets. Ern was extremely confident in the results of his surveillance, always recognizing a person by their gait and height. There was no doubt that Ern was keeping an eye on Instructor Circle. Having thrown the mask and voice-changing pills in his hand, it was now up to the protagonist himself to move forward. Unnoticed, Ern followed the instructor. However, he was very worried about something. Unable to change your burden. At some point in time, Circle suddenly slowed down. The instructor clearly felt changes in the surrounding energy. It seemed that from the crowd of people, he saw the owner of these powers. From there, a bearded man looked back at Circal. For just a couple of seconds, his image was visible in the crowd. People were actively wandering around until someone blocked the mysterious man. Eventually, it seemed to dissolve. The instructor was amazed by the strange man, who instantly disappeared from sight, and, moreover, seemed to note Circal himself. A bad feeling came over the instructor, and he hurried to get away. Gradually, his quick step began to turn into a run, until at some point, the instructor again saw a stranger in front of him. He brazenly blocked Circal's way. The characters' gazes crossed again, and after them there was a painful pause. Suddenly, the mysterious man began to list the instructor's dirty hobbies, which included women and alcohol. Right there, the stranger characterized everything that had been said earlier as trifles, in contrast to the love between the waitress and the knight. Like the threat, the mysterious man suggested that the instructor would face problems if the story came to light. The mysterious man did not introduce himself, asking to consider himself Destiny. While the moment presented itself, the instructor tried to comprehend the degree of threat from the stranger and how much he knew. Almost immediately after this, Circle came to the right decision. The instructor decided to grab the stranger and shake all the information out of him. The first swings of Circle's fists did not reach their target. The stranger also escaped subsequent attacks. Circle was forced to admit that the stranger was not simple, and a duel with them could be dangerous. After which, the instructor decided to change tactics. Having gathered all his mana into a single blow, Circle rushed from the spot. In a split second, the instructor managed to fly up to the stranger. It seemed that all of Circle's power had fallen upon the stranger. A thick layer of dust and steam rose. A light wind blew, clearing away the initial veil. This was followed by wild surprise on the part of Circle. After all, in front of him, without any damage, without moving, the stranger still stood. The stranger gave the instructor's blow a decent assessment, calling it very close to first class. What he heard left Circle speechless. Then he quickly moved away from the stranger. Without saying anything out loud, but mentally, the instructor admitted in a panic that before him there was a person whose aura was definitely at the first class level. Without continuing the fight, Circle began to inquire who was standing in front of him. However, for some reason the stranger started talking about the waitress, whose name was Sylvia. Instantly, sweat appeared on the instructor's face, because the stranger even knew such subtle details. Circle even suggested that the stranger was from a secret nightly inspection squad. However, he, with a grin, rejected the instructor's guesses, stating that, on the contrary, he wanted to help him. The instructor, stumbling slightly, tried to understand what exactly the stranger meant. Suddenly, a crash was heard from the gateway behind the characters. The stranger suggested changing the location of the conversation to a calmer one. Thus events moved to the tavern. Already there, it turned out that Sylvia was the illegitimate daughter of the instructor. The stranger found the instructor to be quite a noble man, since he tried in every way to help the bastard. Hanging his head, the instructor said that only thanks to the zeal and help of Circal, his daughter could ease her burden. In response, the stranger asked why the instructor didn't immediately buy his daughter's freedom. Circle sighed heavily, naming a sum that was too much for him to bear 10,000 gold. In that case, the stranger wondered why Circal hadn't simply ruined the business of his daughter's oppressor, using his status. Following this, the instructor mentioned a certain Black Mamba. Then Circle explained that this was the name of a criminal group that secretly owned part of the capital. The stranger knew about this gang, and also that the guards were in no hurry to deal with them. Then, the instructor specified his helplessness by saying that Sylvia worked in an establishment that belonged to the gang. The stranger mumbled mysteriously, but in fact he understood that he had incomplete information. After all, now the story of Circle looked like something that Ern couldn't even really manipulate. Reluctantly, Ern came to a completely different conclusion. Now the protagonist had to change his approach regarding the leverage he had over the instructor. Ern saw the best option for himself as the opportunity to leave the instructor in his debt. Then, having alarmed Circle considerably, the stranger said that he would help him. Next, having made a gesture, the stranger wanted to get an answer as to whether the instructor was ready to make a deal. Immediately getting up from his seat, Circle wanted to know what was required of him. In connection with this, the stranger started talking about Erna. The instructor was surprised, but ultimately responded positively to his knowledge regarding the protagonist. After which, the stranger made it clear that Circle should help Ern in every possible way. The instructor tried to make a logical chain, saying out loud that the stranger was sent by the Stilgard family. Ultimately, the instructor concluded that there was nothing good in the stranger's offer. For Ern, in the guise of a stranger, it was a revelation that the overall assessments of an academy cadet were based on the opinions of many instructors, and not just Circal. In that case, the stranger corrected himself. asking Circle not to help the protagonist with grades, but only to improve his comfortable conditions. However, Circle was not amenable to persuasion, since influential families had previously tried to bribe him. However, the instructor was not prepared to cooperate. Sighing, the stranger began to explain again that he was only asking for a little more freedom for Earn. Additionally, as payment, the stranger swore that he would free Sylvia. The stranger drew parallels between Earn's freedom and Sylvia's. The instructor thought hard about the stranger's words. Seeing that he was making up his mind, the stranger added to his previous words that Circle's daughter would not even have to flee the city. Gradually, Circle's ability to resist persuasion decreased, but he still noted that rigging grades was impossible. Because of the knight's narrow-mindedness, the stranger began to get angry. Suddenly, the stranger started coughing. Suddenly, his voice changed. All this surprised Circle quite a bit. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the stranger tore off his former face. The instructor was quite stunned by what he saw. Now in front of him sat that same Earn Stilgard. Surprised, the instructor was at a loss to understand how something like this could have happened. When the instructor's speech touched on Earn's extraordinary aura, he explained that he was originally the strongest in the academy. Now, the instructor was actively amazed at the real powers the protagonist possessed. To his shock, at only 16 years old, Earn already possessed first class. Earn grinned, now confident that Circle would give him a perfect score. The instructor confirmed this, stumbling over his words. After which, the protagonist started talking about rigging grades, to which the instructor made it clear that there was no point in such a thing. Then, Earn made only one request to the instructor, which was to allow the protagonist to skip some of the lessons. Circle immediately responded that he could facilitate something like this quite easily. However, now the instructor was more interested in why Earn was hiding his abilities. To this question, with a sly grin on his face, Earn made it clear that, if he knew the truth, Circle would suffer from insomnia. The instructor recoiled slightly, frightened. Now, Earn gave the instructor time to think and give his answer. All Earn wanted now was to know if Circle was willing to make a deal. The night continued and the scene changed to a rich house. A stranger showed up there, among the clearly unfriendly people. With a bored look, the man asked again whether the stranger really wanted to take Sylvia. The stranger definitely confirmed this. The man frowned, now turning to Sylvia, deciding to find out if she knew the stranger. The girl looked at the stranger in fear. The stranger's words about coming to save the girl surfaced in her memory. In the end, calling the stranger by the name of Flip, Sylvia lied that he often visited the girl. At this time, Earn, in the guise of a stranger, was himself somewhat uncomfortable due to the fact that he introduced himself to Sylvia with the first name he came up with. The tired man sighed heavily, admitting that gentlemen liked to visit Sylvia. The man then offered the stranger a price of 10,000 gold pieces. Almost immediately after this, a bag of gold was thrown onto the table. The stranger confirmed that the amount stated by the man was inside. When he opened the bag, the man was somewhat shocked that someone had actually carried so much money around the city. Apparently deciding that the matter was closed, the stranger began to take the girl away with him. Unexpectedly, the man asked the stranger to wait. The man didn't like that the stranger was trying to leave so quickly, without even listening to his interlocutor. Turning around, the stranger did not understand what the problem was, because the required money had been paid. To this, the man replied that he was a businessman and actively weeded out scumbags. Next, the businessman voiced a problem regarding how much Sylvia could earn in a year. Without waiting for an answer, the businessman named the figure of 12,000 gold, from which it followed that the businessman, not directly, wanted to receive much more money for Sylvia in order to cover his expenses. Earn, in the guise of a stranger, logically inquired about the new number. The businessman chuckled and said that he could use Sylvia for 10 years. But even in this situation, the businessman planned to use the girl as a concubine and also make money from this. Having briefly calculated the profit for future years, the businessman named the total figure of 130,000 gold. Subsequently, the businessman began to wait for the stranger's reaction to the new pricing policy. Having received no answer, the businessman said with sorrow that he had been counting on the stranger as a very wealthy man. The businessman then threw the previously received bag of gold at the feet of the stranger. The stranger stared at his own gold coins at his feet. Unexpectedly, putting his hand into the bag, the stranger said that he was also giving the businessman a chance. The businessman asked again, uncomprehendingly. Taking only a couple of coins from the bag, the stranger offered them or a fight. In response, the businessman laughed. Meanwhile, the stranger himself was not upset by the results of the negotiations, because he suspected that everything would turn out that way. And the stranger also considered it important to teach the businessman a lesson. At that very moment, Sylvia spoke up, afraid of what Flip was about to do. In response, The protagonist said that the girl simply had to stand behind him. Then the businessman's voice was heard asking his people to deal with the stranger. But before he could finish his speech, one of the guards was already killed. Opening his eyes, the businessman saw that his face was covered in someone else's blood. Everyone present in the room froze, until the businessman himself slowly turned to the slain guard. Then Flip's voice sounded, making it clear, under the guise of a smoking finger, that such a tragedy could have been avoided. At the same time, it seemed to Flip that the businessman was starting to get quite angry. The next second, under the influence of magic, Flip threw out projectiles in the form of gold coins with his thumb. Without a sound, the coins hit the heads of the dealer's men, completely stunning those. The number of living people in the business was rapidly decreasing. Not wanting to put up with this, the businessman drew his sword, after which he activated the Hellfire skill. However, before the cast was complete, Flip fired the last coin at the businessman. Having reached the businessman, the coin greedily bit into his hand. Immediately after this, the businessman dropped the weapon from his hands, feeling that it would no longer be subject to control. Following this, Flip jumped up to the businessman in order to teach him a lesson for attempting to use dark magic. Before striking, Flip wondered if it was worthwhile to talk to the businessman in the language of the criminal world. The businessman even asked the stranger again, not quite understanding what he meant. In response, Flip hit the businessman once. Having turned around himself, the businessman collapsed to the floor. Throwing threats, Flip began to slowly approach the businessman. Being frightened, the businessman himself was ready to give the stranger money. Flip stopped, curious. The businessman continued speaking, mistaking Flip for a troubleshooter and now promising him a payment for sparing his life. Flip seemed intrigued when the businessman raised the ransom to 3 times the amount. The businessman even smiled, guaranteeing that he would be able to pay Flip back thanks to his wealth. Then the businessman raised the amount even higher, on the condition that Flip would reveal the name of the customer. Flip pretended to think about the offer, but still didn't want to lose sight of the very reason for the fight. The businessman actually thought that Flip wanted to get recommendations for himself and his firm. Sighing, Flip suddenly said that to begin with, he should have taken the order to eliminate the businessman. This news stunned the businessman. Then Flip said that he had come only for Sylvia and nothing more. Taking out a new coin, Flip said that the businessman should have accepted the original offer and not made things worse. The stranger's murderous gaze was imprinted and hung on the little business. He, being horrified by future events, began to beg Flip to wait. But a second later, a gold coin hit the villain's head. Immediately after this, a shocked gasp was heard from the girl behind Flip. Flip glanced at her instantly. The girl herself jerked in fear. Afterwards, Ern, in the guise of a stranger, hastened to apologize to Sylvia for the cruel scene. Stammering in horror at the scene that had happened earlier, the girl wanted to know who Flip was. She completely didn't understand how Flip could pull off something like this on his own. After thinking for a few seconds, Flip said that he was a man from Circle. At the same time, Flip called himself the man who gave the girl freedom. Then the scene changed to another establishment in the city. There, piles of gold coins were pouring out onto the table. Flip rented the entire top floor of the tavern, at the same time asking to feed the girl who was with him. The tavern keeper beamed with happiness at the abundance of coins, guaranteeing that everything would be fulfilled. Having already climbed up to the second floor, Flip asked the girl to have a good rest. She thanked her savior, after which she hurried to go into her room. Ern, being in the form of Flip, did not expect the consequences, since he had previously destroyed the traces of the massacre with acid. All this meant only one thing to Ern. After moving to his room, the protagonist dropped his mask. Next, starting to meditate, Ern ran through all the abilities he had previously used in his head. Now, the protagonist knew exactly what he might need to master the Northern Lights technique. Likewise, Ern spent the entire night in meditation, trying to grasp the basis of the fighting technique. Morning came, and with it, Ern's mastery of the technique was complete. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist was sure that he had now achieved what he wanted. All the scattered threads of technology were collected together by the protagonist. Next, Ern grabbed the sword. He stood up and walked to the door. The next moment, the protagonist felt how the energy from the mastered technique began to overflow him. As a result, all this resulted in a new overglow of the aura, which was displayed even on the tip of the weapon's blade. Now, in terms of strength, Ern has caught up with the Emperor himself, having managed to beat his record and overtake him by 2 whole years. Swinging his sword, Ern discovered the property of what was contained in the electrical energy. Ern enjoyed his new weapon, whose characteristics could be easily increased by his own magical powers. After which, the protagonist made a number of purchases, both for himself and Sari. At the same time, the skill for the facial distortion technique, which Earn considered useful for certain situations, was also included in the list of purchases. Now, while warming up, the protagonist wanted to test the effectiveness of what he had just bought. Next, the action moved to Sylvia's room. The girl had already woken up a long time ago and was humming something under her breath. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of her room, and a voice familiar to Sylvia was heard. The girl jumped out of bed and hurried to open the door. As soon as she saw who was standing in front of her, Sylvia took a couple of steps back. Now, practically filling the doorway, a blue-haired guy was looking up at her from below. Frightened and screaming, Sylvia tried to close the door. However, the new stranger stuck out his leg, not allowing this to happen. Earn yelped in pain and hurried to explain that he was the girl's savior yesterday. Pointing to himself, Earn came up with another story that yesterday, Sylvia saw another face created by Flip. Realizing that she was not in danger, the girl apologized. Right there, Earn noticed that the girl was quite tired. As it turned out, due to considerable anxiety, Sylvia was never able to get much sleep. After a short conversation, Earn suddenly handed the girl a bucket. Sylvia looked inside, finding a bucket full of appearance-altering devices. The protagonist insisted that Sylvia would have to change her appearance in any case in order to avoid being caught. Sometime later, Circle looked at someone mysteriously. Now, in front of the instructor, there were two people who were completely unknown to him. After a moment of inactivity, Circle apologized to the couple, believing he was in the wrong room. Suddenly, a charming girl greeted Circle as if he were a family member. The instructor stood there, shocked. Sylvia explained that she simply dyed and cut her hair. Earn spoke up after her, calling the girl's transformation weak magic. Additionally, the protagonist noticed the girl's pendant, which was supposed to protect her from persecution. The instructor was surprised by such a thing. The next moment, the button on Circalius's cape vibrated. It seemed as if she was starting to pull out her clothes. A few moments later, the button was pulled forward quite far. Then, with a bang, it burst free. In shock, Sylvia's scream was heard. But the next moment, the button turned into a small animal, flying into Earn's hands. The little animal began to whine pitifully and lick the protagonist in every possible way out of longing for him. To the gentle howls of the little animal, Sylvia and Circali gradually came to their senses. Meanwhile, Earn was interestedly studying the behavior of Sari, who could recognize his master in any guise. Next, the protagonist introduced the animal. Chirping softly, the girl reached out to Sari. The little animal grunted in confusion, going through a thought process in its head regarding the girl's hostility. Ultimately, Sari found no reason to attack. The cuteness of the little animal struck the characters right in the heart. Next, the protagonist ordered the animal to play with the girl. Having diverted Sylvia's attention, Earn approached Circalius. Now, Earn was interested in his request. The instructor made it clear that he had signed the protagonist up for a closed training session. This was the name of the training hall where only geniuses could practice. Finding this useful, Earn immediately asked how long the training period covered. As it turned out, the instructor was only able to knock out time until the next full moon. A little nervously, the instructor informed Earn that despite the time restrictions, the attendance restrictions were not significant. This outcome did not particularly impress the protagonist, which is why he again needed to come up with something else. Having decided to temporarily stop there, Earn also suggested conducting a count. The protagonist approached an unremarkable cabinet. Afterwards, he looked slyly back at the instructor. Suddenly, Earn called out to Sylvia. Immediately after this, a bag of gold appeared in the girl's field of vision, which Earn presented to her. Sylvia was stunned, unable to even respond properly. Earn called such a gift compensation to the girl for years of work. At the same time, Earn handed a similar bag to Circle himself. However, the instructor made it clear that he could not accept such a thing. Both gifts, Earn called money that had been illegally obtained by the Black Mamba and were now being returned to their owners. Then the bag of money was thrown into the instructor's hands. Circle didn't know what to think, because in one moment his problems were solved. Afterwards, the instructor tried to thank Earn. Having gathered his courage, Circle bowed to the protagonist, promising to repay kindness with kindness. Earn himself hoped that in the future, he and the instructor would work together. Next, Earn's attention turned to the girl, wondering what her plans were. Sylvia couldn't give the protagonist a precise answer because she too had an overly quick story. At this, Earn hummed thoughtfully. Almost immediately, the protagonist suggested that the girl help him. Earn extended his hand and offered to work for him temporarily. Next, the events moved to the Black Mamba establishment, where two people were discussing breaking into a safe. Two men were discussing the behavior of the missing boss, who had recently been frequently forced to rob and blackmail. However, Bass was sure that it was not one of the gang who broke the safe. The man standing next to him, named Titan, thought otherwise, blaming the missing boss for everything. Bass specifically noted to Titan that the safe was only half broken open, with the inner compartment opened with a key. Putting two and two together, Titan came to the conclusion that the missing boss had ordered his men to do this. Then, Bass also emphasized that among the boss's people there were no people who could cut the steel plates. In connection with all this, Bass expressed no doubt that it was not without an aura. Now Titan himself asked the logical question, why would the owner of the aura rob a safe? Bass didn't answer, but began to look around the room. The unnatural cleanliness, in particular, seemed suspicious to him. Noticing something under the furniture, Bass darted to the floor. Titan looked at Bass's behavior with surprise. After a few moments, Bass stood up, holding a gold coin in his hand and asking how many men he could kill with aura and gold. However, Bass was not particularly interested in the true identity of the one who killed the other members of the gang. After all, for Bass, the main insult in principle was that someone dared to attack their gang. At the same time, Ern was again indulging in meditation. Having previously used many elixirs, Ern hoped to awaken the chi energy within himself. The flower, which represented a special technique, gradually blossomed. In the blink of an eye, the flower petals opened. A new energy began to permeate the protagonist. Ern was a little nervous because he could not overcome the barrier he had previously achieved in enlightenment. Gradually, the elemental winds of the aura began to subside. Getting up tiredly, Ern decided not to torture himself with unnecessary attempts to overcome the barrier for now. Stretching, Ern decided that for now, it would be best to take a temporary rest. Moreover, believing that Flip's image would be useful, Ern bought himself a mansion in the capital, where he now lived. Looking at the mansion's landscaped grounds, Ern admitted that the investment had clearly been worth it. But along with this, something else caught the protagonist's attention. Watching Sylvia every now and then, Ern believed that the girl was quite capable. The girl knew how to read, she knew how to write, and in principle she could complete any job. Ern even suggested that Sylvia might have belonged to some fallen aristocratic family. But he did not pursue the topic further. Ern was afraid that with his questions he might touch on some painful topics for the girl. The protagonist expected that Sylvia's story might be somewhat similar to Ern's own fate from his past life. Having decided not to interfere, Ern concentrated on the topic of closed training. Without wasting a minute, the protagonist called the system and entered the exchange. There, upon request, Ern found a special mana stone. Ern even expressed surprise when he saw the price and rarity of flow attainment. As it turned out, such goods were mainly handled by Hearthstone, which by that time had become quite popular. In fact, Ern didn't even hope that he would be so lucky. Ern was quite pleased to note that Hearthstone turned out to be quite the sneak. In this regard, the protagonist has a good opportunity to cast his line. Next, Ern posted his trading lot, where he sold the mana stones he had previously secretly bought from Hearthstone, while at the same time agitating for a rebellion against the tyranny of the Merchant Alliance. Many of the stock exchange's inhabitants were beside themselves with happiness, because Ern was selling such rare mana stones for 5 coins less. For some, on the contrary, joy turned to despair, because the mana stones were not sold by the Alliance. Others, however, saw no problem with this, enthusiastically noting that the famous Ern had returned to the stock exchange. As in life, so in trading, the protagonist was now skimming the cream. Absolutely everyone and everything rushed to buy goods from the protagonist. While eating the cake, Ern watched with amusement as his balance was replenished by spontaneous purchases. A couple of minutes later, Ern received a message from Hearthstone. As soon as the protagonist accepted the request for communication, insults began to rain down on him. Shocked by the font size of Hearthstone's messages, Ern greeted him. Ern also didn't forget to thank Hearthstone for being able to sell the mana stones. Hearthstone was taken aback for a second or two, only now realizing who had been putting spokes in the wheels of the Merchant Alliance all this time. However, despite Hearthstone's pressure, Ern did not reveal his secrets. Hearthstone's world order seemed to crack from irritation, after which he again began to insult the protagonist in every possible way. At the same time, Ern made it clear that he would disappear from sight as soon as he earned 10,000 coins. Meanwhile, Hearthstone himself was not willing to sit idly by, threatening Ern with a complaint, since his actions had slandered the Merchant Alliance. Although he didn't say it out loud, Ern was forced to admit that he had gone a bit overboard with his announcement. But even for such cases in life, the protagonist always had a special plan prepared. After all, as it turned out, Ernu was still actively assisted by Mayam, providing carte blanche for actions in System 0. Then Ern thanked Mayam for his support. In response, the channel master only laughed awkwardly, pretending to be flattered by the protagonist's words. However, Mayam clearly hoped that one day, Ern would be able to repay him. In part, Ern even made it clear to Mayam that such a day would come one day. In this regard, the protagonist, once again, mentally wished Hearthstone good luck in all sorts of complaints. While Ern was thinking about how else to screw over Hearthstone, the protagonist received a message. Ern had a feeling that the official protest had come so soon. Upon opening the message, Ern saw that someone, under the pseudonym Golden Dragon, was offering the protagonist a part-time job. In order to learn more about the stranger, Ern used the Eye of Providence. Alarmed, the protagonist was at a loss to guess what such an influential person could have forgotten on the stock exchange. As it turned out, the heir to the trading guild named Joe contacted Ern. Ern was absolutely amazed, because even from the brief reports it was clear that Joe, in terms of his characteristics, skills, and level of wealth, was a wildly outstanding person. Next, the protagonist began to think about the things that could lead Joe to Ern. Ern was hesitant to answer, believing that there was some kind of catch to the whole story, since Joe was very actively trying to recruit the protagonist for hourly work. Finally, Ern chuckled and decided to play his own game. Hours have passed since then, and evening has come. After a fair amount of stalling, Ern was now ready to give Joe his answer. After logging into the exchange, Ern sent a request to communicate with Joe. To Ern's surprise, Joe responded a second later. Joe seemed a little nervous, apologizing in every way for interrupting Ern's work. Skipping the pleasantries, Ern suggested getting straight to the point, to which Joe again apologized for the urgency of his messages. Getting to the point of the conversation, Joe revealed that he knew about the conflict between Ern and the cartel over the sale of elixirs. The protagonist realized that Joe was most likely sent to deal with Ern on behalf of the cartel. However, Joe dismissed Ern's conclusions, saying that the story of the conflict was being actively passed on by word of mouth. The protagonist snorted in disbelief, still not understanding the essence of their conversation. After a few seconds of silence, Joe suddenly said that Ern had 10 tickets to submit reports. The protagonist was amazed at the power of the rumors, in particular, which were probably spread by Miam as well. After all, in a recent conversation with the channel master, he had assured Ern that he would turn the whole situation into an accident during a prank. Meanwhile, even Ern himself was not averse to adhering to this legend. At the same time, Ern was not averse to adding some spice to the unfolding situation. Then, the protagonist pretended that Joe had obtained secret information. Joe believed in his luck, after which he again inquired about tickets. To this, Ern answered positively. Then the protagonist discouraged Joe, saying that he had already spent all the tickets. Disappointment overwhelmed Joe, and he hurried to say goodbye to Ern. At that very moment, the protagonist stopped Joe, notifying him that Ern still had the right to provide the report. At the same time, Ern made it clear that the protagonist had only 5 attempts left to achieve this right. To this, Joe even asked again about the number of attempts. The protagonist merely replied that there was no point in lying. Following this, Joe grinned slyly. And later, he burst out laughing like a madman. Joe was overjoyed at the chance to take revenge on his enemies. Still hearing the endless laughter, the protagonist even doubted that he was still communicating with the same person. At some point, Joe came to his senses. He hastened to apologize to Ern for his lack of restraint. Further, Joe told that he had enemies who had unfairly killed his parents. And so, specifically in Ern, Joe saw a ray of hope for revenge. Ern himself began to connect Joe's story together, concluding that his enemies were engaged in exchange. Joe agreed with everything completely. Then, Ern began to pretend that he couldn't just throw away such privileges. Understanding everything at a half-word, Joe made it clear to the protagonist that he was ready to pay Ern's services for 50,000 coins. After the amount was announced, the protagonist became thoughtful. In Ern's guesses, there were many indications that Joe was not just a simple man from a wealthy family. After researching Grandpa Joe, Ern came to the conclusion that he definitely wasn't involved in stock trading. And yet, the amount Joe had stated was very tempting for the protagonist. Deciding to up the ante, Ern wondered if Joe's offer was really that low. Slightly agitated, Joe began to explain to Ern that, translated into gold, the stated amount of coins was wealth that 5 generations would not be able to spend. Besides, Joe knew that Ern had gotten pretty rich after resolving his issues with the cartel. In response, Ern stated that during the conflict, he earned much more than Joe could even imagine. Ern specified his victory by saying that after eliminating competitors, he secured his own position in the market, from which it turned out that the report sent by Ern played only half the role in the success of the whole matter. Therefore, the protagonist did not guarantee that, having received the reports, Joe would be able to succeed in his own business. Ern went on to say that he had also taken revenge in his time, following which Ern wondered if Joe's revenge was really worth only 50,000 coins. The protagonist then concluded that the revenge Joe desired was nothing more than a lie. At the end of Ern's deductive thoughts, Joe winced. then screaming furiously, not wanting to miss such a chance. This was exactly the reaction that Ern wanted to achieve from Joe. But suddenly, something distracted the protagonist. Ern immediately turned his gaze to the window. Due to this, the protagonist was forced to interrupt the conversation with Joe, citing urgent matters. Joe tried to somehow stop the protagonist, but he passed out. At the same time, Ern himself drew his sword, feeling how alien energy was accumulating outside. And indeed, someone was approaching Ern's mansion in an unfunny way. Soon, 2 people entered the scene. Subsequently, there were even more of them. From their conversations, it became clear that they had come exactly where they were supposed to. Pushing through the crowd, with a heavy sword on his shoulder, Titan appeared. He was overtaken by Bass, who was in command of the men. A few seconds later, the crowd entered the mansion. Trying not to make any noise, the invaders followed Ern's chambers. Suddenly, one of those walking ahead made a stopping gesture to his accomplices. After which, pressing himself against the wall, he crawled towards the door. Quietly, his hand lay on the door handle. The leader of the squad didn't even notice how sparks of electricity began to run through his clothes. Subsequently, a ball lightning flew towards him. The squad leader's body shook. The other bandits were horrified when they saw what had happened to one of them. Afterwards, one of them even screamed at the crazy scene. Immediately after this, Ern jumped out into the corridor at wild speeds. In the eyes of the bandits, Ern looked more like a creepy, magically possessed monster. Having no other choice, the bandits raised their swords and decided to attack. Ern smiled contentedly. After which, the first attack was carried out by the protagonist. One after another, Ern struck down with his magical weapon. Fueling all this with unnatural speed, Ern thrust his blade forward. Then he swooped down and pierced one of the bandits. At first he winced in pain. Subsequently, his body shook from an electrical impulse. Finally, the bandit groaned tiredly, being pretty fried. Seeing that the bandit was somehow still alive, Ern decided to interrogate him. In exchange for promising a quick death, the protagonist wanted to find out who exactly was the bandit's target. At the same time, from the outside, an inexplicably bright glow was observed in the room where Ern lived. Titan and Bass naturally took notice. They both agreed that Ern knew about the attack. Realizing that the protagonist obviously possessed a strong aura, Bass no longer considered it advisable to waste his existing powers. And therefore, Bass commanded that absolutely all of his people enter the mansion at once. Bass considered it entirely possible to defeat Ern with joint efforts. A minute later, the door to the mansion began to open. The bandits entered with swords at the ready. The surrounding silence made Bass nervous, so he urged his men to be vigilant. Literally, right after this, one of Bass's men pointed at something. Ern walked slowly down the steps. The protagonist was honestly surprised by the insolence displayed by the invaders. Logically, Titan decided to find out who was in front of them. Ern, having changed his appearance to Flip, was not averse to finding out the answer himself, but who managed to break into his house. Suddenly, Bass spoke up, wondering if Flip had killed the bandit leader. Ern responded with irony, since the other bandits spoke more flatteringly of their former leader. Because of this, Ern concluded that Bass was now the new boss. No longer able to tolerate long monologues, Bass ordered his men to attack. Ern was not averse to trying out the skills and techniques he had learned once again. The first of the motley crowd to fly out at Ern was Titan. The protagonist easily parried his heavy blow. However, Ern even appreciated Titan's efforts and fighting technique. At the same time, 2 other bandits were already approaching the protagonist from behind. Instinctively, Ern performed a reverse sword swipe. Immediately after this, he electrified the surrounding space. The electric shocks and sword strikes achieved their targets. Then the current rushed further towards Titan, who covered himself with his sword. Surviving but slightly fried, the Titan radiated fury. Bass watched from the sidelines as the battle progressed, which was unpleasant for him. Realizing that things were not going in the bandits' favor, Bass took out the scroll. Immediately, he whistled. The Titan instantly turned towards the source of the whistle. The living bandits immediately realized that a prearranged signal had sounded. Hoping that the people would have time to escape, Bass began to tear up the scroll of the spell. Now the protagonist himself has seen the course of the situation. After all, in one instant, a magical seal formed in front of Bass. Ern stepped back from the bright light of magic. Then, spreading his arms, Bass cast a spell. Immediately after this, sharp ice blocks began to burst out from the magic circle. Inexorably, they flew towards Ern. But the closer they got to the protagonist, the more they lost their course, colliding and forming a pile of ice. Now, Bass himself had already set in motion, intending to carry out the explosion. As quickly as possible, the other bandits took cover. The ice blocks themselves began to fill with bright light. Having reached critical mass, the ice blocks burst. Subsequently, the entire mansion was enveloped in an icy fog. Soon, Bass and Titan appeared from behind their shelters. In part, Bass regretted wasting such powerful magic on the protagonist. On the other hand, their enemy, according to Bass, was worth an entire army. The smugness of the new bandit leader was interrupted by Ern's lamentations about the destroyed mansion. Appearing in front of everyone again, Ern wanted to understand whether the bandits were ready to fork out money for the repairs. In a panic, Titan shouted out that the protagonist didn't receive a single scratch. Bass also saw this, but he absolutely did not understand how something like this could happen. As it turned out, thanks to the previously learned skills and the raised level, Ern could easily block magic. Looking at his thawing hair, Ern concluded that he had not managed to preserve everything in himself. Then, Erna's anger grew because his hair was completely ruined. Eventually, the protagonist burst into a cry of indignation. Ern then swung his sword to teach the bastards a lesson for ruining their hair. The bandits were confused, because Ern had become wildly enraged. First of all, because of some hair. Subsequently, an electrical chirping and glow engulfed the mansion. Sometime later, when everything had calmed down, Bass appeared, barely breathing. Almost immediately, he fell to the floor. Having let off steam, the protagonist finally exhaled. Afterwards, Ern told himself that he barely managed to restrain himself from destroying the entire mansion. On the other hand, the protagonist has completely avenged his hair. Suddenly, Ern noticed that the number of dead bandits was slightly less than those who had originally broken into the mansion. As Ern scanned the grounds of the first floor, he came across a door that was slightly open. Deciding that the survivors were hiding there, Ern followed the open door. Yurko, the protagonist, slipped through the door. But right after that, Ern froze. His gaze was met with a picture of a couple more dead bandits. The protagonist looked closely at the bodies. Absolutely everyone had a wound in the same place that was not typical of a sword. Ern wondered to himself who could do something like this. Suddenly, an unusual noise was heard from the far corridor. Ern turned his gaze to the source of the noise, seeing a strange figure in the shadows. Preparing for the worst, the protagonist held out his sword. At the same time, the shadow began to click its tongue towards Ern. It seemed that Ern was beginning to guess who was hiding there. Soon, the unicorn appeared to the protagonist in full form. In all its majestic glory, the unicorn straightened its mane. Recognizing Sari, Ern was amazed by the animal's transformation. Sari nodded when Ern hinted at the dead bandits. Suddenly, Sylvia appeared from the next room. The girl was safe, and now, first of all, she was interested in Sari's condition. While stroking the unicorn, the protagonist began to explain to the girl that Sari could transform. Ern made it clear to Sylvia that there was no point in carrying around a common marten. Sylvia said thoughtfully, finally understanding in her mind why Sari seemed so strange to her. Meanwhile, the girl wanted to know what happened in Ern's mansion. Next, Sylvia pointed to a group of dead bandits. The girl was scared when Ern told her about the invasion of the Black Mamba, which had already been dealt with. Whatever the case, Ern wanted Sylvia to return to her room under Sari's protection. Ern didn't want anyone or anything to interfere with him during the interrogation. After some time, through pain and suffering, Bass gradually awakened. At some point in time, with a deep breath, Bass opened his eyes. He quickly looked at himself, not understanding how he had managed to survive. Next, Bass tried to get up, but his body did not obey him. Bass didn't understand why his body didn't obey him. Suddenly, opposite him, Ern appeared, taking a chair behind him. Immediately after this, Bass let out a cry of indignation, demanding an explanation from the protagonist regarding the state of his body. Ern grimaced because he believed that someone who was left alive should not behave like that. At that very moment, Titan also showed signs of life. Like Bass, Titan, after a brief moment of joy at his survival, was horrified by the state of his own body. Bass's voice was heard from the left, urging Titan not to waste time, since they were obviously under the influence of magic. Their conversation was interrupted by the clapping of hands from Ern, who wanted to know the names of the attackers. Next, putting a chair down and sitting down on it, Ern introduced himself as Flip. After which, the protagonist made it clear to the bandits that he had the power to kill and resurrect the villains. The bandits were stunned by such revelations. The protagonist did not stop, promising that he would do this throughout the night. The scoundrel's former self-confidence was melting away before their eyes. With trembling voices, they finally introduced themselves to Ern. Ern then suggested that Bass and Titan were not top-level members of the criminal group, as they took part in the attack. Sighing, Titan partially confirmed the protagonist's suspicions, after which he made it clear to Ern that their group was simply thrown at the owner of the aura. As it turned out in the end, Ern was up against some of the weakest fighters, who were simply thrown to the slaughter. Ern even laughed, as if the bandit organization was trying to resemble a knightly order. Titan sighed heavily again, naming a certain Kamazan as the source of all the troubles. The protagonist listened attentively to his speech. Considering that Kamazan was the new leader of the bandits, Ern assumed that Bass and Titan were not on the best terms with him. Ern ended his thought by saying that the protagonist's attackers were ultimately nothing more than expendable material. The protagonist added to his words that Kamazan would benefit from both death and the successful return of Bass and Titan. Having received some information, Ern decided it was time for the next questions. When the topic touched upon the protagonist himself, Bass spoke up, explaining that he had taken up the trail due to the unusual disappearance of one of the waitresses. Bass continued his story, complaining that given the circumstances, there were few options for what happened. Bass's conclusion was that the waitress either ran away on her own or was helped. Later, after studying escape routes and recent real estate transactions, Bass came across Erna Castle. Ern knew it was Sylvia and wanted to know how Bass had identified her. Smiling slightly, Bass reduced it all to habits that, even though she had changed her appearance, Sylvia herself had not lost. Listening to Bass, Ern found him to be a very astute man for a criminal. The following picture emerged, in which Titan was the muscles, while Bass played the role of the brain center. Suddenly, the protagonist became inspired by the idea that those two scoundrels could be useful. Having finished the interrogation, from now on, Ern decided to openly think about what fate awaited the bandits. The protagonist grinned and called death not the worst option. Hearing this, the bandits shuddered in fear. Bass suddenly spoke, stammering, seeing no benefit to Ernu in his death. Playing on feelings, the protagonist explained that he would simply get rid of anxiety. Additionally, Bass mentioned his importance in the organization, which would definitely avenge the death of one of its most important people. Bass frowned and said that Ern would hardly be able to withstand the wrath of the Black Mamba. The protagonist only partially agreed with Bass's threats, although without expressing any alarm. In connection with all this, the protagonist started talking about some kind of agreement in which all parties would be satisfied. Bass repeated Ern's suggestion thoughtfully, somewhat stunning Titan. Meanwhile, Ern waited attentively. After a short pause, Ern said that there was one way for coexistence. A little later, the remaining surviving bandits exclaimed in unison in surprise when they learned about the plan to kill Kamazan. Bass approached them and offered to take over the entire criminal organization. As a boost to the action, Bass hinted at Ern, who could not be killed even on the 10th try. The other bandits turned their gaze to the protagonist sitting behind them. Now, Ern's face, radiating madness, looked back at them. Feeling the chill of death in such a look, the bandits immediately abandoned their thoughts regarding revenge against the protagonist. Then one of them turned to Bass, calling the plan quite complex. Bass nodded in agreement, reporting that the plan was not only difficult, but practically impossible to implement. In any case, the bandits weren't particularly eager to trust the protagonist. Bass responded by stating that Ern had brought everyone who was dying back to life, and that no one could do anything to stop it. Another argument in his favor, Bass cited, was the protagonist's ability to resist the ice blast. Additionally, Bass believed that Ern's offer was generous and perhaps unique. Otherwise, Bass believed that he and his subordinates would continue to be used as expendable material. Eventually, Bass's words moved the other bandits. Suddenly, Bass's idea was supported by Titan, who believed that the opportunity was worth taking advantage of. Titan did not consider one death worse than any other, but most importantly, the one received in battle. Ern watched all this from the side, listening intently. Suddenly, hesitantly, one of the bandits declared that he could not sacrifice his life for a stranger. Not knowing who to say in response, Titan chuckled long and hard. However, immediately after this, the bandit said that he believed in Bass and Titan, ultimately giving his consent to the daring plan. Immediately after this, a hubbub began. The bandits argued among themselves, increasingly agreeing with Bass's words about the need for change. A little later, they began to chant about the need for a change of power in the organization. After about another minute, Bass turned his attention to the protagonist. Then, nodding approvingly in that direction, Ern was pleased, because that night, the owner of the entire criminal network in the capital would change. The action changed to the city streets at night. Then we moved on to a rich mansion. Inside, a man with an eye patch was surprised by the news he had received. The confidant explained that the object that was supposed to be captured was currently located on the first floor of the mansion. Although he didn't say it out loud, the one-eyed man was unhappy that the suicide mission had succeeded. Next, he inquired about the condition of the prisoner. Clearly overjoyed, the confidant reported that the prisoner was on the brink of life and death. Thinking that the captive was at about the 3rd rank of cultivation, the one-eyed man ordered him to be brought in. Additionally, just to be on the safe side, the one-eyed man ordered that a couple of strong guys be brought in. Having bowed, the confidant went to carry out the order. One Eye was a little upset because he had hoped to get rid of Bass and Titan. A couple of minutes later, a man in shackles entered the one-eyed man's office. His clothes were pretty tattered, and his body was covered in bruises. Pushing from behind, Bass and Titan followed Ern in. Looking at the protagonist, the one-eyed man said that he didn't know him. In connection with this, the one-eyed man wanted to know who they had brought to him. Hanging his head tiredly, the protagonist introduced himself as Flip. Having learned the name, the one-eyed man condescended to shout, demanding that his money be given to him. Without taking his eyes off the floor, Ern suddenly said that the money belonged to the former leader of the Black Mamba. Then, suddenly opening his eyelids, the protagonist said that from now on, it was Ern's money. The one-eyed man cursed at such rudeness. In a commanding voice, the one-eyed man made it clear that everything in the Black Mamba belonged to him. Then the one-eyed man turned his attention to Bass, wanting to know where the stolen money was now. In response, with an incomprehensible movement, Bass nodded his head. The one-eyed man cursed again, considering Bass's silence and all his incomprehensible movements to be insolence. The one-eyed man slammed his fist on the table and demanded that Bass obey and maintain subordination. Suddenly, Bass replied that he saw no point in communicating with a corpse. Such rudeness made the one-eyed man even more furious than before. Then Bass gave another barely noticeable signal, shaking his head from side to side. The faces of the bandits present changed. Those who were loyal to the one-eyed man looked at them with obvious distrust. Suddenly, Bass said that no one should leave the room alive. This news was joyful for Ern. In an instant, an aura appeared that enveloped the protagonist's body. Ern jerked his hands, tearing apart the links of the chains. Almost immediately, all of the protagonist's previous bonds were destroyed. Seeing this, the bandits present opened their mouths in shock. The one-eyed man himself was filled with emotions. Immediately after this, Ern commanded Bass and Titan to leave the room if they did not want to become corpses. Afterwards, the air began to be cut by the sound of chains whipping all around. The chains hit the bandits and caused them terrible injuries. Some of them lost their heads, others were cut in half. As if in a war dance, Ern began to wield the chains. No one could dodge his blows. Screaming in pain, the floor of the room gradually filled with the bodies of bandits. The one-eyed man stood to the side and watched this dance of death. Sweating, he mentally noted that from the very first glance, he felt something was wrong with Erna. Then, moving behind him and snatching a dagger, the one-eyed man rushed at the protagonist. But out of the corner of his eye, Ern managed to see movement behind him. Getting closer and closer, the one-eyed man was already anticipating how he would deal with the protagonist. However, just before the blow, Ern dodged, responding by intercepting the one-eyed man with chains. Too late for himself, the one-eyed man realized that he had fallen into a trap. The protagonist jerked his hands, squeezing the chains on the villain's throat. Then, without losing his grip, the protagonist went behind the one-eyed man. For some reason, Ern addressed the one-eyed man by name. After thanking Kamazan, Ern announced that he would absorb the Black Mamba. Panicking, Kamazan tried to stop Ern. But after this, the protagonist made sharp, tearing movements with his hands. Sometime later, Bass and Titan entered Kamazan's office. Not knowing what to say, they looked at Ern, who was wiping away the blood. At some point, the protagonist noticed their presence. In a commanding voice, Ern ordered them inside. The protagonist inquired about the fate of the lower floor, to which Bass indicated that all of Kamazan's supporters had been killed. Ern looked favorably on Bass's efforts, making it clear that everything needed to be completed before sunrise. Once again, Ern reminded himself that for a criminal organization, gambling and drinking establishments were the most important asset. The protagonist then made it clear that he had contributed enough of his own when he dealt with the top brass of the organization. However, the protagonist wanted to know whether Bass would be able to win over the other opponents to his side. Bass started talking about the smugglers and their intractability, but then hinted at Titan, who knew how to find a common language with the people there. Next, Bass mentioned the trade association, which was opposed to Kamazan. Thus, although Bass had supporters, he was still afraid, because there was no justification for the actions for the coup. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist said that any justification could have been invented. A little later, Ern described to Bass a version of what happened, in which Kamazan was portrayed as the killer of the former head of one of the Black Mamba branches. Bass gasped in amazement, because with such a version, even more people would have gone over to the side of the rebels. Ern also confirmed this because, having remained in the minority, all other dissenters will have to make concessions. These discussions were interrupted by Titan, who did not really believe that the branches could believe such a story. With this situation in mind, Ern brought up the topic of how Bass and Titan managed to capture the protagonist. Ern reduced his thoughts to popular rumor and other people's views. The protagonist assured that Bass and Titan were probably already considered outstanding people who managed to captivate a person with an aura. Then standing up, called himself a shadow when Bass and Titan were supposed to come to the fore. Then putting his hand on Bass's shoulder, hoped that he would be able to fix everything. At this moment, the protagonist radiated trust and hope. This conviction was passed on to Bass and Titan, who began to assure of their success. Wanted to receive a further report on the progress in his mansion. Sometime later, Erna was drying his head after washing. The protagonist was amazed at how much he had managed to accomplish in just one night. Finally, it was Ern's turn to see what decision Joe had made. As soon as he opened the system and called up the chat, Joe immediately wrote to Ern. Then, was confused, because Joe wanted the protagonist's grandfather to talk to him. A second later, Guillaume, the king of trade, spoke. Listening closely, understood that such a sign could not promise anything good. Also, didn't have any information about Guillaume, which is why the protagonist should probably be more careful. After a short pause, greeted Guillaume. The king himself would have been somewhat flattered by Ern's manners. In response, revealed that he knew something about the king, as well as his grandson. Guillaume was once again surprised at how much a person from the Zero system could know. Continuing, Guillaume let know that the protagonist's proposal earlier seemed too extreme to the king. Next, Joe spoke up, recalling the enormous sums of tens of thousands of coins that had announced. Afterwards, Guillaume took the floor again, trying to catch in a lie, believing that he could not have earned the money that Joe had previously talked about. Guillaume didn't think it was impossible, just incredibly difficult. Thus, Guillaume reduced his speech to the fact that was simply raising the price out of thin air. The protagonist could not object to Guillaume in any way, since he had calculated everything. In this case, the protagonist tried to reduce everything to the value of 5 circulation tickets. However, the king did not lose his grip, considering the price announced by to be exorbitant. In response, asked how Guillaume valued revenge. As an experienced merchant, Guillaume believed that everything had a price, and therefore, even for the opportunity for revenge, the king saw the sum of 50,000 coins as quite sufficient. The protagonist thought for a moment, not knowing how to get to the life-hardened Guillaume. Be that as it may, had already seen that Guillaume had made one significant mistake. Biting his finger, the protagonist was not averse to playing a game of chess with the old merchant. Subsequently, the protagonist returned to the topic of 50,000 coins. Operated his words in such a way that Guillaume himself could regret something. The king asked the protagonist again. Cleverly, reduced his words to revenge on Joe, which could have easily failed. In a veiled manner, hinted that he could have made a deal with Joe's enemies, as a result of which Joe could have died. Worried about his grandson, Guillaume tried to answer something, but couldn't. As waited for an answer, he was now acutely aware that Joe's revenge was not personal, but extended to the entire family there. Continuing to press on the sore spot, diluted the silence with statements about his exceptional help. At some point, having given up, Guillaume decided to find out about Ern's conditions. Silently, the protagonist exclaimed from the sudden success, because he managed to put pressure on the buyer. Folded his arms and suddenly began to talk about how he only needed trust, not money. Stroking his beard, Guillaume considered to be a very clever boy. Nevertheless, he was not averse to listening to him. After which, Guillaume asked Joe to convey some words to Jim went on a rather long tirade, that for the sake of and his services, he would not open a branch of his trading empire in the Zero dimension. Guillaume found too greedy and unable to get his fill. In his mind, Guillaume praised for his impudence, while having no right to engage in interdimensional trade. Moreover, if something like this happened, Guillaume could not even imagine how influential a person could become for his world. A minute later, Joe informed his grandfather that had made another counteroffer. Guillaume sighed but decided to listen. Confused, Joe reported that wanted an investment of 200,000 coins. The old man coughed when he heard such a sum. Joe also revealed that had promised to return the sum with interest. As assurances, the protagonist only asked the old man to sign the exchange contract. Guillaume was not sure about such an action, because in fact, he did not know anything about the protagonist as a merchant. Having conveyed his grandfather's words, Joe soon received an answer from that in a similar case, there is a way to solve it. Guillaume became interested. At the same time, through the absorption skill, absorbed various training manuals for trading. However, no matter how many times repeated this practice of absorbing skills, he still could not get used to this process. After a couple of minutes, finished absorbing the skills, now wondering about the fate of the person from whom these skills were taken. Guillaume informed the protagonist that the skills belonged to a man who once began his journey with the king. For such a gift, would not be averse to even thanking this person. Guillaume evasively told the protagonist that there was no need for such a thing. In this way, Guillaume fulfilled his old friend's dream, allowing him to now enjoy the ordinary rural life. On the other side of the chat, the protagonist listened attentively to this story. In any case, Guillaume asked Ern not to worry about strangers. The protagonist readily agreed to this. However, in all the recent actions, Ern saw one inconsistency. Since Guillaume had previously sworn that he had never engaged in interdimensional trade, Joe chimed in, explaining to Ern that the transfer of skills was not a deal between a company and an individual, but only an exchange between private users. Not knowing how events would unfold next, the protagonist was already sure that he had won the jackpot, since he had acquired such valuable knowledge. Additionally, Erna was given a contract and even some money. Next, Guillaume spoke up, reminding Ern that he had made these concessions only for the sake of his grandson, and now expected the protagonist to fulfill his part of the deal. In turn, Ern gave his word that within 3 years, he would provide goods for revenge. Meanwhile, Guillaume was somewhat ashamed of himself for making such big concessions to the most ordinary stockbroker. Then Guillaume stood up, saying that the deed was done. The old man hoped that he had helped his grandson, while Ern hoped for future cooperation. True, Guillaume no longer gave any comments on this matter. As he left, bowing to his grandson, Guillaume hoped that fortune would smile upon their family in the future. Having finished the farewell gestures, Joe watched his grandfather leave. Deciding not to waste any time, Joe provided the protagonist with a list. After studying the list, the protagonist came to the conclusion that all the names there belonged to people from Joe's world. They were all different people, but with one common pattern, which was the transcendence of martial arts. Even though Joe himself was on par with these people in terms of his strength, Ern doubted that he would be able to resist them. In any case, Ern did not want to interfere in other people's family affairs and simply sent the requested file. After sending the report, the protagonist notified Joe about it as well. After a while, Joe thought Ern was trying to make a joke about it. Suddenly, Joe started talking some kind of unrelated nonsense, at the end of which, Joe even tried to accuse the protagonist of fabricating data. To all this, Ern responded in the same way that the leader of the cartel expressed himself when he received evidence against himself. Joe hung his head sadly when he heard from Ern that the report could not be faked. Realizing that something was wrong, the protagonist wondered if perhaps the report didn't include Joe's enemies. With undisguised fury, Joe informed Ern that the report had said nothing about the main culprit. Because of all this, Joe was forced to ask again whether Ern really had not made any changes to the report. Having done nothing wrong against Joe, Ern stubbornly stood his ground. Meanwhile, Joe gritted his teeth from the accumulating anger. After thanking Ern with difficulty for his efforts, Joe left the chat. The protagonist, in turn, although he sympathized with Joe and understood his emotions, could do nothing more. At the same time, Ern thought about Joe's 5 enemies, who must have had something in common. After checking a couple of names with the Eye of Insight, Ern was convinced that 2 of the names on the list had been implicated in the massacre. Meanwhile, in another place, looking at the Black Mamba symbolism, Bass and Titan couldn't believe their luck. While Ern was still a threat to them, it was the protagonist who helped the 2 rise to power. Ultimately, Titan agreed with Bass about the importance of Ern's role. When the time came to share power, Titan gave up his position as leader to Bass, as the smartest one. Titan honestly admitted that he preferred banal physical work. Smiling, Bass thanked his friend for his trust. Following this, Titan suddenly mentioned some unfinished business. Bass reduced the problem to the absence of the right person. At this point in time, they have decided to leave this topic behind the scenes. Suddenly, Bass mentioned that even Titan suffered that same pain, but continued to work. The action moved a little into the past, when Ern, in the guise of Flip, offered to have a drink with his new allies. As in the case of the spy Harvest, the bandits looked at the glass filled with a cloudy liquid. Then, Ern insisted that the special drink had to be drunk to the bottom. Without delay, Bass and Titan fulfilled Ern's request. Later, Ern's true motives came as a terrible revelation to them. In any case, a new sunny day has arrived. The action took place in the part of the city where the Black Mamba's main hideout was located. There, sitting at the table, the protagonist inquired about the well-being of his subjects. Bass responded, describing his health as poor, since, first of all, no one knew what to expect from Ern. The protagonist asked Bass not to worry about anything, because Ern was always ready to help. Ern, in principle, intended to give the bandits maximum freedom of action, since he himself was not interested in affairs in the criminal world. Such revelations greatly surprised Bass and Titan. Next, Ern put a letter on the table with conditions, by following which, the bandits would avoid the fate of Kamazan. Quickly, Bass grabbed and opened the letter. The very first point in the letter was Ern's prohibition on getting rid of parasites. Further, The list included further conditions that were equivalent to treason, as well as a non-negotiable monetary income in favor of the protagonist. Then, the rhetoric of the letter changed, moving towards demands for unconditional cooperation with Flip Trading Company. Having read to the end, Bass even voiced that, in general, the conditions were acceptable. With obvious indignation in his voice, Earn even asked again that the demands were acceptable at the general degree, and not unconditionally. When Bass assured Earn of his full acceptance of the conditions, the protagonist became sweet and affectionate again. The bandits watched with obvious apprehension such metamorphoses in the protagonist's behavior. In any case, now Bass had no choice but to agree to Earn's terms. After which, the conversation turned to Flip's trading company, to which Earn made it clear that it was his brainchild. It came as a surprise to the bandits that a merchant had secretly seized power in the criminal organization. Earn confirmed this guess, making it clear that he has as much as 50 years of experience. Completely confused, Bass and Titan exchanged glances. Several hours passed since that conversation, and evening came. The action moved to the closed training hall of the academy. At some point, the heavy front door opened by itself. Footsteps and relaxed sighs were heard, followed by the door closing just as quietly. As he removed the invisibility effect from himself, Earn even doubted that it was worth using something like this at the academy. On the other hand, the protagonist saw the need for excessive caution, since misdeeds could easily lead to expulsion from the academy. Having walked a little further into the hall and sat down there, Earn began to reflect on the fact that over the last 15 days, he had managed to achieve a great deal. So, in the list of Earn's achievements, it was indicated that he had received the excellent rank. There was also a difficult but super profitable deal with the King of Trade. Thanks to the knowledge gained from Guillaume, the protagonist was able to buy out a bankrupt guild and open his own company in its place. Moreover, at the head of the capital's criminal world was Erna's man. After all these accomplishments, Earn looked at the world in a completely different way, as a canvas filled with possibilities. Ultimately, even dimension trading always improved the protagonist's situation in reality. Perked up, Earn thought he should ask Circle for a couple more closed training sessions. A minute later, Circle himself entered the room. Earn was glad of such a meeting, especially since he himself planned to meet with the instructor. The protagonist was about to start talking about closed training, but the instructor interrupted him with words about a more important matter. Earn became interested. Circle said that a certain person from the prosecutor's nightly corps had sought a meeting with Earn. The protagonist became wary, however, wanting to know what Circle had answered him. The instructor made it clear that he had gotten rid of the knight for a short time, but had no idea why he was looking for Earn himself. The protagonist honestly answered that he had no idea why he might be wanted. After thinking about it, Circle said that such interest in Earn could not have been a trivial trifle. Unexpectedly, Circle mentioned that a man named Dirk was hanging around the knight. Hearing the familiar name from Earn took my breath away. From now on, the protagonist guessed what exactly the matter of searching for him was. All this could only indicate one thing: the Marquis suspected Earn of Kunz's disappearance. A day later, the action took place in the dungeons of a certain castle. Sitting in a small room, the protagonist was waiting for someone. Now Earn was actively thinking about the fact that he could not be punished by law, since he left no evidence. The protagonist gathered his strength, trying not to show his excitement at meeting the knight. A couple of minutes later, someone finally entered the room. Ernu was immediately asked a question, and he confirmed his identity. The man who entered the room introduced himself as Zenitz, stating that he was a knight prosecutor. The protagonist had no choice but to find out why he was looking for a meeting with Earn. Zenitz asked Earn not to worry, because he just wanted to ask a couple of questions. Then Zenitz leaned over the table. Next, he asked if the protagonist would mind if the interrogation began. A couple of minutes later, Zenitz outlined the situation with Kunz, who had disappeared without a trace. Earn pretended to be surprised that Kunz was missing. Zenitz wondered if Earn had heard anything about this. The protagonist shook his head. Zenitz agreed that Earn really couldn't have known about such a thing. In that case, Zenitz asked if it was strange to Earn that Kunz was absent from the academy. The protagonist did not consider this to be anything unusual, because until the very end, he thought that he and Kunz were in different classes. Earn then added that he and Kunz weren't really that familiar. Ambiguously, Zenitz agreed with Earn's words. After which, Zenitz said that he had no more questions. The protagonist found the knight's behavior strange, since Earn himself expected to be interrogated under extreme pressure. At this point, Earn was about to leave, when Zenitz stopped the protagonist, saying that someone else wanted to talk to him. Turning towards the front door, Zenitz invited someone in. Slowly, the door creaked and opened slightly. Peering into the darkness of the corridor, Earn already understood who would be there. Dirk entered the room, which could only mark the beginning of the real interrogation. In a less than flattering manner, Dirk greeted the protagonist. Ern responded sarcastically, noting that Dirk's face had become much haggard since their last meeting. Dirk brought it all down to his difficult situation. Afterwards, Dirk stared at Ern intently. Zenitz watched all this from the side. However, the protagonist also remained silent, waiting to see what would happen next. After a pause, Dirk suddenly asked why Ern had done this. Ern pretended not to understand what Dirk was talking about. Then, Dirk explained that just a day after meeting the protagonist, Kunz mysteriously disappeared. Also, Dirk mentioned a conflict between the lords and a fight between the knights, which he considered a suspicious coincidence. Hearing this, Ern realized that the entire accusatory basis from Dirk's side was worthless. Then, the protagonist responded that all of Dirk's evidence was irrelevant, since it relied on a chance meeting. Looking down, Dirk answered honestly that he had thought about this many times. Meanwhile, Dirk assured that if Kunz had escaped on his own, sooner or later he would have been found. Besides this, Dirk had no doubt that whoever kidnapped Kunz would have asked for a ransom long ago. From everything that had been said earlier, Dirk concluded that Kunz had not escaped and had not been kidnapped. Next, Dirk again directed his gaze at Ern, and therefore Dirk named the protagonist as the only one who had a motive to act against Kunz. Unexpectedly, Zenitz put Dirk in his place, reminding him that he wasn't hanging out with street punks. After receiving a remark addressed to him, Dirk hastened to apologize. Ern responded next, wanting to know from Zenitz whether Dirk had the right to interrogate anyone. A little hesitantly, Zenitz confirmed Dirk's right, citing the request of the Marquis himself. Seeing that the situation was getting heated, Zenitz even suggested postponing the interrogation, but Ern was not against continuing. Next, Ern took the floor, trying to get specifics from Dirk regarding the motives for the murder of Kunz. The protagonist wanted to listen to the knight's arguments. Frowning, Dirk began his speech by saying that Ern's guards had stopped in a village near the city the night before he disappeared. Dirk called this stop forced, since the entire previous day had been very tense. Dirk considered such a stop strange, although Ern's procession could have stayed overnight much earlier. The protagonist immediately responded by saying that he doesn't like sleeping without a roof over his head. Zenitz agreed with Ern's arguments, since sleeping in a bed was much better than sleeping on the damp ground. Dirk accepted this answer, now preparing himself for even tougher questions for Ern. Dirk further cited the testimony of villagers who reported that the procession remained in place until the morning. Zenitz did not consider Dirk's words to be a sufficient accusation, since there was plenty of similar evidence to be had on both sides. In part, Dirk agreed with Zenitz, but without yet naming the main ace in the sleeve. In a tense voice, Dirk revealed that one man had been using the entire room and had not left until dawn. And this man, Dirk called Ern. The protagonist even partially praised Dirk for his efforts in collecting information, however. All this did not amount to an accusation. At that very moment, Zenitz spoke up, outlining the whole situation by saying that Ern had returned from the village to the city for Kunz, after which he had returned to the village again. Dirk confirmed the words of the night prosecutor. Zenitz sighed wearily, considering such a thing impossible not only for Cadet Ern, but even for experienced knights. Right there, Dirk made it clear that he had conducted an experiment that had ended in relative success. Then, Dirk reported that Akadio had low walls and not the best guards, which were easy to get past. Listening to all this, Zenitz concluded that Ernu had even managed to get past Kunz's guards. Dirk agreed with all this again. Shaking his head from side to side, Zenitz believed that Dirk was trying to fit the owl onto the globe. Then, standing up, Dirk directly addressed Ern, asking why he hadn't asked for a favor. Dirk pushed the table away and took a step closer, wanting to make sure of something. Dirk was absolutely sure that the protagonist was hiding his true abilities. Their gazes met again. At that moment, looking at Ern, Dirk felt a very strange energy emanating from him, not typical for a young man. Besides, Dirk expected that Ern would live up to the strength of his heroic lineage and thus sign his own death warrant. In this whole situation, the most doubtful was Zenitz, who considered Dirk a fool who operated on speculation. Having decided that conflict between the vassals could not be allowed, Zenitz informed Dirk that he had no right to place his mana into someone else's body. Suddenly, Ern made it known that he was not against the inspection, but nevertheless wanted to clarify something. First of all, the protagonist called it an insult and a falsification of data that he was considered involved in the disappearance of Kunz. And so the protagonist wanted to know what would happen when it turned out that Ern was not guilty of anything. Dirk looked down slightly and replied that he would do whatever was necessary. With this situation, Ern was ready to end it all. Immediately after this, the characters shook hands with each other. In an instant, a magical process began between them. Everyone at once began to wait for the results. At some point, Derek's expression changed when he realized that Ern was only rank 4. The knight did not understand anything, because he had expected a completely different outcome. Afterwards, Derek concentrated again, feeling Ern's magical threads. As it turned out, Ern had cleverly hidden his powers in places where an ordinary person would never look. The only thing Derek was able to find was the incomparable mana of the protagonist's heart. A few minutes later, Ern's check was over. Derek was in complete confusion. The protagonist, however, looked at him cheerfully. Clearly tired of all this action, Zenitz inquired about the results. With an uncertain voice, Derek announced Ern's 4th rank. Zenitz was quite surprised, now no longer understanding how Ern had managed to enter the academy. Tiredly, the protagonist made it clear that he had managed to acquire a couple of achievements. Zenitz agreed understandingly, since he knew that Ern attended closed training sessions. Following this, Zenitz praised the protagonist for his efforts and instructed him to continue in the same spirit. Suddenly, Ern turned his gaze to Derek. Clearly worried, Derek hastened to apologize. Zenitz even tried to stand up for Derek, letting Ern know that the knight had acted with the best of intentions in a desperate situation. The protagonist waved his hand approvingly, although he stated that all of Derek's accusations were groundless in any case. Derek apologized again and even bowed to Ern. However, seeing that Ern did not feel satisfaction, the knight again repeated his previous actions. At a certain point, Ern hoped that Derek would still be able to find Kuntz. Being completely depressed, Derek also hoped for this. After all this, the protagonist hurried to leave the room and go to class. With Zenitz's permission, Ern opened the door and walked out. However, to himself, the protagonist celebrated his extraordinary victory. With his persistence and his own cunning, Ern managed to close the Kuntz case. Already in class, Ern listened to Dimitri's indignation directed at him. The protagonist had no idea what his roommate wanted from him. As it turned out, Dimitri was quite worried about Ern, who had not told him anything about his closed training. However, the more Ern ignored Dimitri, the more he became agitated and raised his voice. Meanwhile, during the verbal diarrhea from Dimitri, Ern managed to turn his attention to something else. After all, now many of the cadets were looking askance at the protagonist, actively whispering about something among themselves. For many, it has already become news that Ern, being an ordinary middle-class student, somehow managed to get to a closed training session. The protagonist had no choice but to sigh wearily. Someone called out to Ern abruptly. The protagonist turned around and was amazed. After all, right now, behind the protagonist, was the same guy who left the famous imprint on the stone. For Ern, the very existence of this guy was a kind of inferiority complex. Cassian himself was now looking expectantly at the protagonist. Not knowing what to expect, Ern confirmed his identity. Almost instantly, Cassian challenged Ern to a duel. Ern was speechless after hearing this. The other students were alarmed. None of them understood why such an outstanding student would challenge someone like Ern to a duel. Everyone believed that, on the contrary, Ern should one day challenge Cassian to a duel and take away his title. But then, the protagonist suddenly said that he did not want to participate. This answer came as a surprise to Cassian. Cassian tried to find out the reason, but Ern again refused due to reluctance. The protagonist turned the conversation to the reason why Cassian had challenged Ern to a duel in the first place. Cassian did not answer, only making it clear that it was impossible to refuse the duel. Ern immediately stopped the blue-haired man, explaining that such rules only applied to students in the middle and lower grades. However, Cassian did not calm down, declaring that he also had a similar right. The protagonist launched into explanations again, making it clear that Cassian would be better off with those who were his equal. Unexpectedly, Cassian revealed that he had received permission from Sir Cal, who would be observing everything. All of Ern's plans collapsed, and from now on he had no right to refuse if the instructor himself gave the go-ahead for a duel. Ern sighed heavily and agreed to the duel. When the conversation turned to the time and place of the duel, the blue-haired man said that it would happen immediately. Without any surprise, the protagonist looked up at him. The cadets hearing all this from the side were alarmed. Cassian himself waited to see what Ern would do next. Tiredly, Ern stood up from his desk. Believing that this would not last long, the protagonist asked the blue-haired man to go forward. A few seconds later, Ern and Cassian began to leave the auditorium. The cadets watching them were delighted with what had happened, now wanting to see how that duel would unfold. A little later, the action moved to the fighting hall. There, armed with wooden swords, Ern and Cassian stood opposite each other. At some point, Circle caught the protagonist's clearly displeased gaze. The instructor silently asked for forgiveness for not being able to go against the rules. The protagonist had no choice but to sigh in displeasure. Next, Ern looked at the blue-haired man. Thinking that now was the right moment, Ern wanted to know why he had challenged the protagonist to a duel. Blue-haired reported that Ern was the first freshman to attend closed training. Ern agreed with this, remembering to himself that only a few people in the entire history of the academy could boast of something like this. Afterwards, Cassian told Ern that he didn't understand how something like this could have happened at all, especially when all of the blue-haired man's applications were rejected. Ern suggested in a disgruntled voice that the whole point was simply that Cassian's right of primacy had been taken away. Instantly, Cassian descended to shouting, calling Ern's guesses nonsense. Ern called Cassian's argument unconvincing, given that training was based on potential, not ranking. Ern explained that he had overcome the wall of restrictions, and therefore earned the right to train. Growing increasingly irritated, Cassian made it clear that he already knew these rules. In such a case, Ern did not understand the reasons for Cassian's behavior at all. The blue-haired man protested again when Ern suggested that he only wanted to be first in everything because of some complexes. The protagonist enjoyed such a violent reaction from Cassian, who in fact turned out to be an ordinary child. Cassian thrust his sword forward and growled that Ern was no better. The protagonist chuckled mockingly, hoping that the blue-haired man would not lose face. Cassian responded with similar rudeness. As soon as the signal was given to begin the duel, Cassian was already swinging his sword. In a defensive stance, Ern skillfully repelled Cassian's first attacks. However, at some point, the blue-haired man twisted, which captured the spirit of all the spectators. It seemed that the sword had managed to find a gap in the protagonist's defense. Many are frozen in anticipation of how it will all end. However, Ern was still not defeated. Some facts about Cassian from his past life surfaced in the protagonist's memory. After all then, until the end of his days, the blue-haired man showed off with his head held high. Meanwhile, in this reality, Cassian had one problem. In the form of Ern, he made a mistake in choosing an opponent. For the protagonist himself, Cassian was nothing more than a roadblock on the way. With even greater tenacity, their duel continued. As he struck, Cassian was angry that Ern had gone into deep defense, not even trying to counterattack. This whole situation made Cassian quite angry, as he was already burning with the desire not just to win, but to kill Ern. Ern herself did not dare to show her strength to the public and now wondered how he could have lost better. At some point, the protagonist had an idea. Ern recalled that Cassian, although he was magically gifted, did not really know how to control his mana. At that very moment, Cassian himself struck again. The protagonist jumped in time, preventing the blow from reaching him. Afterwards, a certain distance formed between the combatants. By this point in time, Cassian looked quite exhausted. Ern looked at him with a certain amount of bragging, expectantly. Only now the blue-haired man himself noticed something strange. Cassian noticed how Ern held the sword. Ern explained his fighting style as elegance, ease, and cunning. After all, his father bequeathed him to fight. Cassian sighed in surprise, because he had never heard anything like this about Reborn before. The cadet spectators were somewhat upset that the fighters, for some reason, began to chat among themselves. Mesmerized by Ern's words, Cassian wanted to hear any more revelations. But Ern made it clear that he had received no further instructions. Further, according to the protagonist, Reborn demonstrated the rest of the teachings to Ern personally. Afterwards, Ern extended his hand with his sword raised towards Cassian. The protagonist intended to finish his words beautifully. At some point, Ern even began to slowly move the blue-haired man's sword to the side. However, suddenly, Cassian woke up. With a wide swing, he deflected Ern's sword. However, I was immediately surprised. Despite his actions and movements, Cassian somehow did not feel the blow itself. The protagonist looked at him with a sarcastic grin. As if it hadn't moved from its place, Ern's sword was again directed toward Cassian. This state of affairs infuriated the blue-haired man. With a furious cry, he attacked Ern again. But his blow only slightly moved the protagonist's weapon to the side. Not believing his eyes, Cassian became more and more convinced of something. Next, Ern's voice was heard, asking how Cassian was feeling. Now, in the eyes of the blue-haired man, Ern increasingly resembled an indestructible titan. At the same time, Cassian himself was a small warrior who denied the titan the right to primacy. Finally, their eyes met. True to form, Cassian slowly lowered his sword. Now, the protagonist's attention has again turned to Circle. Understanding the hint and the general tone of the situation, the instructor declared a draw. Immediately after this, the cadet spectators burst into dissatisfied cries, demanding that the duel continue. Circle cut short their discontent with a menacing roar. Following this, the cadets began to talk among themselves about how the duel was unimpressive and generally strange. Soon, everyone began to disperse, leaving Cassian alone with his defeat. When most of the cadets had left the dueling hall, Cassian bowed to Circle. Sadly hanging his head, he also began to leave the hall. Now, the protagonist could boast that he had completed the duel perfectly. Circle was a little dubious about Ern's words, not really believing that his original plan looked exactly like this. Then, Circle made it clear that Ern had gone a bit overboard, since he had used an art that even the instructor could not comprehend. Ern agreed with everything that Circle had said earlier. The protagonist elaborated on his technique, which turned out to be the 8-star sword martial art. Visibly sweating, Circle was somewhat worried about Cassian, who was faced with such a powerful rebuff. Chuckling, Ern made it clear that everything happened as planned, the result that Circle himself wanted to achieve. The instructor reminded Ern that he had demonstrated his strength too much, although he had intended to hide it. Smiling, the protagonist reduced everything to the fact that he wanted to teach the blue-haired man a lesson, and he was not eager to lose. Next, the protagonist asked Circle to prepare a pass, since Ern wanted to leave the academy for a short time. Surprised by such a request, Circle even asked where Ern had gone this time. A couple of hours passed since then, and evening came. The guild that Ern had bought out was actively unloading. Heavy boxes were shifted and records were kept. In the guise of Flip, Ern watched all this, enjoying his possessions, and in general, the overall appearance impressed him. At some point, someone called out to Ern as the head of the trading company. The deputy ran up to the protagonist with a joyful expression on his face. Marcus assured Ern that things were going extremely well. Subsequently, Marcus needed Ern's signature. After looking at the document, the protagonist asked Marcus to increase the number of employees. The protagonist explained that with each subsequent deal, the staff would have to be expanded so as not to slow down the overall trading process. For Marcus himself, such a number of employees was something unthinkable, despite the number of deals that Ern had already agreed on. Ern even shared his desire to quadruple the number of employees, but for now, he was in no hurry. According to the protagonist, it will take at least a couple of years to become a monopolist. After a detailed explanation, Marcus assured that he had understood the protagonist's idea. Suddenly, Ern remembered one important detail and asked Marcus to take care of repairing the roof of the former guild building. Marcus dared to give advice in return, suggesting that they wait with this decision, since Ern had only just opened his own business. Sighing, the protagonist again reminded Marcus of his thoughts about development plans. Ern was counting not only on getting rich, but also on gaining a reputation, something that a shabby warehouse could not help with. Marcus hastened to confirm all the previously given orders of the protagonist. Next, Ern began to think about Marcus. Based on the skills he learned from Guillaume, Ern saw Marcus as a diligent deputy, but one whose bad trait was timidity. In any case, Ern had no reason to fear that Marcus would dare to stab him in the back. Having finished his thoughts, the protagonist asked where the secretary was now. The action moved to a certain part of the warehouse that was set aside for the secretariat. Ern knocked lightly on the door. At that moment, Sari and Sylvia appeared from behind a pile of accounting books. Entering inside, the protagonist hoped that there were no complaints about the secretary's office. Sylvia and Sari exclaimed with joy at the sight of Ern. In particular, the little animal, jingling, rushed into the protagonist's arms. Afterwards, they exchanged mutual emotions. Ern even felt that he had put too many things on the girl. Sylvia herself was beaming with happiness, assuring that she was only glad to work under Ern's leadership. The protagonist was quite pleased with the girl's work, and therefore was ready to help her in every possible way at the slightest request. Suddenly, Sylvia remembered that a certain order from Ern was ready. The protagonist was even surprised that everything was done so quickly. Sylvia said that Ern's order is now in the backyard. However, the girl did not understand where the protagonist was going to use something like this. With a wink, Ern announced that this was an order for Sari. After hearing this, Sylvia was filled with unanswerable questions. A couple of minutes later, in the backyard, a completely metal carriage was in front of the protagonist's eyes. As a treat, the protagonist presented that Sari. The little animal was beside himself with happiness. Almost immediately, Sari jumped out of Ern's arms and ran towards the carriage. Afterwards, Ern hoped that Sari would be able to stretch out her treat for a couple of days. Then, sitting down on a nearby bench, Ern thought about checking his mail. Subsequently, the protagonist logged into the system. To Ern's delight, it turned out that the system approved his activation of the affiliate store menu. Now, with only a fairly large entry fee, Ern could begin building his own trading empire. In his mind, the protagonist thanked Mayam, who had put in a lot of effort to make such a function available to Ern. Now, Ern is thinking about naming his store. The first iteration, in the form of the general goods store, was considered too pretentious by the protagonist. However, Ern had no other ideas, so he settled on this choice. Now, the protagonist had to decide what role the store itself would play. Ern thought about the fact that he had no intention of producing anything, only of acting as an intermediary in trade operations, and therefore, Ern decided to consider diversity itself as his advantage. However, for now, many of the necessary goods were not in stock, and Ern himself often operated with what was in the inventory. Deciding to take a break from this whole topic for a while and remembering martial arts, Leon unexpectedly contacted Ern. When the protagonist decided to find out the state of affairs of the swindler, he boasted with undisguised joy that everything was gradually getting better. However, Erna was interested in something completely different: the safety of the library from which Leon stole books. The swindler came to his senses, telling Ern about new security measures which, according to him, were unlikely to last long. While playing out a certain drama, the protagonist even regretted it, because he was going to provide Leon with a business partner. The fraudster could not resist the temptation and wanted to know more. Ern saw no point in telling more, since Leon assured him that no more books could be stolen from the library. Laughing, the swindler began to assure Ern that he could do a lot, even find a gap in the security. At this point, the protagonist became convinced that there was still a way to bypass the library's security. Leon became even more interested when the protagonist said that the payment would be around 3,000 coins per month. Already inspired by thoughts of his imminent recovery, Leon was burning with impatience to find out who that very partner was. The protagonist corrected both Leon and himself somewhat, calling the third party the partner store. This revelation only further inspired the fraudster. With his arms folded, the protagonist proudly announced the name of the store with his own name at the top. Puzzled, Leon fell silent. Ern immediately ordered Leon to cast aside any doubts and laughter directed at the store. Leon immediately changed the subject, emphasizing that the protagonist's store would have to undergo a rigorous inspection. Ern asked to keep all these problems for himself, while he handed over the care of the martial arts books to Leon. Leon had some doubts about Ern's ideas when he heard that the total price for the goods would be 10% below the market price. Briefly, Ern explained that he had already found a victim to whom he would sell the goods, albeit at reduced prices, but in large quantities. Leon had no reason to object to Ern. In the end, he agreed, since there was a benefit in this regard. With this state of affairs, the protagonist could only wait for the swindler to complete his part of the job. The agreement was made, and the protagonist ended the conversation. Next, it was time for Ern to replenish his supplies. More hours passed since then and night fell. In his standard image, the protagonist was walking down the stairs somewhere in the academy. Now, Ern considered that the sortie that had taken place was, although short, useful. In just a couple of hours, Ern managed to accomplish a lot of things, including opening a store and replenishing its products. Additionally, Ern confirmed Sari's transformation capabilities. After all, then, near the warehouse, Ern suddenly discovered a carriage painted red. The protagonist was amazed that the animal managed to preserve even the smallest details during the transformation. Now, Ern understood that Sari's early unsuccessful transformation into a sword was caused simply by the animal's young age. With the current successful experiment, Ern was only convinced that Sari was a top-level Bulgasari. So now, the protagonist planned to feed Sari different things in order to achieve different effects. As soon as he entered his room, Ern stood up in surprise. Despite the late hour, the roommate Dmitri was absent again. Slowly closing the door behind him, Ern considered this incident a stroke of luck, as it gave him the opportunity to work on the store some more. Soon, the protagonist's left eye lit up. Quite by chance, Ern found out that Joe wanted to talk to him about something. Almost immediately, a conversation began between the characters. Breathing heavily, Joe made it clear that he had made his final decision. With every muscle in his face tense, Joe blurted out that he was ready for revenge, even if it was partial. Ern praised Joe for making the right decision. Meanwhile, Joe was a little upset that it took so long to think about it. Joe was afraid that, having taken revenge only on minor villains, the most important of them would certainly guess about the threat. Joe didn't want to allow the possibility that the main bastard could escape. In response, the protagonist suggested that the villains might not have been in touch with each other for a long time. Joe told Ern that they were masters in their world, and therefore some rumors would surely spread quickly. After hearing this, Ern rubbed his chin with interest. The protagonist then said that they were accomplices in the bloody massacre. Joe hesitated and decided to ask if Ern had known about such a tragedy. Evasively, the protagonist answered that he had some information. From Leon, Ern knew that many years ago, a terrible massacre had occurred in the town of Nanzhou. The tragedy there occurred due to the abuse of dimensional deals. Suddenly, Joe informed Ern that he wanted to find and capture the main culprit. But despite all this, Joe restrained himself with all his might, so as not to rush and ruin the whole plan. Angry, Joe hoped to repay the villains with the same troubles. Ern called Joe's restraint the right move, and also reminded him of the agreement between the characters. In addition to helping, the protagonist was not averse to becoming Joe's interlocutor. Such care and attention stunned Joe. Hanging his head, awkwardly, Joe thanked Ern. Joe had left the chat, and now Ern was wondering if Joe would get his comeuppance. Almost immediately, Ern sighed and called all these problems Joe's own concern. Next, Ern called up the menu of his partner's store. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Ern was amazed. As it turned out, with the opening of the store, in the world of Leon and Joe, there was a real furor about this matter. For many, such a find was akin to a gold mine, because there was no longer any point for anyone to scour the entire exchange in search of goods and get involved with dubious traders. Some people thought that the prices in Erna's store were high, but at the same time, they corresponded to the quality. At some point in time, the protagonist even became a little scared by how well things were going. In a hurry, Ern even expected that all the goods in stock would be sold out within a week. Having developed his affairs so rapidly, the protagonist could now calmly move on to the next stage of the plan. Suddenly, Ern felt something strange, something that managed to eclipse all previous thoughts. The energy that was familiar to the protagonist, and the meeting was imminent. Someone, not very kindly, asked why Ern was hanging around in such a place at such a time. Turning around, Ern greeted someone in much the same manner. The stranger was angry with Ern for being overly provocative, which is why the meeting took place. Standing up, the protagonist described these words as true brotherly love. Afterwards, I asked if this was true. After all, right now Jason, the older brother, was looking arrogantly at the protagonist. Unexpectedly, Jason decided to find out what had happened to Ern himself during all this time. Jason made his words more specific by saying that he never expected to learn about the protagonist's great success at the academy. In response, the protagonist only grinned. Jason didn't see anything funny because it was about Ern. In principle, the protagonist did not expect any other reaction from Jason. And so, Ern decided to find out if it was really only the fate of his younger brother that worried Jason. The question caught Jason off guard. However, just like Ern in his past life, Jason also failed to live up to his family's expectations. Back then, Jason was completely broken, unable to overcome the wall of aura owners. It was for this reason that Jason always looked at Ern with concern, considering him his direct competitor. Of all of them, it was Jason's attention to Ern that was the most intense. Jason expected to take a position somewhere in the middle of the family, all the while realizing that he didn't stand a chance against Kieran. The brothers' gazes met, and only now, having tested Jason with his gaze, Ern finally understood that he was extremely weak. There was a short pause during which the brothers looked at each other silently. Having given in first, Ern asked Jason to tell him why he had come. The elder brother was collecting his thoughts. Suddenly, Jason wondered why the fight with Cassian had ended so unusually. When the protagonist mentioned the calculation, Jason became furious, not believing a word Ern said. Ern was surprised, deciding to find out if it was really impossible for him to do this. Like many, Jason was concerned about the draw between first and 72nd place. The protagonist expressed himself in a secret way. Right there, Jason made it clear that someone wanted to see the protagonist. Jason sniffed and said Thane's name. Being interested, Ern even asked again. Jason nodded his head in confirmation. In that case, Ern called Thane a funny idiot, wishing that he would visit the protagonist himself. Jason, frightened, hissed at Ern. The protagonist did not really understand this secrecy, believing that no one else could eavesdrop on the brothers. Eventually, Ern decided to find out where Thane wanted to meet him. In an instant, Jason made it clear that Thane would not meet the protagonist in person. Next, the brother took out a letter, briefly informing Ern to come in the evening to the coordinates inside. Throwing the letter at the protagonist's feet, Jason also advised Ern to put on a dress suit. Ern stared, dumbfounded, at the envelope at his feet. Jason, barely containing himself, told them that Ern had been given the great honor of being accepted into the freshman club. Picking up the letter in the envelope, Ern thought completely differently, describing the invitation as a dummy. Words like these and Ern's reaction worried Jason more and more. Finally, turning around, he urged the protagonist not to be late, after which he hurried away. Looking at the envelope, Ern wondered whether he should accept the invitation. Be that as it may, there Ern would encounter both future enemies and future allies. Club 21 itself was an elite place for the most outstanding students of the Royal Academy. Often, the connections created there were reinforced for life. It followed from this that many people were eager to get there at any cost. Others regarded the club as a gathering of outstanding people who would be destined to play an important role in society in the future. As always, the club was full of lively conversations. Wine flowed, and the girls laughed. Unexpectedly, this atmosphere was drowned out by loud footsteps. The idle members of the club immediately turned their attention to the source of the noise. Their gaze fell on Ern, who was walking steadily. Almost everyone looked at the protagonist with interest. None of them had ever seen Ern before. but they considered him to be quite elegant. Ern knew that all eyes were on him only because of the tag on his clothes. Clothes that were made only for high society. Among the motley crowd, someone caught the protagonist's attention. More than the others, the red-haired girl looked at Ern. Almost immediately, Ern recognized her as Selena.